Okay, great. So that one, what I'd suggest, Satish, is actually go into the GrooveFunnels Facebook group, right? And put that question in there. You'll be shocked and surprised how quickly you're going to get the right answer from that. Okay. And
I'm sure there is a solution already, because I've heard that question being asked, a couple of days ago.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. So the answer is in there already. So here's what we're going to do, guys. We have actually reached our time. We've got our guests that are ready. And I want to thank you both for jumping on in the 12th hour, moving your day around. Andrew in London, England, and Karen in Detroit, and in Michigan, right?
Correct.
Yeah, right. And so, guys, I just tell you, I've had a blast doing this. And I would love to be a part of whatever GrooveFunnels is doing in this capacity and beyond. You know, we talked about Groove TV, I heard, right? So in any way, I would be honored to be a part of this. If you've enjoyed the guests that I've brought on, you know, if you've had a chance to see some of these guests in the past, put a number one, put some stars, hearts, etc. The people that decided to commit their time, effort, and their expertise to sharing their love and knowledge in zones of genius, from Dove Barron, the very first guest, to now having Karen and Andrew here to share, and everyone that came in between. If you got value out of that, if it was beneficial to you, just put a 1 or some kind of like thank you or whatever in there for all my guests. I'm just a messenger, man. That's all I am. I'm a messenger, kind of just bring some people through to introduce to this incredible community that is affording me a new life, to be really honest. Affording me and many others a very new life and great potential for the future. And I want to thank you all for tuning in. We're going to go right to one of the our message about getting on the groove train, getting into this groovement, adding speed and direction, as I call groove velocity, to groovetize your business. And I look forward to serving each and every one of you in any capacity that I can. Thanks so very much. This is Dynamic G signing off. Be good, be great, and most importantly, be dynamic.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Grooveathon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out GrooveFunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397, and you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, you want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay a 12-pay and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring. And after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, here we are now. It's 3 p.m., a little bit late. We're going to be taking you for the next 2 hours. My name is Mike Filsaime. I'm the CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and today I have Felicia Pagesh. I used to say Pagesh, and she told me, you've known me so many years, and you can't even say my name right?
Just all those years.
Yeah, from Activate Branding. And so here's what we're going to be doing for the next 2 hours. The first hour, we're going to be talking about what it is like to transition from being an employee in a marketing firm or having knowledge of marketing and then transitioning to becoming an entrepreneur. All the different steps, the fears, what it takes, what it's like when it happens, how you face those doubts, what happens when you start seeing validation, and then what starts happening when you have a very successful company like Felicia. She actually does two things. She has Activate Branding, which is a consulting agency to basically help people build out their funnels through processes and different things like that. And then she has a very successful company that she's partnered with a man named Dr. Mike, and it's called drmikediet.com. So they have an extremely successful business that's exploding right now, and it's in the health and wellness space. So she has firsthand experience in what it takes to actually build and deploy funnels, email marketing, the processes that go in, advertising, getting affiliates, and getting branding and media, and working with the doctors and Dr. Phil, and getting on a podcast with all those people. We're going to be talking about that for the first 45 minutes because I think we're already at 3:15. And then around 4 o'clock, Deb's going to come over. Well, I'm going to let Alicia take over and do some presentations. Let's do a little bit of a tease. What are they going to be learning? I see the slide there.
Yeah. So this is actually, if you have, or if you're selling anything online, and you want to make more sales and more leads immediately, like in 24 to 48 hours, you're going to want to catch what I have to say, because I have 6 killer ways you can double your sales and your leads using your existing assets in your current funnel, and it's bomb. Yeah, so you're going to once the slides come on, that's where you want to take out a pen and paper, because Felicia is basically somebody that, like, she knows Asana better than anybody I've ever seen. And she has a process and a standard operating procedure for everything. And as soon as she goes to do something, she clicks, starts, goes through the checklist, or tasks it out to the team. It's pretty exciting. But and then after that, at 5 o'clock is when I'm going to be taking over for 14 hours straight. I'm going to take us along with my partners and and Deb Cole and Donna and much of our team that's going to be joining us virtually. And I'm going to be sitting in the seat, maybe taking 2 breaks while people fill in for me, maybe 2 to 4 breaks where I run off, get a little slice of pizza, and we're going to take us right until the launch closes at 5 a.m. Eastern time on Monday. Now, if you want to know why that time is, it's really because we're closing on midnight Pacific time +2. And why do we close at midnight Pacific time instead of Eastern? Well, that's 3 additional hours we can make sales for the launch. And then we say +2 because, hey, we want to let those people in around Hawaii participate in their midnight. But the truth is, it just gives us a little bit more time to really let everybody in. And that happens to be 5 a.m. Eastern time, which is going to be exciting here. So we're going to be having a lot of people here today. There's going to be about 25 people. It's going to be a little bit more of a loose show. Once the 5 o'clock starts, more like a New Year's Eve type celebration. It's going to get sillier and sillier as we go on. And we're going to be giving away a lot of prizes today once the 5 o'clock comes. Somebody said we should give away a prize to come to our studio here for the next Grooveathon. We're going to do that. But more importantly, somebody said you guys should give away
everything that you have here in the studio. So we're going to be giving away Stream Decks and A10 Minis and Sony A6400s and Roadcasters and a light kit and a microphone kit and all of the tripods, all these different things. My team will have to remember me, but that's what's to come. Now we're going to start talking about Felicia. So Felicia,
can we talk about how I can get all of those things? Because I will just want to grab them all and take them home.
Yeah, get your affiliate link. Come on. get some clicks. Just kidding. So Felicia, tell us a little bit about yourself personally, and then we'll jump into your journey into the online marketing world.
Yeah, my name's Felicia. I'm from Pittsburgh originally. I've been on the West Coast, which is where I met Mike probably 10 some years ago. And that's kind of where my whole journey into internet marketing started. I was working for Brian Tracy at the time, and really in a customer support role. So just being on the front lines and listening to like what people want, what people hate, and learning about the products and programs. And that's sort of where I got my first little taste of, this marketing, this is interesting how you can convince someone to take a call to action. And I started to get...
How did you get that job? Did you just see an ad in the paper and say, hey, I think I'm qualified for that?
I got so lucky. I was actually freelance blogging at the time. I'd always been interested in personal development and personal growth, but I had no idea, no experience in it. And through a friend of mine who knew Eric Berman, who is Brian Tracy's business partner, brought me in for an interview, and I basically just wouldn't take no for an answer. I was like, I'm great at blogging, and they were like, you'll do customer support.
So you just started just with customer support.
Yeah.
How many years did you do customer support before they moved you up into things like project management?
Yeah. So customer support was something I did for probably close to a year until our team started really growing, and I sort of replaced myself in a lot of roles in that way. So from customer support. It's where I learned the basis of the foundation of the company, how it works. And then I moved into joint venture management, where I learned really the marketing side, the strategies, product creation, and climbed the ladder from there.
So joint venture management, man, that's something that I am knee deep in this weekend. What lessons did you learn when you had to start reaching out to people and getting them to commit to email? What were some of the struggles, and what were some of the aha moments that you said, you know what, I just had something work that I've been struggling with, and I'm going to keep.
I'll tell you what the easiest thing ever, the biggest mistake that everyone makes, shutting up and listening. Because when you're trying to sell something to someone, if you don't know what motivates them, you're basically just like banging your head against a wall. So really, my conversations would start off by, hey, I've got this great thing. It's going to get $8 EPC, and your people are going to love it. And then they'd be like, oh, okay, great. I'll get right back to you.
Yeah, I think there's a lesson here, is that most of the people that you're asking to promote, I hate to say it, they even tell you, well, I don't do this for the money. This isn't about the money. Later in the launch, you can get these people motivated about the prizes, and that's why prizes have to be cool. But we've had some people say that to us. Well, you know, I don't do this for the money. We've had even people say, I'm going to mail without an affiliate link. We had some people say, well, I'm giving my link to so-and-so. I want them to win the prize, little things like that. So
you never know the motivation until you listen and kind of pick up on what that is. And then it could be like a reciprocation. Like maybe they would only do this for you because they hope that you would do that for them.
50% of it, especially if they know you're going to have a successful launch. They want to get first, second, or third in line and get it like, you know, inked and tattooed and put in slate and cast in die that you're going to show up there for those dates, right? And it was your job to make sure they remembered those dates and things like that. So what Felicia is saying is something that we see at live events a lot, and we see at on the Marketers Cruise a lot, and that's that people show up, and this is the only mentality that sometimes they have, and there's a mind shift that can happen if you see it different. The wrong way to do it is there's going to be 500 people on this cruise, so I need to print up all of these flyers. Yeah, I need to start leaving them on the seats before they show up. I need to ask somebody, so what is it that you do? And as they're talking, you just see them like reaching to their back pocket, like not really
tuned
listening.
out. Just can't wait
And
to get
then
away.
As soon as they say something awesome, like really good,
Yeah.
that needs a follow-up question. Like, so we just found the cure for cancer. Well, that's great. So here's my card. And right. And then, so I equate this to in the movie Finding Nemo, where towards the end of the movie, when they landed on the dock and all of those birds just started going, mine. It's sometimes what we hear when somebody is saying me. Here's my business card, and we have an affiliate program. We pay 50% commission, and there's an upsell. But I can get you more information when we get back. I'd love to do a PowerPoint, and you're just like so. What Felicia is saying is what that person should do.
Me lately?
Flip that around and listen to the other person that you're talking about. Go in with a true goal to help people achieve their goals without expectation of anything in return. And what's going to happen is you're going to be known as an abundant person, and somebody, when you say, so tell me what you do. And so how do you do that with Facebook traffic and act generally interested? You know, I met somebody on the cruise I'd like to interest you in, and they'll be talking about their business because you're asking them. And then all of a sudden they're going to go, oh my goodness, I'm talking only about me. And now that you've shown the interest and pulled it out of them, they're going to reciprocate and say, so what do you do? Well, I do that. Hey, do you want to go over to the bar and just get a little drink? And now you're building a friend. And what we've learned is that people will do anything for people they know, like, and trust.
For their friends.
Yeah,
exactly. It's and even if it's something even if it's something that's not going to make them money, even if it's something where they're not getting a reciprocal, if they like you, you take priority always, because that business relationship is ongoing and it lasts forever if it's done right. So sometimes, one of the strategies I would use is I would just look at people's phone numbers that I was going to get on the phone with, find out like what area of the world they live in, be like, oh, you're from Pittsburgh? Oh my gosh, no way. I went to school in Philly, and just start immediately finding a personal touch to connect with them. Establish
common ground.
Yeah, exactly.
These things come such reminders of being in the car business that so the car business really took the book Influence, the Psychology of Persuasion, and they broke down every one of those things. Urgency, the rebate program is ending. Authority, let me see what my manager can do. Scarcity, we only have one car left. Social proof, well, look what car and driver is saying. And then the other thing in there is called liking. And that's getting people to like you. And the first way to do that is look for clues of common ground and don't force it. So for instance, you see this guitar here, and that's because I started playing guitar when the pandemic started. I started learning to play guitar, I should say. And so if I went to somebody's car in the car business and did an appraisal and opened up the trunk and there was a guitar there, I would say, who plays guitar? And hopefully the person would say, oh, I'm just learning. And I say, oh, me too. And if there was a trumpet, I probably wouldn't bring it up. If there was a Yankees bumper sticker and I was a Mets fan, I would say, who's the Yankee fan? I am. Are you? No, Mets fan. Oh, but these are things that start to establish common ground. And what Felicia just said was she looked for a clue there in their phone number to find out where they lived. And sometimes you can establish common ground by proxy through somebody else. Oh, I happen to know somebody that went to school, did this, used to work there and stuff like that. And you can establish common ground sometimes through somebody else. And it also lets you know, don't call that person at your noon, because you'll be blowing them up at midnight, David Kavanaugh. Teasing David. All right. So now you didn't finish there as the JV manager. You kept moving up.
I did, yeah. So we created some of Brian's best-selling programs to date, and basically full circle by knowing what we learned about the customer support. There's wants and needs through the joint ventures. We know what people that are in Brian's community really responded well to. So we started to create products, taking that information into account and building the campaigns around those. So from JV, I learned how to manage the email side and the strategy behind what makes people do what they do. And then we would create products around that. So building out the products, creating all the marketing scripts, the sales assets, and and then.
So talk me through. So you came from a very process-driven company. where I'm more of I had a good idea. I put it on a whiteboard. I mapped out the marketing funnel. I gave everybody on the team, and I'm like, this is the end goal that I want to achieve.
Yeah.
I'm going to take care of this, and you all figure that out.
Right.
And then we got Donna on, who was like, no, that's not how it
Right.
works.
You need a process-oriented person
yeah.
to combat the creative person.
So exactly. So when that happens, right, the disruptor comes in, and you're already working on a project that should have been the $1 million project, and you're 2 weeks ago, and all of a sudden the disruptor comes in and goes, wait, just forget that. I got something bigger.
Right.
Assuming they convince you. What are the steps that happen when you start with an idea and you want to bring that idea to the market?
Yeah. So you won't believe this, but I have processes for that. It's like a pre-product or offer creation checklist that I go through and I walk through, and it starts all the way with like, okay, have I identified that there's a need for this? Because so many times people are like, this is a great idea, but is it really a great idea?
So you even have a way to test if it's even a worthy project to go forward with.
Before you even, because we've all done this where we think it's a good idea, we launch it, and then we were like, I wish I could.
I've never
bring
had that
back.
problem.
No, never. Yeah, you're the only person on earth.
All the time. All the time.
Where we wish like, wow, that cost me a lot of time and money to learn that lesson.
Yeah.
So like from doing that, from learning that, I started saying like, here's what would have prevented that.
Yeah.
Here's what have prevented that.
Give us some tips on how you would get validation.
Yeah.
Like what the litmus test was to find out if this was a product that's
So there's a couple different factors. The first one for me is really have I identified that there's a need for this? And the way that you can figure that out is explain it to me in under 2 minutes and explain it to 10 other people in under 2 minutes and see if any of them, either can repeat it back to you or if they're just kind of like, tell me more about it. Because that means you need to educate more on this product.
Right.
And it's a harder thing to sell.
Yeah. And it also tells you, because some people are one-man shows or two-man shows, or they're the person that's going to be in charge of the creative or the copy.
Yeah.
And so there's two things that might happen. Number one is you explained it perfectly and people are just like, really? You think there's a need for that? Explain to me why. It's like, and they'll start telling you and you're like, but we already have something that does that. My phone kind of does that. Right. Yeah. So now the other thing could be that not only are they, it's not even that they don't think it's a good idea. They're not understanding what you're saying. And that means you have a messaging problem. And if you're going to be the person that's going to be writing the webinar or the VSL, those conversations usually go like this. So let me get this right. So this is kind of like an email marketing service. And they're like, yes, but no. Yeah. And that's when I'm like, okay, I'm trying to listen. And it's like, but here's what happens is like the emails will come from here, but you're going to capture the leads. So you capture the leads where? In like GrooveMail or something? No, my software does that. Oh, so it's it's always yes and no and yes and no. And so I think at that point, that's when you start telling somebody, hey, listen, you need to figure out how to describe what this product is.
Step back, get clear on, if there's a need and if what you're actually doing solves that need. Those are the first two things. And that's usually fairly easy to figure out. But then the next thing is really where people mess up, I think, is in doing like a time and money estimation. Because when you're creating something from scratch, there's a lot of pieces. If you get past step one of saying, yes, there's a need for it, then there's, okay, what are all the things I need to make this happen? I'm going to need copy. I'm going to need all of these resources to build this. And that's going to cost me how much? And then do I have those resources on my team that can do this? Or do I need to hire those out?
And that doesn't happen in a vacuum either. You have a spouse or a significant other that says, you were supposed to take me here, or are we going to do this? And we need to travel for this wedding. And so like you're like, okay, this is a 3-week project. Yeah. And you budgeted all these things and contractors about being there. And, you start adding time starts adding money. And
exactly. I mean, and it's a vicious cycle. Or if you're a solopreneur, you have to be willing to accept the fact that this is going to be so time consuming for you that you are potentially compromising whatever it is that's currently generating revenue. You're not going to be able to pay that much attention to it. So it's the time, the time is an investment, the cost is an investment, and it's figuring out if both of those things make sense for you. And And more importantly, like, what's your expectation of profit?
Yeah. What product have I been telling you for 2 years now that if you made, it would be one of the best selling products?
It's my project planning checklist, and
you have to let us help you get the word out, like right at the beginning of 2021. I'm telling you, you're gonna walk up to me and slap me in the face and be like, "What was that for?" And you're like, "For not telling me to do this sooner." Because here's what happens. Even with our company, we are so consciously competent at what we do that we take for granted using our own processes.
Totally.
So there are things that, for instance, I'll give you an example. Today, you're going to hear me closing very, very strongly with PayPal credit, and that's a messaging that needs to just say, oh, and if you want to get the lifetime, by the way, what if I told you can get it today for just $13.97? But what if I could tell you that you could pay nothing today and pay 0 interest for 6 months, and you could get instant access today, and all you have to do is be a U.S. resident and qualify with qualified credit. Go to PayPal credit. Let's go to our order form, and when you check out, choose PayPal. And when you log into PayPal, instead of using a PayPal balance or a credit card, just use PayPal credit. They'll ask you for your Social Security. They'll instantly approve you. They'll pay us, and then you get access, and you don't have to make a payment for 6 months, and there's 0 interest for those 6 months. And you can start using the affiliate program, et cetera, and start selling. Now, that is something that should not have been left out in our emails, in our launch messaging to our affiliates, on our order page. It probably could have added 10% to our launch. We didn't have that in okay, what goes on the checkout page? Standard operating procedure. You need this. You need testimonials. You need this. At least 10 bullet points and all those different things. And when I see your processes like that for everything,
it gets crazier.
I know. I'm going to convince you to release this product just so I can buy it from you. It's
absolutely.
So that's, I'll tell you basically like the condensed little operating procedure that I have. It's pretty much this simple. It's brainstorm every single thing that we could come up with. What are we going to need?
It's your down dump.
Yeah, I'll just say, okay, support, and then we'll deep dive into those things, and then I'll say, all right, we need to create the product, the offer, the software will need to get done.
I can't wait. Let me play with this.
Okay, yeah. So I'll just wrap that up, and then basically what I'll do is I'll prioritize it and say, okay, we need to do these things first. Let's go get the domain because we're going to be silly and talk about it. Somebody's going to buy the domain, and we'll put it all the way down to the last thing that needs to get done. And then we will identify what we're not good at. And we'll say, all right, there's a live event component here. We're going to need somebody to help us run the event, or we'll need an MC. But that's about the only operating procedure I have. The team has many, many more, but for me, that's the extent that I've ever gone to.
And so that's like kind of phase 2 of what I'd go through. So basically the first one is this really a good idea? Right. And look, the main criteria for that being, market research, market match, all that kind of stuff that we just talked about. And then if you make it past go on that part, then you move into step 2, which is down dump, which is kind of what you just talked about, where it's like, okay, so if we're going to do this, here's a product. It's either physical or digital. It has these components. We're going to need these campaign assets, ads, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, throw out all that stuff. Throw out the ideas. What price point are we thinking? Are we thinking this? Are we going to have payment plans? All that stuff.
That's like the campaign planning, like down dump project plan, right? Then once you decide like those components that you are specifically going to do, then you prioritize those, and that goes into an actionable, tactical task list, right? So it's like idea down dump, then what are the action pieces by due date?
Oh, I don't know that we could do, you wouldn't know your Asana password, would you? Or that's only in your one password?
Yeah, actually.
Folks, I'm going to ask Felicia to actually log into Asana. So I'm gonna tap dance a little bit while she looks on her phone and gets her password, because many of us have these crazy passwords, and she's actually on the studio computer right now. And if we've got to get your laptop over there and you got to right click on anything, you let us know. So here's what we're going to do. And in the meantime, because we have about another 25 minutes before she goes into her next presentation, I want you to, if you have any questions for Felicia on getting an idea from getting a project from idea out to execution or out to fulfillment. Any struggles that you've had, like how do I do this? How do you do this? Or where you struggle, put some questions in, and Deb Cole over there, Magic Deb Cole behind the glass over there, is gonna highlight some of those questions for us. And so let's see if Felicia's can actually get in here.
Ooh,
okay,
yeah.
She's into Asana. So what we're gonna do over here, we're gonna click on share screen in just a minute, and then this screen is gonna go live.
Okay.
Oh, you could have hit save password. That would have been.
Yeah, that's nice try. Nice try.
I mean, that you might have to log in again later.
Never for this computer, I think. Okay.
Okay, now 1, 2, 3, you're going to see her screen. Look at that. Now, Felicia, what I'm going to ask you to do is just, let me click Command plus, and whoops, I'm on the wrong one. Click on this screen. Okay. Will that still work for you if we do it like that, or?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
It just makes it a little bit easier for them to see.
Absolutely. So let me see.
So walk us through what we have here with some of this stuff.
So what I'm going to show you first is, let's see if I have my down dump document here. Let's see. Campaign 1 sheet. Yeah, so this is kind of the, where did that go? Hello?
Is it because I made the screen too big?
No, it's just popping up here. What I kind of want to show you is, this is sort of like how you would do the down dump. Like here's my, my campaign summary, what my
Can you get the view on that, Felicia? Let me point it to you on the screen.
See
that
that?
little view?
Yep.
And then you can make the size a little bit bigger.
Why don't I just hit plus plus?
Yeah,
will that work?
Yeah, there you go. Plus plus plus.
So something like this where you would add just, as you're doing your down dump, here's some things you're thinking through, right? What are my lead magnets? What are my core videos? Base price? This is stuff you might be toying with and changing as you go along.
I'm just gonna, just ask you to do this right here, and that will make this bigger on the screen so you can see it much easier.
Yeah, great. Perfect. Better than squinting. So, just kind of creating a basic template spreadsheet that you have to kind of go through what all of the points are of your campaign. This is stuff that you're going to need anyway.
So let's walk through this. It's called a campaign 1 sheet document. The top line says related campaign. What does that mean?
Sure. So if you are, let's say, for example, you have a live campaign that sells like your core offer, like your 497 or whatever product, right?
Hey, Deb, can we get that camera on us more so that they can actually see her a little better? Yeah, there we go.
So related campaign means is what I'm building in any way incorporated with the existing core offer. So in other words, if I'm working with a copywriter, they may want to reference the related campaign.
I gotcha.
To see if this is an upsell or something that is tied and works.
Where can I see this working somewhere else? Something along those lines. Gotcha.
Right. Or if it's an upsell or something to that effect, it's reference, right? For this is the thing that's our core offer. The thing we're creating does it better, faster, easier, right?
Campaign activation date. That's when are we going live? I would assume.
When is this sucker going to be?
It's a deadline.
Yep,
yeah.
absolutely.
When do we want to take this up?
Yes.
Campaign summary.
This is for, when you come up with this concept, you have a lot of people that need to know exactly what's going on in your team, in your, anyone you're outsourcing this with.
Kind of like the premise of the launch, so that everybody on support and dev basically knows, hey guys, here's what's going on. On April 7th, because of COVID, we want to give GrooveSell away for free, and we want to do this. There's going to be no upsell, and everybody's on the same page.
Exactly. It's like it's one-stop shop for people who need to know the core details of this offer, what it looks like.
Okay.
So your lead magnets, how are people getting into this core offer? Where are they coming from? What are they seeing? And this is not in Asana. You'll see how deep we go with that. But here, this is just kind of saying, these are the things that we are using to get people attracted to this offer.
So this is we're not drilling down just yet. We're more than 5,000.
Oh, no.
20,000 foot view.
Yes.
We're very high. So then I could imagine once you go into lead magnets, then it's, and then we've got all these other processes that splinter into processes.
These are basically accordions inside of Asana, and it's cool.
Gotcha.
So base price, obviously, this is what your value is for all of the things that are included.
Oh my goodness, I'm just seeing this, and I'm like, how did we do this launch? I mean, we obviously we're consciously competent at these things, but to be able to just have a meeting and then say, okay, so that's some of the stuff we're going to give away for free. We can have a free report. Okay, core videos. And now you're telling me there'll be an accordion that says, we need an affiliate video. We need a lead magnet video.
By due date. By due date,
yeah, wow.
you know, filming date 1, filming date 2, filming date 3. Are all the speakers scheduled? If not, we need to schedule. You'll see. It's fun. So, you know, your payment plan, money back guarantee, that's all pretty standard. Mm-hmm. Are there any bonuses? Mm-hmm. And again, this is kind of your working document. So you might add a bunch of things here that are relevant. You might not need all of these things, but this is your place to just say, okay, after our down dump, we decided this is like where we're pretty set at, right? Upsells.
Oh, you skipped one there, evergreen funnel. And I only say that because I'm kicking myself right now. Myself and the marketing team, we know we've had too much work. It couldn't have gotten done with all the work that we've had. But we said that we were going to do it after the launch. And I know we're putting other projects and that might be slipping out. So what, like if when I do a webinar and I demonstrate, like Gloria McDonald yesterday said, Mike, I've been doing presentations for you. I've been hosting the Grooveathon. And then I asked you to do a webinar for me. And when you did a webinar for me yesterday, I thought I knew GrooveFunnels. And I was probably the most blown away person on there. I'm going to move my business yesterday. So one of the things that we want to do is basically capture that webinar, that demo, and that excitement, and then throw it into an automated webinar platform. So again, seeing these lists, I'm having more of these and less of these, you know, because I'm high-fiving my forehead every 5 minutes.
Well, there's two parts to that. Stuff. First of all, I feel like I am probably the human automated webinar of Groove because I'm like a robot after seeing it. Holy shit, this is amazing. Holy shit, this is amazing. Oh my God. So I can help you with this part.
All right.
If you want to duplicate that. But
thank you. We will need help.
Yes. And well, the cool thing about having these things is, you know, after the fact, it's always where you wish you had it the most. But when you think about these things in advance, it allows you to get a lot more done more efficiently because you're grouping things together that otherwise you normally wouldn't.
All right. So I've got a question. I'm gonna be a surrogate for somebody on there that's thinking this right now. What happens when you're one person and you actually see your processes and then you say, every one of these things needs to get done. I need to do every single thing on this list here. And should I get every single one of these things done, or should I scale back my expectations because I'm a one man or one woman show? And is there an 80-20 rule discipline that I can say, if I get 20% of this stuff done, I can get 80% of the results?
That's a great question. And that's kind of where I start to address that in the phase 1 where it's like the evaluation, right? Because if it is something that is like your launch, for example, this isn't something that is of like 5 pieces. There is so many moving parts to this kind of thing that before you decided to do it, you had to evaluate.
And Deb, you could pop in on us here while we're talking. There you go. Thanks.
Before you went forward and said like, yes, we're going to launch this, you had to say, okay, well, we have all of these resources. We need all of these things done. Here's the date we want to do it by. And then you kind of made your decision from there. So before it gets to the point of, you know, I'm one person doing this, you look at all those pieces and you say, if I'm one person doing this, I have to expect that it could take this long, or I can outsource X, Y, and Z thing.
And of course, that's depending on your ability to barter, your skill set, your cash flow, and different things like that. But when you put all of those things in, you need to be able to understand that getting a final product out by when, the activation date, is the key. And this is where discipline comes in to say, do we move the date or do we forget this part of the task? And I would venture to say that the Pareto principle is going to tell us that 20% of the things that you do are going to give you 80% of the results.
Yeah.
And what that means is the other 80% of the things that are on there are only going to produce another 20% of the results. So you have to be willing to say, I'm going to give up 80% more time if I can't do it myself. If you can get all of the people to get it done in that 20%, great. But if you don't have access to those different resources and you're like, I'm going to be the person behind the camera, stepping in front of the camera, you know, my spouse is going to be doing the teleprompter. Some of these things you have to be willing to say, hey, it's okay to get this thing done anyway in 30 days. And what that means is, you know, I may not be able to have these things for Instagram. I may not be able to have an infographic done,
Right.
because this is a wish list of things to be done. And in the software development world, they call that scope creep, right?
Yes.
Oh, wouldn't it be great if we have this thing that when the affiliates pop in, there's a little pop in, and trust me, you start out like this. Okay. And would it be great? Okay. And then somebody will push back and just say something like, you do realize we're going live in 4 days, right? Or they'll say, okay. So if you, I'm looking at Donna because she's probably cracking up. She's behind my camera in the tile. Or they'll say, okay, you now have to choose. Do you want this or do you want that? Because both can't be done. And you need strong people to literally curb your enthusiasm, to basically let you see the reality, because what will happen is you will start wanting everything and saying, well, then instead of November 1st, why don't we do December 1st? Does that sound good? And then, oh, I didn't realize there's Christmas
don't get executed.
and New Year's, and you've lost your opportunity because you got commitments from other people for launches, and then you run out of steam, money, self-doubt comes in, you
second guess everything, every decision.
You second guess, you run out of resources. And you know, I've met people where I'm like, hey, how's that project you're working on? Whatever happened with that? It's still going,
still doing it.
That was 2 marketers cruise ago, you know. And you know, at that point, I'm like, is there anything I can do to help you laser in and focus? And if they say, well, you know, I'm just a one-man person, scope creep, right?
Yep.
Get that wish list, that Rich Schefren mind map that goes out to 97 nodes, and realize that getting something done, because perfect is never going to happen.
Perfect is never, it's ready, fire, aim, right? Like that's kind of how it works. You get something out there, you execute, and then you let your results tell you where to start making those improvements.
All right. So we're going to go back into Felicia's screen here. And Felicia, what are we going to show now?
Yeah. So, you know, we talked about the first phase of this, which is like the should I create a new offer or product based on the criteria we discussed, time, money, all those kinds of things. Then we said, okay, let's do our down dump of all of our ideas, right? And then we kind of came to a conclusion of what those ideas are, what those pieces will be, but that doesn't do anything for us in terms of actionable steps. So to be incredibly detailed and to make this happen by the timeline that we set forward, we need to have everything kind of backed out, right? So we start by adding that campaign one sheet here, which is sort of your resource inside of your project plan, right? So
okay, so let's see, you're here in Asana, and you're simply clicking on template here.
Yep.
And then that slid in something that what is this? An actual template here?
This is what we just went over. This is the So
okay, got
basically, anytime we create a project plan in Asana, the one sheet always is a resource in the top. So if you're working on a part of this project and you don't have information that you need to complete it, your one sheet with all the details you need is included there.
And I've noticed you have some discipline to do some things like in a one sheet, which is actually a Word doc. And then there are other things that are going to be a task list, which will actually be in Asana that's assigned to somebody where they're ticking.
Correct.
And you're getting accountability. When do you know when to put something into a task and when it's more of like this sheet? This looks like something that actually gets printed and handed out in a meeting that everybody's following along with.
So what actually gets printed and handed out is the campaign planning document, which you haven't seen here. I'd have to find that, but I'm happy to send it to whoever. Basically it's everything that we've laid out as what's part of this project. Then we have our team kickoff meeting, which is like, hey guys, here's the plan. Here are our goals. Here are all the moving parts. So Sarah, you'll be responsible for this. Jen, you'll be taking this part on. And then we go over it. We ask any questions that we have. We get buy-in from our entire team to make sure that everyone understands and is on board with it. And then once we have those commitments, we say, okay, great. We're ready for Asana, yeah? Great. Now we are in project execution mode.
Project planning, project management, project execution.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep. So,
and project execution, is this where pretty much 80% of the stuff you already know who's going to do something? So you're like, look, video editing, that's this person, that's this person. Is there usually 20% of the stuff that comes up and you're like, we have a few people on the team that are good at this, and you have to evaluate how busy they are, and is it, or is there?
I mean, yeah, there's definitely some things you have to play by ear because you know you plan the best you can, but you're never going to execute flawlessly or perfectly. So this is just us putting our best foot forward in terms of.
And then you delegate each task, and you make sure that no matter what, each task is delegated to the best resource.
To the appropriate resource, and by this due date, which is not the due date of the completion of it, it's their due date to be able to submit it back for review.
Right.
And so we can finalize that by the end due date. So everything goes through that process so that there's checks and balances leading up to this, and then no one's like 8 steps away from where they should be on their part.
This is just a side question to this, because you've worked with many, many companies.
Yes.
When you say branditize, Brian Tracy, Brian Tracy was basically the first, was basically like an accidental test pilot. It worked so well that you folks at Branditize, which you're not with anymore, you're with Activate Branding, but when you were there, you had said, hey, we can do this with other people. What I'm seeing here, I know that people like you and people like Donna really, really love this because it actually works. And then you get people like me and
who will never
John
use this
Cornetta
stuff. Yes.
and Mike Koenigs, who is a
self-proclaimed disruptosaurus.
Nice job, right? And we really make it very, very difficult.
Yes.
Because we're going around
you
people.
You are the anti-Asana.
We're contacting people. We're pulling them off the job. How do you deal with having such good processes that it's like, if you let us run this, it's going to go good. And then you have a quote unquote disruptosaurus like me or Mike that's coming in and pulling people off a job. And
this is no problem at all, because when you have this dialed in, right, you have your plan dialed in. If someone wants to come in and disrupt it, you say, okay, great. I see what you're asking me to do. Here are the things that we have ahead of that. If you want us to shift this to number 1, here are the things that we are going to have to push back by this date. Does that work for you?
I hate that reality talk.
So that sounds familiar.
I know. Did you see my face?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I hate that reality talk, because once everything is shown to me, and then I know there's 4 days left. There's these 5 things that I asked for already that they're accommodating me with, on top of the 20 that, oh, right, look at all the stuff you're working on already. Yeah, that needs to get done. And then I have to look back and like, you have to learn to trust the team and actually concede.
Or not concede. I mean, you have the power to not concede, but you just have to have the visual on what is going to suffer as a result in the meantime.
Yeah, I've learned to. I think Donna, we had that today, right? With the PayPal credit. I said what I wanted in a way, knowing that I'm going live in 2 hours and this is the last day, and they probably had a bunch of stuff that everybody's stressed about. So I put out the case, I give the reason, what I think the benefit will be, and then I backtrack and say, however, I do understand your current situation, so I'm not gonna, this is not something that has to get done. And I think that is a very, the opposite of that can be very, very frustrating for people to just be like, and I don't want to hear anything else about it. I need that done, right? Donna, if we can bring Donna back in. I don't know if she took herself out. Okay, there you go, Donna.
Okay, there she is.
I just want to like your comment on that with also managing, being the flow where the ideas have to come through for the execution. I'm curious your take on it as well. What especially even you, Donna, you may realize, damn, that's a good idea, and then you have to use the same discipline and say, what gets scratched out here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I absolutely try to take action on the really good ideas that are easily actionable. So that thing about the PayPal bill me later, there were actually like 4 separate parts to that. So we put into action the 2 that we could right away, like within a half an hour, those were already put in place. And then the next one took a little bit longer, but that's in place. And then the final part of it, so it may not get done before the end, or it may, I don't know.
We'll see. Right.
I always try to evaluate based on 2 primary things, like impact and speed of implementation, because things that usually have a bigger impact will take a little bit longer. And then there's also, value to having things that can be implemented quickly. So it's like, this is an impact, this is speed of implementation. Let's factor those in to see where we need the wins to get this.
All right. Thank you, Donna, so much. We'll let you get back to those other two. So Felicia, you have a presentation coming up. How much time do you think you need for that other presentation?
Not a lot.
Okay. So then I want to keep going here for about just another 10 minutes so that we don't just, hey, say, oh, it's 4 o'clock. Let's end this. I'm sure you might have a little closing loop here. And then I'd like to see if we can see some of the questions people had about what we've had.
And can we talk about Groove a little bit too? Because I have some feelings.
Okay.
I have some feelings about it.
All right. So let's close this.
We'll wrap this part up here. Essentially, this is where the actionable steps go. So this is the stuff that we already know about from the project plan, but this is for each individual responsible for those things to kind of fill that part in.
All right. So I'm just looking at a particular example. Okay. That's just what Asana tells you to do, or is that your pre-notes?
This is what I type. This is my.
Oh, so you set the pre-notes for somebody on the team that might be seeing this, and it says provide a detailed description of the completed project from each customer's point of view, specifically how does it work and what does it do?
Yeah.
Okay. And this helps. Excuse me. With what? The copywriting or?
Everything, exactly. So anyone that's going to be working on this project, whether it's a social media person, whether it is the customer support person, whether it is your copywriter, this is the definition of how the customer should feel and what their end result should be in the words of us explaining to a customer. Great.
So folks, do us a favor, put in the chat if in 2021, if Felicia had a very, very affordable project that basically allowed you to click a link and pull this entire thing into your Asana account, that you would have an operating procedure basically for anything, small business, big business, anything that would be done, if you would see this as pure gold. And now, Deb, we're going to ask you if we had any questions when we asked the people before, if they gave us any questions that they had for Felicia. What's that? Oh, will Asana be compatible with GrooveFunnels in the future? Should it be? I mean, do shopping carts and email marketing solutions work with project management? I've never even.
There's integration tools like Gantt, which you could use that sort of gives a percentage of completion for each component. So it's sort of like an API that pulls, this is where you're at in this project in terms of completion. Here's where all the assets are for that project. But this can easily.
But let me know. Because I understand what the customer's question is, but I really see Asana as, hey, we need to get GroovePages, a landing page done. Like, why would they need to talk to each other? Like, do we really need to create a page in GroovePages and then have it say, check off and tell Asana it's done?
I've never felt like that would be. I can't say that it would be helpful to have that. Yeah. I feel like sort of just having these pieces where, you get tagged and you get email notifications if your part's not complete, and all the resources that you have, you're pulling into this project. So you should have everything in the details.
I don't think we'll ever integrate. There might be a use case that can be used with Zapier, I'm sure, because they both use Zapier. But if somebody had to go create a video for the PayPal credit and it was tasked in Asana, I don't see the need to have to go create the video in Groove Video and then say, let Asana know it's done.
So let's take a look at, some of like the actual, because we haven't even gotten into the good stuff yet, but basically, when it comes to your copy needs, right? This is sort of where you start to dial it in, like the title of my sales page. Where will this be used? Who is the audience? What is the goal? Use your words to describe the goal. And then the description. This is for someone on the team who's, maybe managing the copywriter or whoever it may be. All of these tasks get assigned out to that person, and then the completed resource. I'm curious,
how micro do you get? Well, so let's say you have something for a landing page. Do you have something that says we need a title tag, we need a meta description, we need an OG title, we need a favicon, we need Facebook analytics, we need Google Analytics? You're laughing because you do.
Yes. Nice. And I haven't been in here in a minute, but let me see here. So for this, for example, for the description of the lead magnet, you have, where will this be used on? Dimensions, height, width, number of pages, functionality, copy. And then we have, let's see, ads, resources, tech needs. I duplicated this project. So the answer is 100% yes. Let me see here if it's over here. Give me one sec. Video needs, it's tech needs. Sequence, broadcast, campaign emails, post-purchase actions. Yes, the answer is yes, and
no, I'm sure I can see it's a never-ending list just down this pipe. And did we have what did people say, Deb, to the question about would they like to see a product like that? I see Joyous Cash LLC says I will buy it right now. Right there, that's you see that one there, Joyous Cash. Yeah, he says I would buy it right now. The Funnel Stack says I would buy cactus thorns that are stuck in my forehead from Felicia, so probably don't count. All right, well, you have a fan over there. All right, Stefan's asking something unrelated. What program are you using for streaming? That's StreamYard. It works with course delivery system, next module after step complete. Not sure. Maybe that was a follow-up to the question that maybe Jody had asked before. Joanne Newbie says, is this an available resource? No. So folks, this is Felicia's company, Activate Branding. This is what she does for her clients that hire her to basically build out their funnels. Felicia has an entire team of people that execute all of these different things. So people hire her, and she sees if they're a good fit, and then she does this. And so what I've been telling Felicia to do for now over 2 years is to take this and put this into a project, because this thing would just sell. You basically tell the people why they have a need for it. You show a demo, and you say, if you want this, I'll give you a share link. And
and that's actually, I do have all of that available. I basically give for free my my special offer planning checklist. So that's where you do the down dump, and then when I get around to it, I promise I will. I'll basically just give people this link. They can upload it, and it'll pull in all of the individual pieces, even down to like the final QA stuff, like looking at all the QA content. All that good stuff is all
right. So yeah, you'll get that with Deb. So next question I see here: how many landing pages can I have on my GrooveFunnels account? I believe you can have unlimited landing pages, but I on the free. But you get three domains. I actually don't know the exact if there's a cap on the number of pages. It may be 15 pages per domain, maybe. I'm not sure.
On pages.
What is that? There's no cap on pages?
Cap on pages. Unlimited pages. So technically that means unlimited landing pages. Yeah,
so unlimited landing pages for everybody, free or paid.
Just yesterday, I built like 7 that I could use right now in a row. Yesterday, I did this. My first time going. It's crazy.
So you wanted to talk about Groove. So yeah, folks, it's 4:05, and Felicia has a presentation that's going to last about 40 minutes, maybe, with somebody interrupting and commenting along the way, and getting some questions and color commentary. So we've got about 15 minutes. You wanted to talk about some Groove stuff.
Yes, I did, because first of all, I got emotional going through it yesterday, because this is the thing for me. My story. I basically went from working with an agency that has every resource in the team, right? You have like your content people, you have your tech people, you have all of these resources available to you. But then when you work for yourself, all that goes away. So then you got to figure out setting up your email stuff, setting up your website stuff, setting up your product content stuff. And they all live in like these different little places. And then sometimes they have to like sync together with these different tools that don't always work well. Sometimes you need to drink to forget that all of that happens, because it's so frustrating.
We created all of these products. Almost everything that I've done since 2003 was when my first software came out. Everything that I've done, I created because there was a need for it in my business. It was either these people are doing it, but they're not doing it right. Or I'd reach out to them and say they were doing it right. And I'd say, it would be cool if you added this. And they'd be like, I don't know if there's a need for that. Or I just said, oh, I have an idea that I think would be cool. And then so from PowerLink Generator, Viral Friend Generator, now I usually just say to Butterfly Marketing, it didn't go that way. It went from me saying, hey, I want to create a site that has a one-time offer, makes everybody an affiliate. There was no Butterfly Marketing.
Right.
I created a site called Don't Touch My Ads, ADS. And there was a little lady like from the Fresh Prince going like this on we used to use like these header covers up at the website. And basically the way that it worked was you downloaded something on your desktop and nothing would happen while you're just working and you're typing and you're moving your mouse. And then you set it to pop up an ad of another user when you don't touch your keyboard or your mouse for a certain amount of time. So if you don't want to be bothered a lot, you set it to 10 minutes. So you walk away to get a coffee and there's an ad. But the more ads you see, the more credits that you earn. Every 10 ads you see, you earn one ad that would show up on somebody else's desktop. But it was a 10-level MLM downline, not to get you paid. But so if you referred 5 people, you also got a credit when they saw an ad. And then if they referred people, so as you built your downline, ads were popping up on desktops, and the more they popped up, your ads would earn credits. It was one of those different types of things. So I created that, and I needed, it was just an idea that I had, but I needed to create an instant affiliate, and I needed an upsell, and I needed a shopping cart. And then I realized, people were like, can I get more than just a link? Can I get swipe? Can I get a banner? And then I was like, this is cool. I'm going to try it with another site. Then I created fire sale secrets. And then I created pre-launch secrets and the free advertising form, all these different things. And my list was just growing virally. And I started showing up on leaderboards for everybody. I was winning and winning and winning and winning. I had one of the biggest, that's really what started creating, the brand of Mike Filsaime.
Yeah.
I didn't just show up with Butterfly Marketing. Like I was able to have influence to tell people about it. But what happened was people were seeing what was happening, and the demand for people saying, can I get access to that script? Russell Brunson had asked for the script. Almost every Onyx and Gal, all these guys were saying, can I get a copy of your script? And when I gave it to them, they needed my developers to help them install it. And I was like, guys, my guys are working on this. I'll pay you.
Right.
I was like, well, I don't need the money. I'm not a software developer for hire. And so what I realized is, wait, stop fighting this. People are willing to pay $20,000 to me to get this done. And I didn't know how to say no because they were willing to throw so much money at me. I was like, you don't have to pay me 25 grand. I'll just have them do it. And then I said, guys, we need to make this where we can install it for people. And that's where
that's kind of where the beginning of like the almost done for you business software pieces came in. Yeah. And you kept adding to that for like a decade.
Well, then we did pay.com, which is a great grandfather to GrooveSell and Groove Affiliate. Many of the ways and then its child, Deal Guardian, when I was like, okay, because I started programming that in 2003. And then we wanted to do something even better. And we did Deal Guardian. And you can see the DNA of Deal Guardian which isn't around anymore because we wanted to create Deal Guardian Enterprise and add email marketing to it. But then we decided rebranding it named Kartra would be better. And then Russell Brunson had asked us to promote ClickFunnels. And we said, wow, that's pretty badass, but you're not going to do a shopping cart and you're not going to do email and you're not going to have an affiliate program. No, we're just going to do a page builder. And so we became his #1 affiliate. We did 250,000 sales. We got the plaque. We never took the car, but there was a car. He spoke on our stage, and we helped get ClickFunnels off the ground. And then we were going to be launching Kartra, and suddenly Russell announced Actionetics Backpack and Stripe integration. So you could process, you could do one-click upsells, you could do email, and you can have an affiliate program. Right. They've since deprecated that. New members don't have access to that. But we went to our partner, Andy. He's no longer with us, but we said, hey, me and Hector went to Andy and said, hey, you're not going to be happy about this, but Russell said that he was going to do this. And we took all of our customers that we were saving for Kartra, and they now have ClickFunnels, and they now have a way to mail, and they now have an affiliate, and they have a way to process. And Andy just went, so what? I was like, you're not upset? He goes, Mike, he's going to do what he's going to do. You know, we can't tell him what to do with his company. He says, but you know what that means? And I said, what? He goes, looks at me and Hector, and he goes, well, boys, I guess we're in the page building business now. And I just smiled. And then we went out and we found Matt Nouse, who had the framework. And then obviously the story, ends there. You know, the partnership didn't work out, and we left. And but even before Kartra, so we learned the page building there. We already had Deal Guardian. We developed Webinar Jam. We developed Ever Webinar.
Every tool I think that I've used since I've started running my own business, and even with the agencies, you've touched or inspired or were just flat out the creator of.
Yeah, thank you. I think what makes Groove really unique is our UI UX expert. I'll call him Tommy. Was the reason why I say that, but Tommy has given GrooveFunnels, when you log in and you click on an app, and those apps, he's given them the soul, of the look of it, because every software that we've ever done, including GrooveCart before this, which has now been reskinned and remodified the way that Tommy does it. We used to go to Theme Forest and look, what do you like, this admin template, the blue one or the green one? Look at the way they do charts here. And that's a basis to handle lists and dates and contacts. But when you start, and I can assure you that's what the competition did, right? Because
of course you're always modeling.
Yeah. So what happens is, no, I'm saying what the competition did. They did the admin templates, because then what happens is you're like, let's add split tests, and then things just start, like, you start out like, this is great, but then you're like, where do you find out how to get a tracking pixel? Well, it was just thrown in. Our UI guy will make. That's why everything is so intuitive in there. The other thing is, it was built with the latest technology, the latest frameworks, the latest development.
Let's talk about that.
It's lightweight.
This is what I want to talk about for a second, because my website, this is something that we were talking about the other day, where, up until now, WordPress has been the thing for, SEO and for page speed and that sort of deal. But it's been really clunky. And so what I've learned about what Groove has is it's even better than what WordPress is doing in terms of how Google is indexing.
Well, WordPress is just slow, even when you install it. You click on something and it spins, and it, like, just loading pages in a regular installation is slow. And then you put together any of the page builders in there, like Demi or whatever, and they spin and they load, and there's stuff that they're getting away from being as abstract. But I'll tell you this, and I've said this before. The pages that we built, you put, like, my wife's page, fitnessfoodfun.com, we built with a template. You can go to Google PageSpeed, click on that link, and she'll show up at a 96 or 98.
Yeah.
And the mobile shows up at 74. And we leave it that way because she took the 16 megapixel images off of her camera and loaded them on the website. And I use that in my demo. And the reason why I do that is to say, all you've got to do is say, convert from PNG and JPEG to next generation image, load that, and then she'd go right back up. So I use that in my demo. And I've told people, I've done about over 50 webinars for this, and I've said, we will give you $1,000 gift certificate to use in the Groove Gear Store if you can show me one successful page, not something that says coming soon, one successful page that is running on WordPress that you've built with ClickFunnels, Lead Pages, or WordPress, that's actually being used in a marketing funnel that scores a 96 or higher, and I'll give somebody $1,000. And they're not out there. Nobody has yet to come up and show me.
I watched you on one of those demos, and I did the test myself, and I was like so embarrassed. I almost felt like I didn't even want anyone to know I did the test. I was like, hey, Jen, can you take a look at our images, because I just see what's going on back there. It was so incredibly bad, and the whole reason that we had the page hard coded is for Google SEO. So I mean, immediately my first thought is why do this thing when I can't make any of the changes to this hard-coded page on my website when I can go to Groove and have the fastest speed I've probably ever had, have it Google indexing, and I can move things around at any time. Like the flexibility of that is such a huge game changer for us.
Yeah, and you know, like I said, our pages come in 94 to 100, and you put in you can check that out, fitnessfoodfun.com. That's an example. Or if you build your page with Groove, go check it. Unless you've uploaded your own images, then you're gonna see that Google's gonna penalize you on the mobile, not the desktop. And if you want to humor yourself, just put in clickfunnels.com, and they come up out of 100, they come up at 8. An 8, and they come at like a 26 on desktop and an 8 on mobile. And so you've got to look at that. And you know, the reason why Google is doing mobile first indexing, we have your phone there for a minute, and I'll show you, is that in 2019, I don't know the 2020 statistics, it's not over yet, but in 2019, 72% of web traffic now is coming through a mobile device. Okay, it's going to be even higher, it might be 73, 74 now in 2020, and then we're going into 2021. So how does Google make money? They make money by you being on their page and enjoying Google. So when you search, and all of a sudden you click on a page in Google on your phone, and the headline is all like this, and like it's designed for a desktop, you go, you know what? I'm just going to do this when I get home. And you just cost Google money. And, or if the page is loading slow, you put your phone down. Google is not only going to list people that have fast loading pages for mobile first indexing, they're going to shun you. They're going to bury you. They're going to make you pay more for pay-per-click ads because you're making the sponsored ad performance better. They are basically telling you, you won't even show up. You're going to be like a New York Post article on Twitter if you get that joke. Your site will not be shown. So GroovePages, they're saying, wow, oh my goodness, somebody actually designed a page exactly to the specifications that we wrote for mobile first indexing, and they're listing our pages #1 in the search engine.
This is what's wild for me. Do you know how much time I spend designing just not my desktop pages, but then having to do them exactly again, but optimized for mobile? You know how much of my life that consumes just from having one thing already that should work, but having to do it all over again so that it fits into a computer screen that's this big? To go into Groove, this is what blew my mind. Going into Groove yesterday and creating my page.
And we're going to be doing demos of this all evening today, folks.
Oh my God, watch this demo, because to create something on desktop, it automatically creates the mobile version of it without you having to save sections, duplicate sections. It's just there. Yeah,
the previous company, Karcher, you have to clone it and say for the desktop, hide on mobile. And then for the one that you cloned, you'd have to say hide on desktop, but you'd see them both in the editor, but not in the screen. So so we rewrote the game with this stuff. However, folks, it is Michelle's favorite time of the day. It is 4:20. She just happens to like that number. She still hasn't told me why as she's dancing back there. And that means we've got 40 minutes left. And Felicia is now going to share a presentation with you. And I'm going to be back at 5 o'clock. So don't go away. We're not doing a pre-roll. I think Deb might come over here and sit next to her. Michelle might take over in the producer's chair. And Felicia's going to, what's the name of the title slide there, Felicia?
It's going to be six great ways for you to double your sales.
We can share her screen right there. 6 killer ways to double your sales, leads, and visibility using content you already have. So Felicia's going to get started on that right now. And I'm going to go take my last break of my life. And I'm going to, I know there's a lot of people here. We're doing kind of like a New Year's Eve type special. Later in the day, it's going to get a little more fun. We'll put on our pajamas, and we'll tell you to bring out your tea and maybe put a little tequila in it. And we're gonna have fun. I'm going all the way to 5 a.m. There's going to be people back there. It's going to be more of a show, like a New Year's Eve show. I might be talking. We're gonna be closing out this launch with fun. It won't get too crazy. I can promise you that, because I'm on camera and I know how to take care of myself there. I can promise you that. But we're gonna start getting the energy up really, really good. But right now we're still in the learning mode. And so Felicia, she's going to take it away. I'm going to go get my last supper, as they call it. And I'll see you back at 5 o'clock when Felicia's trading shares with me. So great
Awesome.
job.
Mwah.
All
Love
right,
you, buddy.
you got it. All
See
right.
you in a bit. Like Filsaime sighting. You want? Sure. Yeah. Nope. Ready to go? Cool. All right, guys. Mike Filsaime is totally the man. I love him to death. That was just amazing. And I'm so glad to have him. What I want to cover with you guys today is something that I think you're going to really love for a couple of reasons. First of all, it works for everyone that's selling something online. So if you're selling a product or service or information online, this works for you. It applies to you. You're going to love it because it can actually double your sales in leads and visibility in your existing funnel. And the third reason you're going to love it is because it doesn't take a lot of time, money, or resources to be able to do this. In fact, I guarantee you can take any one of these ideas that I'm going to share with you today and have it implemented within the next couple of days. So before I get into the actual training, I want to share a quick story with you to kind of show you why I'm so hot on these strategies and why every client that I have, or every business owner that I work with absolutely loves them too. So I was speaking at an event a couple of months ago, and it was to a group of 6 to 7 figure business owners and entrepreneurs, successful people. And I said, okay, let's start by show of hands. Who here says like the book is better than the movie, right? Some hands go up, and then who here says movie over book? Great. Okay, cool. Now, putting that all aside for a second, who here, in their marketing uses these tools? So let's talk about us as marketers now. So who's using, webinars? Hands go up. Video series, hands, product launch formula style stuff, podcasting, blogs, right? So every question I ask at some point or another, every hand goes up. And I said, okay, great, that's good. We have a good mix here. And then I said, now taking off your marketing hats and putting on your consumer hats, right? How do you consume content? Who here, likes to listen to and buys things from webinars? Who, buys things from video series? Who XYZ, going through that same list of questions again. So in the same room full of people who just 2 minutes ago, every single person had their hand up saying they use this in their marketing. Guess how many of them had their hand up to say that they buy from these?
None.
Not
Crickets.
One single hand goes up, and the whole room just kind of burst into laughter because it's funny when you think about it. Mm-hmm. These are all people that know these are things that they use in their business to sell things, yet they themselves would never buy from any of these strategies. Mm-hmm. So it illustrates a big gap that we need to kind of bridge between the way that we market and sell and the different consumption types that we're not including. So, just like some people prefer the book over the movie and some prefer the movie over the book, we have to be able to take the content that we have and make sure that we're, using it in every medium that we can to appeal to different consumption types, or else, most of us are probably leaving tens of thousands of dollars on the table. So
you're really the queen of repurposing.
Oh, I squeeze the juice out of everything. Yes. Yes.
It's kind of like this stream. We have this video stream, but there could be so many ways that we repurpose it. And you're going to show people how to do that.
Yes. I'm going to share. Yes. This is going to be good because, we spend a lot of time creating this stuff.
Yeah.
So to not use every little last bit of it for something is, it's just,
I like the expression that you said, squeeze the juice.
Yeah, squeeze the juice, man.
Like an orange.
It is.
Right? You're not
Good
wasting
juicy.
any part of the orange.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So
teach us how to do this.
Yeah.
I'm drooling.
Yes.
By the way.
I'm just going to wait.
Okay.
Drooling. Just kidding.
Pause, dramatic pause.
So a lot of times we know that we're not reaching everyone. So what do we want to do? We want to create more content. We want to create new content to appeal to these different people.
Right.
The problem with that is you've already done the work. You've already done the research. You've invested your time, your money. You've tweaked it. You've retweaked it. It works. So what we do is we shift our perception around what content is, right? Your content is not mutually exclusive to the vehicle that delivers it.
Right.
Like your webinar content is not webinar content. It's content, which is nothing more than a series of ideas And we all know those can be expressed in a lot of different ways.
So it's starting with this mindset shift, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Because I think people go, oh, well, this is for a webinar. It's like, no, it's just content and it can be repurposed.
it is a series of ideas that you have, and they are conveyed well because you've tweaked them and you work them. So deliver them in a way that someone else may want to consume them. Because me personally, I'm extremely type A. I will not watch. I've constructed webinars that have sold really well. I will never watch a webinar start to finish. But that doesn't mean I can't make a decision or that I don't want the product.
Right.
I just need a better pathway of getting there.
Right. Like you have a preference of how you want to consume certain content, just like everyone else has a preference.
Exactly.
And it's meeting their needs.
And you have this stuff. So why not put it in different formats?
Yeah, for
to
sure.
find those people. It's just a different consumption method.
I love it.
So today we're going to talk about 6 of the best ways to do that. They're easy, and I guarantee you guys all have some of these components in your business right now. So, like I said, it's going to be a really quick turnaround. And usually, when I give this presentation, I start to get screenshots within like a day or two. Like, look, I did that yesterday. Look how much money I made. And those are the most fun kind of strategies, right?
Yes, for sure.
So
I love it.
Yeah, it's awesome. So if I was going to, so here we go. So the fact is, if you have any one of these, right? If you have a webinar, video training series, starting with the webinar and dripping down, you actually have, where is it? This way. You actually have all of this, right? You have a webinar, you can turn your webinar into an ebook. You have a webinar, you can turn it into a video training series. If you have a webinar, you can turn it into audio MP3s, PDF workbooks, PDF action guides, 3-part audio training series, ebook, blogs, emails, FAQ resources. This is all the stuff that you can make with one webinar.
Wow.
Okay. So we're going to talk about.
Love it.
It's cool. This is awesome.
Love this. Seriously, this is awesome.
This is
awesome. It's the biggest challenge, Felicia. Like, everyone talks about like, I don't have enough content, and what you just showed.
And they're wrong.
Yeah.
It's very simple. It's just not obvious.
This
People
is
want to create new content, but you're not. I can guarantee you're not leveraging and maximizing visibility on that. And sometimes I think that we sometimes flatter ourselves when we think, well, I've already sent this webinar to our list. They've already seen this webinar.
I haven't paid attention.
I don't want to send it again. It's like, well, you probably don't want to see the webinar again, but the truth is most people haven't seen the webinar. So don't flatter yourself. The second thing is give it to them in a way that isn't a webinar, because people will either consume this content in a webinar because they like the content and in that format.
Right.
Or they will consume the content because they like the content in a different format. So just don't eliminate possibilities for people to get in front of, a sales opportunity. So the easiest, best way ever to do this, if you're not doing this yet, turn your webinar into a transcribed ebook with links and offers and ads. So this is your biggest sales, your core sales component is your webinar. This is the piece that your piece de resistance, right?
Yep.
So this is the thing that, is converting for you, that's getting a lot of sales, etc. But, if the prospect has interest in a different way of consuming this, the best thing to do is to put it in written format, because I can make a decision in 5 minutes by skimming through content.
Yes.
And buying it that way. So
this actually reminds me a little bit of text messaging. So now a lot of people are using voice memos. Have you noticed this?
I have.
And by your face, your expression, you're anti-voice memo.
I feel insulted when I get one of those because I feel obligated to respond to it.
Well, and we had this whole discussion this past week because people have been sending voice memos. I'm like, I cannot listen to it. I'm by the producer. I can't just quickly glance it.
It's inconvenient.
So for me, can't do voice memo if I'm doing a 12-hour, 24-hour live stream.
No.
You're saying, but if you give it to me quick in a text, I can.
Yes.
If you send it in an email, I may not be there for hours, whereas text is the best. So this is what you're talking about here, is really making sure that however people are consuming content, you are there. You're on the platform.
1,000%, especially because you already have created it and put the work input to
right.
it. Just like my voicemail has been probably full since like 1992. If you leave me a voicemail, you'll never hear back from me ever. guaranteed.
I literally had a voicemail, and I think this was inspired by Mike several years ago on the marketing cruise. He had something where it's like, if you're leaving me a voicemail, it's not going to get listened to,
that's
right?
Yeah.
And I did that, and it was such a freeing thing because you're telling them, just don't leave it.
Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Just don't do it.
And in fact, Google now is transcribing all of your voice memos. So now you don't even have to listen to it. You can just scan it really quick.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I do.
Yeah.
So this is a really, really simple thing to do, because when you think about it, your webinar consists of what? It consists of an introduction. It consists of usually 3 talking points, 3 main ideas. Right. And then it has a close. So the first thing you do is, if you haven't tried, Rev is a really good transcription service. You just give them the video in usually like less than 24 hours. They will turn around a full transcript with timestamps and everything.
And I found otter.ai, and you get 600 minutes for free.
Yep.
And then after that, and they'll do real time. Like right now, I have clients who are deaf that use otter.ai. So as we're talking right now, they've got otter.ai going.
Totally.
And it's literally doing it as we speak. And the accuracy is on
pretty good
point.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the cheapest things. So I've been like a huge fan of Otter.
So be proactive. Like while you're doing your webinar live, you should have the Otter AI on.
Yeah.
If it's after the fact, send it to Rev or something to get it transcribed right away.
Yeah.
So, typically what I like to do is go through, you want to remove any of the, when you're in your webinar, you're like, today, October, whatever, we're going to go through this thing on the webinar. So you want to just go through your transcription. You want to remove anything that has anything time sensitive, days, dates, today, all that good stuff. You want to, remove the offer and the close from the end of that, because you want it to read just like a book would read,
You're making this evergreen.
You're making this evergreen, right? Exactly.
Yeah. And people have been wondering, like, well, what is evergreen? This is exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
This is evergreen content. No dates, no holidays, no today. I love this.
Yes, no live mention of things, right? So your webinar right now contains 3 main ideas of content that don't require time sensitivity. So you want to remove the offer, the close. You want to revise the intro to, to feel more like a book that it's reading, like sort of setting the precedent. Sort of the portion of the webinar where you say, today I'm going to share with you XYZ, but you want to turn that into, in this book, I'm going to share with you XYZ. What I love to do is to add a bio page for credibility. The reason why is because, people that see you on a webinar, they remember you from the webinar, right? But with an ebook, that's something that may sit in your inbox for a little while. They might pick it up later.
Right.
And you want to make sure that they can draw the parallel between the two.
Yeah, face to a name.
Right.
Good.
Right.
Yep.
And also to give yourself credibility in the book before they continue to read on.
Right.
And then lastly, just page numbers and a cover page. Slap a big, beautiful cover on that bad boy, and voila.
What I love about this is you just taught people how to create a book like that.
Yeah.
Simply by doing a webinar, simply by doing a live stream like this. And really, your webinar could be a live stream right now. You just wrote a book.
Absolutely.
Boom, done.
However, this gets even cooler because
it's like, but wait, there's more.
Because for me, I don't like to create any content without giving myself an opportunity to get a sale, get a lead, whatever, right? I mean, we create this stuff because we love delivering content, but we also got to pay the bills too, right? So what I do in every single ebook that I create is I insert sporadic soft sell links only where it's relevant, right? So like, it's not going to be on the first page. It's not going to be on page 5. But if you're talking about something that is specifically aligned with whatever your offer is, say, and the way that we do that is by how to XYZ, click here, and it takes you to the sales page. And so what's really cool about that is, when you're in a launch, you have like this 14-day window where you're going to get sales from your launch, and then your cart closes. And then it's like, okay, I'm taking a break, but I'm not getting sales anymore.
Yep.
People will pick this thing up, dust it off. For the next 4 months, you'll be getting cash, and you're like, where's this coming from again?
Yeah, free money.
Oh, because they picked up the ebook.
Something you did months ago.
Yeah.
I love that. That's legit passive revenue.
It's passive revenue.
Yep.
And just the one thing to be cautious of with that is if you are, if you are having this as part of a live launch, just make sure that page that you're driving them to is not your live launch offer page. You want to have an offer page that is even duplicated, but removes all the scarcity, removes the time sensitivity.
And Bettina Mason is loving this. She's asking, how can she get this specific training? We will have these recordings. And right now, every 8 hours, it's being relaunched in the Facebook group. So if you're in the Groove Digital Facebook group, you will get this recording. You can replay it. Because I think they're going to replay it and rewind and replay it and take action. This is freaking awesome.
I also have an exact copy of this on my website. I'm happy to give. I don't want to plug it. I mean, I'm not trying to plug it. If you go to activatebranding.com,
there you go.
You'll find the repurposing. This exact presentation is on that website. You can grab.
This is gold. Jody Jones says, yes.
Awesome.
JT Property, brilliant idea.
Yes.
Business Inception's breaking the bank. This is, yes.
Awesome. Yeah. So, the one thing that's important to do is to measure this, right? So make sure that your links are trackable and make sure they're clickable. Because a lot of times you forget that they need to be hyperlinked into the PDF files. Just make sure that's there. And you want to be able to track that so that you can measure how many sales are coming directly from this. I had someone that made $10,000 off of just adding this resource to their webinar.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's a round of applause.
Right? Yes. Awesome. Okay. Share. Let's move on. Oh, here's just another example for you of how and where I would put that in. You recognize that, Deb?
I do.
So, table of contents. This is basically just a way of breaking down the content from your transcription into your main ideas from your book. And then, just a little like for more information here. You could put this at the, at the end of your book or whatever it may be. Play with it, but you want to just keep that link short and easy for people to remember when you have it written out like that, just in case. In case. So 3 main things for that. You just want to get it transcribed, insert the trackable soft sell links, the drive to an offer page that is not your live launch offer page. And then, if it's appropriate, you can insert a banner ad or an image of, your product or whatever makes sense. And that's that.
I love it.
Okay, so we have number 2, deconstruct your webinar into a video series with PDF downloads. Again, your webinar is what? 3 main talking points. Isn't that weird?
I thought you were giving me a quiz. I was getting nervous.
No, it's already, you already designed it probably for 3 to 4 main talking points. So some people might not watch a 45-minute, an hour and a half long webinar, but some people might watch or prefer to watch like a shorter, more consumable chunk of video, which I totally would do that.
Yeah. You know what else I found is I've done this with Udemy, where I go and take a course and it says it's like 8 hours. I'm like, sometimes I'll buy the one that's only 90 minutes because I don't have a lot of time, but I never have to watch the full 90 minutes. I can just watch 5 minutes and then all of a sudden it's 7 minutes and then the next session is 15. And all of a sudden, Felicia, boom, 90 minutes has gone through. I didn't commit to 90 minutes. I only committed to like 10 minutes, but those chunk size pieces are what our brain consumes content on. So I love that.
Right. And it makes you feel like more gratified once you've like started and finished something.
Like I finished.
Yes.
And I finished another one. And I get that dopamine
totally
hit in your brain. Yes.
And so, with this one, basically if you're taking this and you are turning your webinar into those 3 main pieces, a couple things need to change, right? Because it would be weird to start video 1 with like, and the thing is the blah, 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 right? So what you do is you create a voiceover, what I call like a tip and tail for each of those pieces. So for, whatever your main talking point idea 1 would be in your webinar, you want to say, hey, I'm Felicia, so-and-so from this. And, today I want to share something really, really exciting with you. It is on this topic of this idea, this, right? And then you just pre-record that, tack that onto the beginning of your video. You can put a slide over it, whatever it may be.
Nice little intro.
Exactly. And then let that content piece roll. And at the very end, you want to tack on what I like to tack on as a call to action. So every video that I create is one separate standalone piece, but then I'm also going to ask you at the end of that video to buy the thing that I was selling in my webinar. So I'm driving you back to that offer page. If you like this for more information, check out this. So when you think about your webinar, you might have a drop off at like at a certain time, you see that there's a lot of people that are dropping off, and that's probably before your offer has even been heard by them. So by creating these shorter videos, you're actually giving them more of an opportunity to hear your call to action and to go to the page and check it out. So
people are loving this. As you transition to the next slide, I'm just going to read a couple. Christine Best says, chunk it down with actionable tips as part of your homework. Love that.
Yes.
Bettina Mason, chunking is a great way to teach. And motion pictures makes a good point. Video for business, speed up the playbook back, right? So some people, like when I go to Audible, I always listen at least 1.5, if not 2, depending on who the person is. Like when Rob Lowe reads it, it's on normal speed. But everyone else, it's like 1.5.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
So it's just what we just talked about, editing it down to 3 small consumable chunks, 3 main talking points, tip and tails.
I like that.
And so the subtle soft sells. This is the other thing that's really cool to do with that. Now that you have these 3 separate deconstructed pieces of video, you now have 3 separate PDFs that correspond with that, right? Yeah. So sometimes
3 books, essentially.
3 books, or for the people that don't like the ebooks because it's too big.
Right.
You have, your video, but then you also have your worksheet. So you take your PDF, add a couple fillable lines in there, and then you have a full workbook that corresponds with your video content. Someone's going to love a video content piece with a training guide that's downloadable or whatever it may be. But giving them the option to consume it both ways goes a long way. So here's an example of where on a page I would put the option to download that guide. So you can see click here for transcript is one example. You can add an icon with a PDF that says download the free, guide or whatever it may be here. And then alternatively, on your 3 video page, just a simple soft sell, download the full ebook here, just different places on the page where you can give that option. It's awesome. It always works. Here's a content piece where we turned the video transcription into a word guide, an action guide, right? By doing this, having 3 videos with 3 action guides, adding a call to action link at the bottom of it, this strategy alone generated $40K in revenue before our cart even opened. So before you announce and make the offer, this is a great way to get people in front of it. So let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, so anytime you have video content, obviously, webinar, video, basically anything that's MP4, make that also available in MP3 so that people can put that in their iTunes or whatever it may be, listen to it on a commute. It's not a podcast, but it's just, it may as well be if it's something that someone wants to listen to.
Yeah. Well, and what's nice about this, I'm personally a visual person. So what's interesting is even when I'm working in my office, I have YouTube open. And even if I'm listening to it, I still like the fact that there's a little square video. That's me. But other people don't, or it's going to distract them. Or like you said, when they're driving. So if you have an MP4 that's just audio, you're their content for their ride, right? So that's awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
It's just thinking about it in terms of, if someone isn't in a place to be able to watch it, can they listen to it?
Right.
If they can't watch it, they can't read it, but maybe they can listen to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
this is great. And some people, again, what you're also doing, which is really important, Felicia, is you're teaching people how to reach their audience in the way that they desire to be communicated and learned, right? So it's, VOC, right? Like video, auditory, or digital. So this is what you're doing. And depending on who they are, are they an audio person? Are they a visual person, right? So there's some people like Michael O'Neill in San Diego, he's up in LA. He's all about the MP4,
right?
Hates video. It's because he's an audiophile.
Totally.
Right. He loves the audio. And a lot of people that are podcasters are like, no, audio is the most intimate way. No, it's not. You're just an audio person. That's how you like delivering content or receiving content. And that's what you're doing.
No, it's
and that's
so
powerful.
True.
It's powerful.
And the thing is, we create our content for the first time in a way that we think will be the best for our audience.
Right.
And for a lot of people, it is. It's great for who it works for. And it's just not as good for the people that won't consume it that way.
Yeah.
So you're just making it available for them in a way that they prefer to consume.
Yep. That's excellent advice too, especially if you're not that type of person. Right. I need that reminder for people. Just
selfishly, this is where this whole thing came from. It's because there are people like me. It's for me.
Yeah. This is great. So all great content comes that way.
A couple of things with that. When you're doing this, in an auditory way, you want to do the same thing again, removing out, time sensitive mentions, days, dates on this webinar, obviously, removing out the offer portion And what you want to do for this is you want to re-record a voiceover call to action, right? So at the end of it, it's like, if you liked this presentation, or if you like this training today, call it whatever you want, then go to www. A very simple, rememberable domain to get your offer. So you just want to create like a short URL redirect, because it's got to be auditory, which means you don't want to have something that's long and not memorable. So if you can just do like a short URL that redirects to your offer page, then that's a great way to move forward.
I love it.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Let's see what else we got. Oh, yes.
You know what I love about this is the first thing I was thinking when you started, I'm like, oh, it's a blog. You turn your stuff into a blog. And then I've been waiting. I'm like, I hope she says blog. so yay, turn it into a blog. Because to me, I would do a blog first before I did a book. Just seems like that would be easier.
Technically, you're doing them both at the same time. If you
are. Yeah. Even what you just said before, the recordings, you do this like right after the webinar. Do you recommend them just record your little voiceovers now immediately while it's fresh?
If you were watching earlier, so in my project planning, I didn't get to share my project planning, my pre-planning document, where I say, what are the videos that I need to film? And in that is always my tip, my tail, my full webinar. I prepare all of that in advance, because when you're doing it all in one chunk, like not only do you remember it better, not only are you like more spot on with how you're doing it. Like if you wait a little bit longer, you might be like, what is this for again? What is the tip and tail of?
Right. And the energy in the voice is different.
It's different.
Like morning voice is different than the evening voice, different than the nighttime voice. So, right.
But if you just chunk out and schedule all your video stuff at the same time, it's all done. And then it's in the can, and you can just start popping those things on, right away.
And now we blog.
Yeah, blog.
I love it.
So now that you've got your video, your audio, your podcast transcriptions, these are all content, again, delivered in a different format that goes on your blog. So when you're working with these kind of things, you could take them in the deconstructed videos, and video one might be a blog, or video one might be 2 blogs. You just kind of have to play with it and deliver those in a way that makes sense. But what I will say is, all of this is kind of still derived from that one webinar piece, right? So what I like to do with my blog content is I like to take a little bit of video one as a blog with the call to action to watch my webinar or to watch my video series. Video 2, watch my webinar or watch my video series. In other words, use your blog content to get people who would read the blog to then click back and opt in to the top of your funnel, so that you can get them to consume the content that way and take a call to action.
Maybe asking the question that I have in my mind right now, which is, do you tease at all with this content? In other words, do you give them just enough, but then if you want more, go watch the webinar?
Yeah, so totally. So let's say, topic 1 is, idea 1, how to convert more leads, right? So then I might have a blog called the top 3 ways to convert more leads, right? Because that's what I cover in my idea 1 in my webinar. So I give number 1 in my blog, I give number 2 in my blog, and then it's like
3, 4, and 5
for the 3, 4, and 5 for the best ones. Check out
the webinar. That's brilliant. I love it. Because you're giving them true value. It's just like TV interviews, right? When an author gets on, you never want to have the author say, oh, go read my book. No, give them value, just like the blog. You give them value, and then it's like, okay, now we're done with this blog post or whatever, or the TV interview. For the rest of it, for time, go and check it out on the webinar.
And the other thing that you have to really remember is that it takes people several touch points before they make a decision.
True.
So, even if they're in front of your webinar, and even if they are a webinar type consumer, that's often not enough to get someone to make a buying decision. They might need to see it 3 or 4 different times. And they're not going to remember that it's like, oh, this is the webinar transcribed into a blog. Oh, look at that video. That's from video 1 from timestamp 22 and It's just, people need to see that and have it in front of them in a lot of different ways before they'll make a decision. So I love this one. And the other great thing to do with this is top of the funnel, or you can use a call to action, driving right to the offer page. I mean, any opportunity, I think, where you can get a sale, I like to try it. Everything's worth the test.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is with the, you do a lot of Facebook coaching calls and stuff, right?
Yep.
What I love to do with Facebook Live, anytime I'm doing any sort of, motion picture, exactly, 7 to 10 touch points.
And we're seeing that with this whole Grooveathon, right? We have a blog, we have a Facebook group, we have all these things, and now we're doing a 24/7, 14-day Grooveathon live. Right. And then they go, oh, let me go check out GrooveFunnels.com. And then as we're talking, we've been getting questions about people that have been upgrading to GrooveFunnels, which is great. Yeah. And they're asking like all these, buying questions, or they just bought. And then what? What about the bonuses? And someone earlier, it was dozens before, so don't try to scroll. Someone was asking about like, well, after tonight, does it go up to $300 a month? And then people were answering GrooveFunnels.com right now. If you get the upgrade, you're getting a lifetime offer, and there are no fees after that. So that one-time offer you grab, it's absolutely an insane.
I bought it.
It's a no-brainer.
I'm actually migrating out my entire website and everything at this moment
over to GrooveFunnels.
No, it's already
like this second while you're
it's
here.
Happening. Yeah, it's actually happening while I'm here. And
mic sighting. There's a double mic sighting behind us. It's like being video bombed behind us.
Hashtag mic sighting.
Yeah. So yeah, you're migrating all your content.
My whole website, everything is coming over because I've honestly never seen anything like this.
Everything. Well, and then the other thing during Grooveathon and before midnight tonight, all of the bonuses that we're talking about. And stay tuned because Mike Sighting is getting ready to get in this chair, and he's going to be doing live demos on the site. He's going to show you everything that you get with GrooveFunnels. So stay tuned. He's going to be here with us for the next 14 hours straight. We're going to bring a few people in so we can get a few little breaks. But otherwise, he's going to go 14 hours long showing you everything you get, because you get a lot.
It's not only Mike Sighting, it is exciting.
Exciting.
It is exciting. Yeah.
Where's that drum roll?
I've never seen anything like this ever. And for that price, I was almost like,
it's a no-brainer. Mike Sighting.
Really
Hashtag. There he goes again.
Okay, well, we're gonna wrap this up quickly so we can let the master do his work. So anytime you're doing a Facebook Live, anytime you're doing a coaching call, anytime you are answering questions from your followers, from anyone that's on your list, those are very important assets that you can use to overcome objections in your non-buyer sequences, on your websites, on your sales page for your product, ManyChat, wherever it makes sense for you, where you're getting questions from. Use those FAQ resources. Get those transcribed, pop them where they belong. Here's an example of what I do when I get FAQs for one of our challenges for our diet program. We have a little drop down that literally answers and overcomes objections that buyers have to sales.
And by the way, now it'll be Chatmatic because they get that as a bonus with their GrooveFunnels.
Oh, hell yeah.
Chatmatic.
I didn't even know about that bonus.
Yep. Travis Stevenson has been teaching them how to use Chatmatic. They get the bonus when they join GrooveFunnels and upgrade before midnight tonight.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Chatmatic. It's unbelievable.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, what else you have?
This is this is the best, my favorite one of all. I'm going to do this really quickly, but now that we've talked about and we have repurposed all of these assets, we are going to take all of these repackaged assets and position them as a bonus at the top of your funnel on your opt-in page as an extra incentive to load up the top of your funnel.
We don't see anything.
There you go. Hello. Okay. So remember before where we had, you had people opting into your free webinar. Now what we're doing is we're saying free webinar. Do we have to share again?
No, I think we're okay. I think you might just have to add it to the stream. I think the plug may have just, there we go. We're good.
Cool.
All good.
Cool. So instead of free webinar, it's going to be free webinar plus bonus 25-page ebook, right? Or whatever your transcribed asset is. So here's an example of how that would look, Deb.
I love this.
Like this page?
I love it. Yes.
So see, you have your top asset here and you have your little plus bonus extra thing here. So it's just another little way to say no brainer, extra incentive. For a video training series, you might have free video training series plus 3 downloadable PDF training guides. So it's just like, I might have done the video, but now that I get this too, why not? I'm getting 2 things, right? So for shits and gigs, what I like to do is flip-flop the two and see what converts best. So if it's the video piece first, like workshop plus bonus ebook, or ebook plus bonus workshop. So here's an example of what that would look like.
Flip-flop A/B
So
test.
here you have
this.
like your video series first plus bonus ebook, ebook first plus bonus video series. So here you go. These are just a quick recap of the 6 ways there. And you know, just don't forget to squeeze the juice out of what you have. There's a lot of different things. That's what she said. You can really do a lot of different things with that one core sales piece that you worked really hard for, to double your sales and your leads.
I love it. And everyone's loving this. They want more. I want to read a few comments here. We have, let's look at Project Artred, and then Yvonne Robinson Jackson says, I am so happy that I bought this. So much energy. Yvonne says, let me switch over here. I've not even started using it as of yet, but I need a whole day to watch the best of Grooveathon. Agree. Project Artred. Love Travis. Great tips. Agree from Chatmatic. He's been with us all week. So if you are just tuning in late to Grooveathon, be sure to watch all of the replays on Facebook. And I love this one the most by Oil McGant. I almost cried when I saw the lifetime offer.
I did cry. It made me, the whole thing makes me emotional because I've never seen anything.
Yeah.
I really
never pay anything ever again, period.
I'm going
Ever, period.
Ever.
I
And
literally am
wink.
saving money immediately.
I love that.
It's wild.
Yeah.
It's really wild. I've never seen anything like this in terms of innovation or price.
Yep.
It kind of like makes me like, really? Is this real?
Yeah.
Because
a couple people said, pinch me, I'm dreaming, because I've been waiting for this type of software all the time. And they keep adding bonuses and keep adding bonuses and keep adding more and more to it. So if you go to groovefunnels.com, you'll see the everything that's already thrown in, and they're adding more and more and more and more.
These guys are way too generous.
So, yep. And it looks like we've got a lot of people in the green room where let's make sure we give you a summary. Anything else to wrap up before we hand it over to Mike and play a quick pre-roll video about GrooveFunnels?
No, I'm actually going to go and play inside of the Groove program right now because I love it so much. I haven't had a chance to like dig around
play
more.
with it. Yeah.
It's like a toy.
You've been busy. Yeah,
it's
it
like
is.
A toy.
Totally
and
is. You and me are very similar and we geek out on this stuff.
Yeah.
So
so it's just really exciting. If you are at all considering it and you're on the fence, you'll never ever, ever get a deal like this
Ever
in 10 years. I've never seen something that is so all inclusive at that price. Is super generous and done by the most amazing people who are both incredible marketers and incredibly intelligent software builders. So those two things combined don't even happen very often.
Agree.
So do it.
You know that we are super excited about it. We're about to bring Mike on, but before we do, here is a video from Mike from the past, all about the opportunity that you can grab right now with GrooveFunnels. This is Grooveathon. Thanks for watching.
Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Grooveathon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out groovefunnels.com. We have the best software on the planet for digital and e-commerce marketers, and our software is free for people to get started with no credit card required. Now, if you're a little bit more than a newbie, or you know that you will be a professional one day and you're looking to make a full-time income online, you really want to look into our upgrade. So right now in a new tab, you should go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Or just look at the link right here on this video. At groovefunnels.com/upgrade, you're going to be able to, for a very limited time, get lifetime access to our entire suite of products. There's over 17 different products for you to be a professional digital marketer and e-commerce marketer. All you got to do, go to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. There's a video there that explains everything. And here's the important thing. Right now, you can become a lifetime member for one-time price of just $1,397, and you'll never have to pay us anything again, ever, period. That means no monthly fees. And if you aren't using GrooveFunnels right now, you'd have to be paying over 17 different software products that would cost you about $1,400 per month. Now, if you do the math for that, you're going to be looking, somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 a year to run your business, which really isn't bad to run a business. But what if you could pay just $1,397 one time and never have to pay anything again? And all of those tools were the best tools out there, and they were integrated to work with each other. Now, we want to do this today because our grand opening is ending soon. And we don't plan on keeping this lifetime option available forever. The reason why we're doing it is right now we are creating more products, and this is kind of like an extended Kickstarter. So you're going to become a backer and a charter member and a lifetime member by paying one-time payment of $1,397. Now, if that's a little bit too much for your wallet right now, don't worry. We also have a 6-pay, a 12-pay, and a 3-pay plan for you to make it a little bit easier. Just check that out at groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Remember, do this now because this offer is expiring, and after that, our prices will be going to $299 a month or $3,600 each and every year for what you can get right now for one-time price, lifetime, for just $1,397. Remember, once you pay that, you'll get access to everything, and you'll never make another payment to us again for anything ever, period. All right, groovefunnels.com/upgrade. Thank you very much.
It's friggin'
All right.
CNN, Fox News.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with my awesome business partner, John Cornetta. Let's keep that round of applause going more for him. John hasn't been here much in the studio. He suffers from a chronic skin condition that he suffers really, really bad with. And it hasn't, he's had it under control now for about 6 months. And then it just showed up one day. And basically, folks, when John will tell you the only thing that can cure it is like jumping out of a building. It can get that tough. So he's been doing everything he can. He made the first show, and he geared up to make the last show so that he can be part of this. So he's going to be here with us, hopefully, through midnight and stuff, but in and out. And in this chair, we're going to have today Matt Serralta, Rich Sheffrin, Mike Long, Joe Jablonski, Deb, lots of people are going to be, John Garcia. People are going to be popping in around the studio. We're going to have people just sitting in the chairs, what we call the peanut gallery. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, John,
I want to do something.
Yeah.
I want to do something here on live Grooveathon. I want to give you the key to the Grooveplex.
Oh, oh my God, this is so awesome.
I gave it to you earlier. I thought,
no, I think that's great. This is a genuine smile you're seeing on my face right here, folks. The Grooveplex is we're streaming in like a big Super Bowl type entertainment room that was built in this house that we're in right now at my house, and it's good enough to be a studio. But I got to tell you, John and I said we're going to design the most perfect life, and we're going to move, and we're going to live close together, and we're going to build a Grooveplex like a half a mile away from the house. And I said, great. And then I went and got a house 45 minutes north, and I showed John the studio, and he says, I ain't coming out here for this to shoot video. So we ended up getting a really, really cool Grooveplex we're doing a build out for it. This thing's going to look like something from the Today Show or like the pregame show for an NFL Super Bowl. And so we just closed on that place the other day, and I get my key to it. So
I had contractors there twice so far, and the people that did the building next door that you liked so much. Remember that design? You said we should talk to these people. I have them meeting me there tomorrow.
Oh, great, great, and I'll be sleeping. But if I could I'm going to try to make that if I can. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the closeout show for the GrooveFunnels launch. We're going to be doing this for the next 12 hours, and that's when the launch ends. And then we're going to have a 2-hour post-game show. It's just going to be a lot of fun. As I said, it's going to get a lot of fun and a lot more loose.
going from here on out. But the education and the training is going to continue. You're just going to see us having a little more fun. But you'll see people sitting in these chairs. We've got some wide shots here. We have about 25 people here at the house. People are just showing up by the droves. Tom Beal and Wanda are going to be here very soon. We've told everybody this is the time when they can come and they can sit here. They're going to be a little bit of a chuckle factory and a peanut gallery, and we're even going to try to keep the other 2 seats over here so that we can get some more input. In fact, I even think Rich Sheffrin just walked in the back of the studio over here, and he might even be joining. But want to let you know that the reason why Groove is here today, why we have a company. Rich just gave us all a heart attack. He went through the do not walk through this wire zone and literally just did a Tom Cruise Mission Impossible through our wires there. And Deb almost had a heart attack. Rich, always this way in the future though. If you, yeah, a little path here. So look at Deb's face there. So folks, the reason why this massive butterfly effect of Groove is what it is today is because John Cornetta reached out to me, and we've been friends for a very, very long time. And John reached out to me one day with a phone call. John, sometimes we tell these stories so many times in our head, we feel like everybody's heard it, and yes, the people around us, maybe the staff, but I can guarantee you 95% of the people that are watching this stream right now probably haven't heard the story. Why don't we talk a little bit about just about that inciting event that created Groove. And folks, around 5:30, Donna, I believe, just give me a thumbs up. We're going to be bringing in David Congreve, who does our newsletter. Is that correct? Yep, you should give me the nod. All right, and right now it is Old Man Glasses, 5:08. So we got about 22 minutes before that. So
the story from where? From what point? Not from them.
Yeah, and you want to
not from jumping on not from me. Jumping on the cruise ship without the hang further along, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Sure. Absolutely.
It's all right. So I'll make that part
just
quick.
Say right down.
Yeah, you'll excuse me along. So sometime in 2009, I decided that I was going to replace my other income, which was pretty good, and I was going to do internet marketing just like that. And I was working at my computer. I was 12 to 18 hours a day. I didn't leave. I ended up gaining 100 pounds. I sat there and I had every meal. And this guy, a friend of mine, Scott Stamper, shout out to you, was teaching me some things and showed me this guy playing foosball with his friends and said, hey, this is Mike Filsaime. And, he was encouraging me at the same time as discouraging me, like, don't, go that high. This guy's, pretty big and all this other stuff. And the way I'm built is, I'm going to meet him. So I tried to get on the Marketers Cruise that year, 2010 or 11 now. I tried to get on the Marketers Cruise and it was not available. It was booked. Marketerscruise.com. Make sure that you book for next November. But it was all booked. And my sister, Patty, worked for Carnival at the time. She tried to get me on. She couldn't. And about a week out, she says, I can get you a room on that ship. There's been a drop. Do you want to get on? So I basically got on the Marketers Cruise without paying the Marketers Cruise at the time. And I snuck in, the rooms. And I had already started a relationship with Mike via Skype. And we had talked once or twice. And so I'm sneaking in the room, the main room. And Mike's on stage talking. I'm sneaking. And what do I hear?
Hey, is that John Cornetta?
I'm like, no. So not only am I called out, and now I have to pay Captain Lou like an extra $500.
And everybody was there. Like,
everybody's
quote unquote, on time. It was quiet. We finally got everybody settled, and there's nobody else walking the room. And John's literally doing the, like if it was a cartoon, you'd hear the he's tiptoeing, and you just turn back and went like this, and everybody turned back and looked at you, and your face turned all red. But we never met. We were only talking through email and Skype.
Yeah, that's right. And we developed a quick relationship. Pretty good on the beach in Costa Rica. This is the first time we went there. And I did a launch right after that. And Mike was very supportive and we hit it off, and we're both from New York. And the relationship, was that way for 6 years or so, 7 years. And we would see each other at events occasionally. And Mike would call me up and say a few things. I would call him up and ask for advice. And we then went to an event in Orlando for Omar Martin, where we were both speaking.
Yeah.
And we had that fatal bus drive where the bus wouldn't start at 2 o'clock in the morning. We were stuck in downtown Orlando.
Oh yeah.
You remember that one,
Yeah.
right? And and then we had a couple of shots tequila.
Yeah, well, everybody did. That was one of those post-event days
Yes.
where one person had one more shot of tequila than the other one. I'm talking about 30 people, and it was one of those rowdy bus rides back, and Omar's trying to get everybody on the bus, and
the bus won't start.
Yeah, and then one person's getting on, another person getting off to have a cigarette, and Omar Martin's losing his.
Yeah, and then Michelle lost her phone
and had to go back for another 20 minutes. It was one of those kind of nights.
It was one of those, and maybe a few weeks later, or a month later, I get a call from Frank Salinas, and he says, "Hey man, I can't afford this thing, or I don't want to really buy it. There's this site for sale." And for the life of me,
why do I keep thinking pay gear? Could
it is, maybe it's pay gear, right?
Yeah, and it may not be. So if, but I remember it being pay gear.
Right.
It was an exact replica of my 2005 to 2010 project pay.com, paydotcom.com. And they, I used to talk about the success of that, and they basically cloned that site. And more power to you. I love people bringing up competition, so I don't say that in any way, but it was essentially a fully navigating working version of pay.com.
Right. And I was, at the time, I had stopped really concentrating on list building, and I was doing e-commerce for the most part. And I was doing really well in Shopify. But what interested me was it was a SaaS, and it had a really sizable email list. And I thought, I could monetize this. And the price wasn't so bad. It was like 20.
Oh, I can tell you, it was 20 grand. It was so low that I was like, then he might as well give it away for free if you're going to sell it for 20. I was like I spent 5 minutes saying to you, something's wrong. Why would he only take 20? But I think in my opinion, when you look back at those things, he was ready to just close it down. Like I'm
monetizing his old list.
I've decided that I'm no longer going to do this project. Then you have to think, well, if I'm just going to close it down and drag it into the trash bin, why not sell it? And then 20 grand is now 20. That's 20 grand, right? Yeah. So in that sense, that's how I look back on it.
Yeah. Yeah. It was fortuitous.
Yeah.
In a way, I'm glad it all came about.
Yeah,
so I called Mike up, and I was in the Publix parking lot. And
let me merge two stories here.
Sure.
Do a little bit of memento, right? Bring the other story coming this way. At this point, I would probably say this is May of 2018, right? Somewhere on or about May, June 2018, I would think. Because, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so figure it's like May of 2018. I sold my interest in Genesis Digital, Kartra, Webinar Jam, and EverWebinar in March of 2016. So I had a 2-year non-compete that had just ended, and I'm just about to start doing what I'm doing. And frankly speaking, I'm just gonna let everybody know what was going on in my mind. I've always said there needs to be a Pepsi to every Coke, and I saw what happened with GoToWebinar. We did Webinar Jam. With Stealth Seminar, we did EverWebinar, and we became the Coke of that industry. And then there was Infusionsoft and ClickFunnels, and then we did Kartra. And I knew what it took to bring Kartra. Like, we started Deal Guardian in 2011, and Kartra didn't go live till 2018. So with all the money and resources of EverWebinar and Webinar Jam, it took Kartra 7 years to complete. So what we're doing with Groove is miraculous. Thank goodness to all you backers and those of you that are taking this limited time, extended 18-month Kickstarter. Side note, many people that paid for the lifetime started it when you and I were talking about an idea, and they paid for the lifetime, and there was nothing, and they put their faith in us. Then we built GroovePages, and GrooveSell, then GrooveVideo, then GrooveMember, then GrooveMail, and now it's something that people are getting the lifetime for. That won't be lasting forever. But having said that, I didn't think it was possible to compete with Kartra and Webinar Jam and EverWebinar. All of my developers were with the other team. I'm now one person. I don't have a single employee other than Joe Jablonski, who's me and Joe. And it would be foolish for me to think, well, I'm going to go create a Kartra competitor, because in that time, my thinking would have been, well, that's going to take me 7 years, and then they're going to be 14 years into it. I'll never catch up. And then there's ClickFunnels and all these different things. So what I saw was there's only Shopify, there's the Coke, and there's no Pepsi in there. And I was actually thinking of creating a Shopify competitor. So now suddenly ring, the phone rings. And this is where our stories merge.
Right. So there's the pay.com, or not pay.com,
Paygear.
And long story short, Mike says, I have to pass on that. I really would like to do something with you, but I'm not going to go back.
Well, what it was is they had called me back. Andy was sick. And they had called me back and said, look, Andy said, look, I'm sick. You love Kartra, even though you're not with the company anymore. Can we pay you to be a consultant to do the launch and help us get the JVs and do what we're doing here right now? What's funny is we had never announced that I wasn't part of that company. And like even later when we launched GrooveCar, people were like, well, I just supported you for Kartra. And I was like, well, that really wasn't me. And we lost a lot of cachet there in that. But in that sense, I wasn't going to say no to Andy, especially when he was sick, and I didn't have another plan at that time. So I am now sort of known for Kartra. I was talking about it before we sold it. And so now for me to be showing people Kartra and what it can do, and it's basically, GrooveFunnels is that plus, on a whole nother level. But at the time, it was damn pretty good product. And now we have an opportunity to buy something for $20,000 that is essentially a 2005 version of my pay.com. And now that's going to be where I'm going to, but I originally said yes to you.
Yeah.
I called you back later and I said, John, and then you were like, well, look, we can negotiate it. I can get it for 10 grand. And I said to you, if we got it for free, I wouldn't take it. Like I had to say that to you because I didn't, I think I said to you, I'd rather just develop something from scratch, and there's already Kartra out there.
Right.
And then so you were like, okay. Now I don't know if it was on that call or if you called me back again with the another.
I think I called you back, and what had gotten interesting was I was calling you for advice at first, and then I remember you saying to me, "Are you asking me to be a partner?" And I thought, well, yeah, this was like 8 years in my mind. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, I subliminally have been asking you that for 8 years, right? And remember, I was doing e-commerce all of that time. And during that time of doing e-commerce, I met a guy named Matt Seralta, who's our partner. And
Michelle?
Through my meetings with Matt Seralta, we started to develop a print-on-demand app, as well as Matt started developing a competitor to Shopify and said, hey, we're doing this print-on-demand app. Can you kind of help me out with this competitor software to Shopify? And a lot of the reasons was Matt wanted to do the credit card processing for those customers, and it didn't care. Well, yeah, 20 or 30 or 50 clients. It was as long as he had the processing too, and the numbers worked, right? If he had the processing for each one of them, and all 50 or 100 of them were very successful, that would have been a good model. A lot of ifs. So I called Mike up and I said, you know what? There's something else I think you might want to look at. And I tell him the story I just told you, and we're working on this.
And my face was literally going, Shopify competitor. Now, look, folks, I had an opportunity to do something myself at 100%, but I just got out of a partnership with 2 other people. I was 33% partners with people, and that was fine. And I love the ideas of divide and conquer. So that was not a problem for me. So when John starts telling me, I'm saying, wait a second. So it's a Shopify competitor. Yeah. How far is it? I think you need to see it. I said, I'd love to see it. And yeah, 100%. I'm because that meant there was already a development team in there, and I didn't have to go start from scratch with no help. So that was
So we set up a Skype call. It was me and Matt and Mike and Joe, and Matt is demoing it, and he's going through the steps. And Mike starts a 3-way chat with me and Mike. Me and Joe and him, and it's blowing up, and I'm like, oh. To myself, he likes it. I
knew exactly where I was going to fit in.
We have something here. And then I think with me having an e-com background and having real sales, that was one of your hangups as well. You were like, well, you hadn't sold a lot of e-com at the time, and you're like, okay, that kind of checks that box. And Matt's kind of heading the development on this. And
yeah, I didn't want to be a phony. I didn't want to go out there and be the front man for something that I'm telling people with e-commerce, you can do this, which is all fine, right? Shopify maybe never had success, right. but I knew 100% that there were things that you forgot that I wouldn't know about e-commerce, and I really thought like with you behind there, like and your success, like what were your stores doing?
On my best days, I was doing 50,000 a day.
Yeah, so that's 1.5 million a month, $1 million to 1.5 million a month in e-commerce sales that you were doing with Shopify. Yeah. So I knew that
30 was a bad day sometimes.
Yeah, right, exactly. So I knew that we were going to be able to communicate the success that the founders of this company know e-commerce, and we can help you with the training, and we know how to build the software, because it was true. I know what I was going to bring to this, and that was going to be the vision of the branding, the app, the name Groove, and the VSLs, the communication, the joint venture partners, and some of the bigger things. Where do we go from there? I laugh because I remember like maybe 6 months into GrooveCart, when the development started getting higher, you would say, like, eventually we're not going to need developers anymore. And I would go, yep, eventually. I think you even said something like that. Like,
I'm sure
in less than a week ago, you even said something like, we're eventually going to finish this app. I'm just letting you know I yes you to death all the time. It's never going to stop. We're going to be developing forever and ever and ever. Yeah. So, so
I think I did.
Yeah. So at that point, I'm seeing the demo, and two things are happening. One, it works, and one, it looks disgusting. And all I cared was that it worked. If it was the other way around, it looked shiny, I know that you can fool people with a good admin skin. But if it didn't work, so I was like, show me how you do this. You have coupons? Show me the multiple products. How does it look on the checkout? Oh, let me show him. Matt's showing me. You remember, Matt, and he's showing me everything. He's so polite. He's so nice, and I'm probably interrupting like a lot, because he was doing it as if I didn't, like if I was to buy the software,
right?
And I was more interested in, what is this written in? PHP. And as he's answering that, I'm like, next question. And I have to say, there wasn't a question that he said that that didn't make me happy. I think I might have asked, does it have a page builder to build storeless? And he said no. And there was that one checkbox that I said, okay, we're going to go get something that we called GrooveCart Studio, because I knew that that would be important. And that was something that put us into the direction of where we are now with GrooveFunnels. Like,
sure.
What happened was we found a framework with PageStead. And then I was like, oh my God, this is the guy that we hired, that me and Hector, that I found for Hector, that builds Kartra pages. I can't believe this. I somehow hit him up, and I'm like, you're not with Kartra anymore? I was like, no, I left 2 years ago. I said, what are you doing? And he's basically saying that he wanted to create a page builder. He would sell you so you could start your own SaaS company.
It was like white labeling.
Yeah, you could start your own Groove pages.
Right.
It was a much different version of this, obviously. So we had called him up, asked him to become the partner, which was a pretty big thing right there, to basically bring him into GrooveCart.
We skipped how you talked Matt into
the
original part. So we end that call. Mike calls me. I love it, but we've got to get like 66% from Matt. We got to be a third each.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, that's all you, because I had a relationship with Matt it's really hard to negotiate for me when I have this relationship with somebody. When I have a relationship with somebody,
you're the best.
I'll go right. Let's go for it. But when there's a relationship, I can't really. I feel like I'm taking advantage a little bit. So I was like, but do it. I agree, but you need to do it, and you did, and you got Matt to agree to that, and that.
Well, yeah, no, actually, he didn't agree. Right? Yeah. So, I think what he thought was like. I remember what he said. I said, so how do you see this going down if we come in as your partner? And he said, well, since I've done this and I've done this, I figured I would have 60% and you guys would have 40. And I said, so I get 20 and you get 60. I said, no, that's not going to work for me. He said, why? I said, because I have 100% of my next opportunity. And I think you need me more than I need you. And then, but politely, I was, basically saying, I don't know if you know what I can do for you. And then he was, well, but the programming and I said, let me tell you what I've done before and what these software companies are and what I'm going to do. And this is going to happen. I'm going to be part of something. And I said this to him, I'm not asking for any more money from you than I'm going to get. I want to be an equal partner. And what I'm going to bring to the table, I think that's fair. And I said, here's why you don't want to negotiate any further. I said, because if you make any more money than me, I'm going to come to resent you. I said, I cannot help going to sleep saying, this is what I'm doing for this company. And he's making more. I just wanted to be equal so that the discussion never had to come up. None of us ever have to, think of those different types of things. So he said, okay, let me think about that. And there was another issue that we won't talk about, but there was another partner that had equity that we didn't know about that we had to address and buy that person out. That was just an investor. But Matt eventually came to his senses and did some research on what you and I could do, and came back and said it's a deal. And I got to tell you, I was excited. I was like off to the races. Here we go. Within 3 days, we were in Boca Raton. Yeah. And literally, it was.
We were at the Embassy Suites.
Yeah.
It's funny. One of our clients who's here today, from Missouri, is staying at the Embassy Suites.
Yeah. Yeah. That was in June, I think. And then August 5th, we actually set the formal company, and we launched a beta internally in November, and then a full launch in December of 2018, which is not even two years ago. That was, not even 2 years ago. And that was the launch of GrooveCart. And then
I just saw it today on Facebook. 2 years ago today, I picked you up at the airport.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Oh,
yeah.
What? That I moved out?
Braden did.
No, that was.
You sure?
No, that was a month ago. That was September.
What did I see today then? Oh no, it was actually the launch that we beta launched GrooveCart.
Yes, yeah. You picked me up from the airport in September.
Right.
And we were a bunch of squirrels trying to get a nut back then. Right?
Let me tell you something. There were some tough days, and we didn't know how to work together. Really, we didn't know who was going to take what thing and lay off what other thing, and
we kind of got an office just to get one,
right? And then there was scraped by months. Like there was really. It's funny because I know a lot of people. Oh my God, look at this huge company. Truth is, it was a startup.
Oh, it was a startup, and everybody thinks, well, you guys can do anything you want. Let me tell you something. The company has to make the money, because when one of us looks at the money in the bank and has the thought that I guess somebody's going to have to say something soon because we're going to have to put into our pocket, and nobody wants to call the other partner and say, hey, we each got to kick in 25 grand, right? Because that starts bringing in, well, if I'm going to start kicking in money into this company, is it really going to make it? So companies have to be profitable, because we weren't looking to start investing all of our personal money into this thing for 10 months. And then GrooveCart's launch, the very first day, flopped. It was the worst thing in the world. Yeah. And we had great conversions. We had a great product. And then we didn't mail our list because we did the internal. And we made a total of 2 sales through organic traffic. We didn't have a single affiliate. And then it was like, well, I spoke to so-and-so. He's mailing tomorrow, and so-and-so is mailing Wednesday. And then nobody mailed the second day. And then nobody mailed.
And we were getting things like this, like, love you guys, appreciate it, but I have 90 hours of courses on Shopify, and I'm completely invested in Shopify. How am I possibly gonna? I can't help you.
And then
like friends, I can't help you.
And then basically, I remember that call. I don't like to bring up those emotions and that tone and everything like that, but it was basically you and me and Matt and Joe. And I basically said, I'm going to try to be as polite as possible, and it has nothing to do with what I said to you guys, but I don't want to bring up the tone of my voice and the reality that I was saying and the F words and stuff like that. But I was basically saying, here's the effing deal, guys. If we don't get people to promote this, then there is no company next week. I'm telling you right now. So let's get on a whiteboard and write the names down. And you were like, Joe, what about this guy? What about, and we wrote everybody on a whiteboard, and we all started getting pissed at all of them. Well, they always for this. And then we basically was like, that's it. Pull the boots up. And we started getting on the phones with people and saying, hey, how's it going? Well, there's no room for well. There's no room for well. We did this for you. We did this for you. You promised. We're counting on you. And these are the things behind the scenes that are ugly. And I got to tell you, we got about 12 people to give us a commitment. And I got a big shout out to, Promote Labs, Jeremy Gislason, who's on our leaderboard right now, and many other people that came on. And all we needed was the traffic, right? And we got the traffic. I think we did, what did we do? I think we did like $800,000. I was
going to say 6, but
yes, yeah. Whatever it was, like
that's a home run,
folks. we were high fiving. Let's see the smile on John's face. We were like, "Ooh, man, that is all we needed to get over the hump," because we hadn't made a dime prior to that. We were just pouring money into development. And then I can say, Groove was born, and we never looked back. But then from there, thank you, Deb. Then from there, I wanted to do some digital marketing things with GroovePages. To be quite frank with you, we were just going to be GroovePages. We weren't going to be all these apps with GrooveFunnels. I figured if Russell can do ClickFunnels at $100 million, all you need is a page builder. Remember, in my mind, I was thinking of what it took to build Kartra. So when we started, we brought Matt in to bring in his framework. And then I said, Matt, you said you left Kartra 2 years ago. Well, they kept working on it. I said, who replaced you? And he said, oh, they asked me to find my replacement. I found this guy, Finn, who's actually a better front-end developer than me. This guy's a genius. And I said, what's up with him? He said, I don't know. And then so I said, find out. So he calls me up about 2 days later. He says, Mike, you're not going to believe this. I said, what? He said, remember the guy, Finn? I said, yeah. He goes, his contract just ended with Genesis 3 days ago. They're no longer bringing him back. He's looking for a job. And I said, yeah, like rest is history. So if you look on the front of groovedigital.com, it's me, John, Matt Seralta, Matt Naus, Finn, Donna, Joe Jablonski, and there's one more part of the story here that's missing. And yeah, so Matt Ford, a couple of months later, tells us about this brilliant programmer on Roop you've got to talk with. So I originally brought him on because I figured if we have GroovePages, we can have something like Webinar Jam and EverWebinar that we would combine in one product. At that time, it was going to be called Webinar Groove. And I started him on that product. And then we started him on that product. And then I start realizing, maybe we will do a cart in the future, but now we're using Pay Kickstart, and we're going to have GroovePages customers on Pay Kickstart. Let's flip that to GrooveSell. So we started producing GrooveSell and Groove Affiliate with GroovePages, and they merged at the same time. And then we were doing the backup program and the lifetime, and it started doing so well. It was like, on Roop, can you get us any more talent? Yes. Well, in fact, Donna, I think it was you on the Marketer's Cruise that told me that we would be foolish after GrooveSell to go back to GrooveWebinar. And you said she's nodding, everybody has a webinar platform. Nobody's looking for another webinar platform, but nobody will leave another platform where their email is tied to. And I remember just going, man, that's right. I mean, I know that we had people up in just 3 weeks ago that wouldn't leave Kartra, Infusionsoft, all these other things until GrooveMail was ready. So then we started thinking, okay, we'll do GrooveMail. Let's get 2 people on Groove Member and Groove Video, and then more money started coming in, and more money started coming in. It was like, okay, how about these things? Groove Blog, Groove Desk, all the other different things like that.
I think that's like a simplified version. Like I want to take you.
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
I want to take you into the
and
room.
what time do we have here?
I think we're running over a little bit. But
Yeah, so
I'll make it quick. I just want to take you into the room now. So we've just come off the $600,000 or $800,000 launch, and we're like, we can pay our bills and things are okay. And then Mike, and I give him all the credit, is like, yeah, and now we should do what he just said. So now imagine the looks. The looks are like to eating Cheerios and eating ramen noodles instead of living it up.
I don't want to say those were tough conversations, but there was money to take.
Right.
We were on $15,000 a month salaries. Less, yeah. 10. Sometimes we couldn't take our salary. Right. So now we got 250 grand in the bank, and there's conversations about, can we get a taste? Well, if we hire more developers and stuff like that, and I gotta say, I just really thank you and Matt for believing in me. When this is what you would say to me, you'd call me up at 11 o'clock at night, and you'd say, Mike, you really believe this is going to happen? And I would say things like, and I meant it. I never bullshitted you. I said,
except for now with the coders.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only time I bullshit you. I said, as sure as my name is Mike, John, with the talent we have, and we're going to be able to dominate the industry. There will be Groove, and there'll be nothing else. And you were like, what does that mean? And I used to say things to you like, well, if we do a quarter of what ClickFunnels is doing, we'll do a $25 million company. And it was like, all right, yeah, you supported me every way through, and luckily we never had like any scares other than, affiliates not showing up or PayPal accounts getting shut down. But like when it comes to the development of the product, I think our only failure was last December, thinking we were ready to do a $1 trial.
You're right.
And go live out of beta. That was a major mistake.
And nature, God, whatever, just shut that right down for us and said, change it up.
We had two things. We were able to pivot, and what we went away from the 497 lifetime, and then we brought out this whole new, altogether new offer for GrooveFunnels. And then we had another one of those silver linings. I truly
Hard
think
to call it that, right?
Yeah. I think with COVID, that changed our destiny, because we were going to launch $1 trial. We would not have been ready. But
if we hadn't done all the stuff leading up to that either, we wouldn't have been ready for it.
Yeah.
All the stuff before, the 2 years before, or a year and a half before COVID.
Yeah.
Groove Cart launch.
Yeah. The freemium offer to give GrooveSell, those were tough conversations.
They were tough conversations
because then it was
just give it away now.
Yeah, and now GroovePages, no. Then they're never going to upgrade. And then 2 days later, I think we should give custom domains. No, you're crazy. You're losing your mind. And I think we should give 3. And but basically, and folks, just so you know, and then we're going to bring on our next guest. It was too generous an offer. In this sense, we didn't need to give more than 1 custom domain. The reason why we did 3 is that's how many ClickFunnels gave for $99. And we said if we didn't give them custom domains, they could build a nice page, but then they have to upgrade to leave ClickFunnels. So
it wasn't going to be GroovePages. Remember, it was going to be freepagebuilder.com.
Yes.
They were going to give away originally.
Yep.
And then GroovePages was always going to cost.
Yeah.
Well, it was never going to be free, guys. There was never a time that GroovePages was developed, built, conceived, anything where it was going to be free.
I keep seeing them taking a screenshot. That's why you see me giving this look.
I used to hear the little thing in the background.
Yeah.
But it was always going to be free page builder. And then it was, hey, let's just scrap free page builder.
I wouldn't change a thing about what we did, and that allowed us, then Donna obviously came on about a year ago, full time just at the beginning of this year, and then it's like a law firm. Donna made partner, and then we started just unleashing, hiring the world's best talent that's ever existed. We became this black hole gravity of a movement that was happening, and some of the best people in the world were reaching out to us, and we couldn't believe the talent that we were picking up. So big shout out to the Groove team. Speaking of which, we're going to be bringing on right now, I believe it's David Congreve is coming on next, who I haven't spoken to in several years. David Congreve, I met because I was looking for somebody that I could help produce MDC Monthly, my newsletter back in like 2008, that ran from 2008 to 2012, or maybe even 2013.
You should get it.
Yeah. And he just recently sent me every issue we ever had, and he shipped that out to me. So thank you, David Congreve, who's coming up. And then that company ended, and I went in with the Genesis stuff and different things like that. And we decided that we wanted to create a print monthly newsletter, and the only person to do that would be David. And unfortunately, we don't talk much with him because he works with the marketing team, with Donna and the content team.
Simone.
But today we're going to be, and Simone, we're going to be able to bring him on right now. Is he in the lobby there? There he is.
Hello.
David Congreve. Now, folks, just so you know,
David lives in the forest.
David's from Atlanta, Georgia, but he does the best British accent you've ever heard, and he never stops talking like that. So, David, great to see you. How are you, my friend?
I'm very good, thank you. I just love that.
Not living in Atlanta, Georgia.
No, he doesn't. I'm totally kidding. He's from the UK, and he's definitely British.
I really thought you did for a second, only because your magazine got printed in Atlanta.
Oh, did it?
I found out later it got printed in Atlanta. So I'm thinking, oh, that's why.
Yeah, I forget who that was. I think disc.com or
Robert.
Yeah,
Robert. I forget his name.
So, David, how are you, my friend? Good to see you here live.
Good, yeah. And this is the closest I've been to a launch of this size. So this is a very new experience for me, and it's absolutely fascinating.
I'll let everybody know, and you know how the launch is doing. And I may have told you, I'm not sure, but we as launches go, they start out the little bar graph like this day one, and then a little bit like this, and a little bit like this, and then usually you get to Thursday, and then Friday, and we had a killer day yesterday. It was our biggest day yet. We did $385,000 yesterday, and then around 2:00 today, before I came on with Deb, I hit the refresh, and we were already at yesterday's number. And then I left with Deb. I went over, and an hour and a half later, we'd already done 100,000. Whatever it was, I divided the minutes by the dollar amount, and we're currently doing right now $888 a minute right now. So it's starting. It's definitely starting to pick up.
Yeah, I think what I really love about this lifetime offer, and if I can just give this perspective from a freelancer, because I've been a freelancer for 14 years, and when you're a freelancer and you run a modest business, you have to watch every single penny. And if I'm going to invest in a piece of software, let's say I'm going to invest in a piece of software that's going to cost me $1,000 a year, I have to think, is that software going to earn me at least $1,000 in the next year? Because if it isn't, then it's potentially a drain on my business and I might not go for it. But if it's a lifetime offer, then I'm thinking, for example, with this one, am I going to make an extra $1,400 in the next 40, 50 years? I'm pretty sure I can do that. So it makes the offer so much easier to factor in, because you don't have this little window when you're thinking about where that profit's going to come from. So I don't know why anybody would be still hanging around for this offer. It's amazing.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the lifetime offer and why that is. Oh boy, I'm trying to hold back on a comment that was made. But no, I'm not going to. Yeah. But essentially, it was I love Mike Filsaime, but and then the reason why they thought we were doing a lifetime offer. What's that?
I don't want to say because then someone's going to understand.
Oh, what?
I love Mike Filsaime, but
yeah, go get that. I love Mike Filsaime, but right. One of our competitors basically had said, I love Mike Filsaime, but the reason why he's selling this for lifetime is because he has no intention of supporting this product. And if you look at his track record, he abandons everything that he does. And, for me, I was like, wow, that's a public statement, gloves off a little bit, right there. And so The reason why we're doing the lifetime offer is it's from the day one, it was a Kickstarter. It was a reward. When you do a Kickstarter, you basically say, hey, we have an idea. We need your help. Back this project. Help us get this through, and we will give you a reward. If you back it for this, we give you this. If you back it for this, you get this, you get this, you get this. So this started out as a backer. The original video was literally produced to be a Kickstarter. And then we started thinking maybe we were going to do it on Indiegogo. And what happened, David, is we weren't sure if we were going to do Indiegogo or Kickstarter. So we just used the terms, back this project in the video instead of back this Kickstarter, because we weren't sure where we were going to.
We didn't like the idea they were taking a huge fee and they didn't pay you for.
Yeah, well, yeah. So then we went to Indiegogo. Their fee was higher, but they guaranteed you the money. And then we pitched it at GrooveCon and went crazy. So we said maybe we should mail our list, and went crazy. Then we had affiliates say, and then we just turned it into an affiliate offer. Again, so many lucky things happened along the way. So we knew that you can't start charging people $99 a month when something's not ready. So we have all of you folks watching, all of you backers that have created this project got a reward to get access to this for life. Now, as we know, this is ending. And as John likes to remind us all the time, we got to go to continuity, and we can't wait. We are very excited to go to $99, $199, $299, and more per month, which is eventually it's going to be. So what happens is, in a normal Kickstarter, the project gets funded and then it's over. And then later you see the website, like Pebble Watch, like after that they were a company and the price went up. That's the same with us here. And the people that are going to pay us $299 a month are going to subsidize everybody else that's lifetime. So that's why, you want to get in on this lifetime deal before it goes away, because
It goes away today. So this is it.
Well, no, that's actually not true.
Okay.
No, we don't want to mislead people.
All right. Well, it goes away soon.
Yeah. Well, right, because the lifetime offer is
bonuses go away today.
There's a ton of bonuses on the page
They go away today.
that are going away soon. We reserve the right to raise the prices, which we've done twice already. The payment plans have gone up. We will likely raise the price from $13.97 to $18.97, and then possibly $24.97 in the final month. And then we're going to take it off the market for a month, and it'll only be free. And then maybe even we'll take it off the market, the lifetime, for maybe even 60 days. And that way we're going to give our affiliates a chance to change all of their videos that say lifetime. We can't have competing offers out there. It'll spike the offer. What is this thing lifetime? Oh, well, then if people got it for, so we've got to make sure like this never happened, quote unquote. But for you, yes, today this offer is only guaranteed until when the launch ends later tonight at midnight, which is actually 5 a.m. Monday, because it's midnight Pacific plus 2. So where did David go? Sorry about that. Sorry about that, David. Yeah. Oh, because I was just going off on a big tangent. Hey, Mike Long just walked in here as well. So David, that's actually why we did this this lifetime. It's incredibly lucrative for us. We average $100,000 a day. It's allowed us to put I think over 70 people. I think the number is 78 people on our development team. A couple of hundred people on the staff, allowed us to work with you to be extremely creative and do the magazine, because we believe in giving content for people. So let's talk a little bit about the magazine. What is the release date? Do we have a release date yet?
We have it penciled in for the end of this month, but no, not a firm date yet. But it should.
Any little sneak thing you can show us over there?
Nothing I can show you. Need to speak to Simone for that. She's got some samples, but yeah.
Simone has a picture of the cover, and maybe we'll get that. Maybe Donna can pull that up, and she'll share her screen.
I saw something. Men in Black. Who, me?
No, well, he's not talking. David, could you? And we don't hear Donna either.
I'll grab it. It'll just take me a minute.
There she is. Now we heard her. Okay, David, can you talk? Now, yeah, we hear him. Yep.
Yeah. So this is what I was saying on Friday. I didn't know anything about GroovePages or GrooveFunnels or anything about this until I spoke to Donna back in May, I think I'd seen the name sort of banded around, but I didn't know anything about it. But honestly, even after speaking to Donna and getting a sense of what the company was doing, it was only after speaking to you in June when you were kind of catching me up on the sort of the origin story, which I love. And by the way, we're doing the origin story from the next issue, which is going to be probably in November or December. We're going to take a little bit of artistic license of it. It's going to be fun. It was only when I spoke to you that I realized just what the scale of what you were trying to do is, and just how successful it had been already. I just honestly had no clue, and that really kind of put the pressure on for what this magazine needed to be, because I loved working on MDC. That's still to this day is my favorite project after this one, of course. But I really feel like Groove Magazine is just going to be on the next level, and it needs to be. I mean, so that's where it needs to be.
So you and I, spoke about the vision briefly, and I remember what the direction that you said it was going to go. You wanted to do something different, and where did it evolve? What is the theme and the because it's going to be different than MDC, which was basically all based on here the 13 things you need to do when making a social media post. There's the first issue. I think that is some type of mafia thing that they Photoshop your face and my face on, and some type of Groove Father. I think it's the Godfather, and I think that's why when you go to groovegear.com, the first thing up there is called the Groove Father. David, is that correct? Is that or maybe you could fill us in what the theme of that?
Make him an offer he can't refuse.
Yeah, basically. So the idea came because when you were telling me the origin story, Mike, you were talking about how during that period when you were you had the non-compete and you were just kind of, there's a lot of sitting around and waiting. And for some reason, when you were telling me that story, I could visualize it like a graphic novel. But in my head, it was all in black and white for some reason. And I was talking about this to my wife, Leanne, and she was talking about, well, how cool would it be if you had it in black and white, but just with this pink accent. And I started thinking about Sin City, which is the Frank Miller graphic novel. And I just thought, wouldn't it be cool if we had that as a visual, but instead of the red, the splashes of pink. And the idea just kind of evolved from there. And that's informed just the visual style for the cover. That doesn't mean the entire content is sort of film noir or mafia based or anything like that, but just that style.
But that theme also carried its way over to GrooveFunnels.com/blog.
Yeah, it's funny how that.
And our podcast.
Company branding is Sin City style, black, basically grayscale and pink.
Yeah, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I noticed it like when we do the podcasts, the screenshot of the podcast is all in black and white, but we'll highlight certain things in pink. And so, yeah, I'm glad you had that vision in your head of that neo noir or neon noir. Look at this! Oh, we're getting sneak peeks. Oh my goodness! Folks, I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this before. So, David, let us know. Without giving up too much, right? What can we expect in this first issue? And also, what does it take to put this together? I know you've interviewed different people. I don't want to, as Donna knows, go rogue here and just say, well, I'll just say the name without asking. I don't know what the secrets are, so I'm going to be a little quiet here. But I know you've interviewed people, so speak about as much as we're allowed to speak about here without spoilers.
Oh, okay. So this is issue 0. So this is intended to be an evergreen issue that's going to go to all new members. So this issue is a little bit different. So a big chunk of it, a big portion of it is kind of like an introduction to Groove Digital. So we talk about all the different areas of Groove. Yes, we've got a brief history of Groove. We talk about some of the different, we've got some bits on the different partners. There is some content as well, but so for example, we've got a great...
Oh, this looks absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous. I'm so impressed. Donna was trying to describe this to me, but I love it. I love it. And I see Donna and David, there was maybe a compromise there. There seems to be a little bit more, maybe more content, David, than you had originally. When I say content, I mean more text per page than you had originally planned, correct?
Yeah. Yes, basically. I don't want to go into too much onto why that changed. I kind of went down a bit of a rabbit hole, which we talked a little bit about on Friday. But yeah, I'm very much of the mind now that we've got the visual sorted out. So what we're going to see coming in issue 1, 2, and 3, we're really going to double down on the content, and we're going to make sure that the content is really rich, is really valuable content. So one of the things I'm going to be writing is a series of really deep dives into
Joe the barista.
Yeah, innovation.
It looks like right where the Godfather got shot, like right outside of that shop there. Oh, I don't even know if Joe hasn't seen any of this. This looks great. Welcome to my Groove affiliate Cave of Wonders. Joey J's Curiosity Shop. Love it. Oh, I think people are going to love this. Is this theme going to carry over into all issues? So this is what people can expect.
Can you see the print on the door there? Go back to the door.
Slide back to the
little glass door.
So what does that
say?
Swipes, banners, links. Is there even text on that chalkboard? Like if we were to zoom in and the pixel, oh my goodness, a lot of TLC is going into this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna frame this thing in a nice frame. We should all do that and like have that issue framed. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah, and the other thing with this over MDC is that we're using illustrators for a good portion of the visual as well. So instead of just relying on stock imagery, and the designers have done a great job of taking stock images and putting them through filters and making them really
I love it.
We've also got illustrators like this one, which just gives you something that nobody else can find this image online. This is our stuff. This is
shout out to Angie Norris.
It's a great interview.
All right, so our goal, David, is to get this out, and I'm going to explain what out means yet because we haven't fully decided how we're going to be releasing this. But every member is going to be getting a digital version of this, and we are going to be doing a limited run of 1,000 of these for the very first issue. We're going to print 1,000 and never ever print another version. There'll be unlimited digital copies. You can take it to a printer if you want and print it. But we're going to basically email all of our list and put a little banner up at the top because we don't want to get into the continuity business. We're not looking. We have software. We don't want to do something that, hey, for $39.95. So what we're basically going to be doing is printing 1,000. There will be a price on or near our wholesale. Might be a small markup just to cover the loss in printing and things like that. But once those sell out, they sell out. And if that sells out in 6 hours, then month 2 we're gonna put up 2,000. And if those sell out in 3 days or 15 days, if it sells out, then the next month we're gonna put out 3,000 of the next issue. And then as soon as we get stuck with a surplus, we're going to go back to the previous number that sold out, and basically we're just going to say, hey, it's live. There's 2,500 units available. You can go out and buy it if you want the hard copy. If not, everybody's going to be getting the digital copy. And Deb, if we can go to camera 2 on you, Rich Sheffrin there. We have here with us in the studio Rich Sheffrin and Mike Long, and in a little while we're going to be bringing them on to talk, but we want to give David his time. We've got David Lemon going to be doing a demo. But the reason why I wanted to show Rich Sheffrin there is we are putting together a merger of an offer, not a company, but Rich Sheffrin is doing something called Steal Our Winners. We did a complete video about that we're going to be releasing soon. We spoke about it when Rich was here a little while back, a few days back, and sorry about that. And and Steal Our Winners, we're going to be talking more about it, but it's basically we're case studying, Rich case studies all of these 80 different marketers that he knows with 7, 8, and 9-figure businesses and finds out what's working now. There's a whole story behind it. He does these case studies. And then we're going to be doing a Steal Our Winners Groove Edition. Now, this has nothing to do with the magazine that we're putting out, but we're going to be doing something along with the magazine and steal our winners on top of just the magazine. So just short little plug about something you're going to be hearing about very, very soon. Stay tuned for that. David, talk about, how much time we have? We're just at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, because we went a little long, but we're going to give you a little more time because I'm fascinated about what you do with Groove here with the magazine. What does it take? Okay. I remember watching a show that was basically like these people were doing like Saturday Night Live. It was written by Aaron Sorkin. It's an early 90s TV show. And like basically like the second like Monday started, like they wiped down the board and they were like, all right, we got to do a show by Saturday. And then like basically you saw them going through. So I'm sure you go through that experience of like this high of, hey, we're going to be getting this issue out. And all of a sudden it's like the issue out and you're like, starting from scratch. What is the process like to put a whole month, if we're putting this out together, a whole magazine together in a month?
It takes about 3 to 4 months to do one issue. So what that means in practice is that you have to work on multiple issues simultaneously. Obviously, it's a bit different for the first one because you're putting the team together, you're coming up with a style, you're putting together a pipeline of content. But as things stand, we already have about maybe half, 2/3 of the content for the next issue. We already have some of the content for the issue after that. And then we're going to be talking very soon about what's going to go into issue 3. So you're always working on 3 or 4 issues simultaneously. And that's the only way to get it done in a month, because it is too much work to get done in 1 month. You have to have this sort of pipeline of content coming through, because it goes through multiple stages. You start off with the idea, then you produce the actual content, then it has to go through proofreading, then it goes to the designer, then the designer has to work with the managing editor to make sure that they're happy with the design. Then once all the design is done, it goes back to proofreading, and then you do the changes, and then you do another round of proofreading. And that whole process, that can take easily 2 or 3 months. And that's why you have to work on multiple issues simultaneously. It's the only way you can get it done.
So if we call this a November issue, you're already working on the December issue. You got to take into account holidays and New Year's Eve, and then February, and you've got to ask, is there a Valentine's? Are we going to have a Valentine's angle, or are we not? And then you got to remember, if this issue's late, then Valentine's not going to work. There's a lot of pressure on you.
When you have a publication, that's one thing you can't do. So yeah, what I tend to do with my schedule is I try and put a little bit of slippage in. So I will aim to be finished maybe 3 days before the print deadline. So we've got a bit of wiggle room. And then the next month, we try and add in another 2 or 3 days. So each month, we're getting ever so slightly further ahead. Obviously, there's some content, if it's time sensitive, you can't do that. But you're always trying to give yourself a little bit more wiggle room, because you never know when something, suddenly you might find you've got an article up for some reason, you have to pull up the last minute for whatever reason. So one of the other things you also want to do is have backup content that is just sitting there waiting for something to go wrong, so then you can say, right, we've got this slot in straight away. So yeah, there's lots of contingencies you have to do, because once you start the train, once that first issue goes to print, and we're doing it on a monthly basis, there's no stopping it. You just got to keep going and going and going.
I'm smiling here because I'm going to go rogue. David has asked me, who should we bring on for a feature for the next interview, for the next newsletter? So I threw out, maybe it should be somebody that's doing this, maybe it should be somebody that's doing this, maybe it should be somebody that's doing this, or maybe one of our affiliates. And David said, why don't we feature the person that wins the Groove launch? And I said, ooh, that's a good idea. So let me let you know the top 5 people. I'm looking at a live leaderboard right now. I just hit refresh on this. I'm putting on these over 40 glasses just to support people over 40.
Up to number 5, huh?
Yeah. So I'm going to hit the refresh button, and all the affiliates are going to be listening. Maybe I'll even read off the top 10 here, but we're not going to say the numbers that they have. No, I'm not showing my screen because my screen shows sales, right? Oh my goodness. Barry Plasko has literally raced out into front place. So Barry Plasko, I think last time I checked, was not even, he was maybe number 5 or something like that. And now holding on very, very closely is Alicia Little. She has been climbing on the third place person, Erwin Mayer, who up until this point, until I refreshed this, was #1 since day one. And when I was looking in the office earlier, before I came in the studio, they were actually tied. And I actually realized if there's a tie, we need to have a tiebreaker. So I told David Fernandez to put something down that says, if there's a tie, then the winner goes to the person with the most pay in fulls. If there's a tie there, then it goes to the person with the lowest refunds. If there's a tie there, it goes to the person with the most clicks. And if there's a tie there, then I think the Secretary of State becomes president. But yeah, Erwin Mayer and Alicia Little are now within 3 sales of each other, but Alicia is now in second place. So she is actually fighting Barry and defending Erwin, who is also defending movie, which is Promote Labs, Simon and Jeremy Gislason. And out of nowhere is
5.
Davin Michaels has just moved into 5th place by 1 unit over Gloria McDonald. And I have a place in my heart for Gloria. I have a place in my heart for Alicia. I want to see Gloria and Alicia make the top 3 represent. And number 7, Paul O. Mahoney is in number 7th place. Number 8 is Simon Slade. Number 9 is Finn Warnke. And number 10, say it, Michael. Bob Proctor is in 10th place, climbing very, very quickly. Shout out. After that, we're just going to say him quickly. David Kavanaugh, who said, I'm not going to be placing. And remember, John, sometimes you got to call people and say, hey, we need your support. Vote, vote, vote. We need your support.
David called me later that day.
Ricky Mateka, Tim Verdu, Bennett Marcos, Paul Murphy, Harris Feldman, Travis Stevenson, Alex Chong, Vinesh Monjia, Mohammed Ibrahim, and Donna. So you know, Simon Coulson right now is in 21st place for the G-Spot Groove G-Spot Bikini. Good. And we all chuckle at that one because we thought it was funny. And so David, right now, it's looking like Barry Plasko. So David, we're going to bring you back on. David, I talk a lot, and I ran our last segment late, and I didn't let you talk a lot here. We have so much to cover today, so we're going to keep moving things forward here. But I wanted to bring you back on, ask you if there's any one thing that you were like, hey, I was going to talk about this before we move on to David Lemon.
No, I was going to talk a bit about content creation, but I think we'll say that for the magazine. So what that essentially is going to be is a series on.
And take your time. Go ahead. Take 5-7 minutes, whatever you need.
Different kinds of content. So everything I've done in the last 14 years, which includes email campaigns, webinar scripts, video scripts, ebooks, full-length books, article marketing, social media marketing, and this is stuff that I haven't shared with anybody. Not because I'm not willing or because I haven't got anything interesting to share, but I think it's taken me sort of 14 years to get to the point where I feel like, okay, I think I've been doing this long enough now where I've actually got some useful things to share and things that people will find useful. So this is going to be completely original content. It's going to run probably for, I would say, at least 6 issues, but it's going to be really deep dive into content creation.
So that's going to be an ongoing series, like a mini series, a six-part mini series that's going to be going on content creation that our users can look forward to getting for free in the free download of this issue. These issues.
Magazine, yeah.
Fantastic. David, as always, so good to see you. So good to have you on the team. This is going to be a big hit. It's going to separate us even more from everybody that we're putting out free content, not looking to just say, hey, there's a continuity program for the sake of a continuity program. And so what that means is we're doing this for the love and the passion of creating something remarkable and sharing it with our members. And we couldn't do it without you, David. So I want to say thank you very much for that. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken.
All righty. So, ladies, if you can click on the doc there, just tell us who we have coming up next. And we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to go to live Mike Filsaime and John Cornetta right now, instead of doing a pre-roll. And coming up next, we have David Fernandez is to come up. And before I do my live commercial here, I want to read to you what we have, things to do on the Grooveathon. I'm going to even share my screen here. I don't think there's anything here as I'm looking that, other than things that say, we're going to take Q&A and questions. So I have to hide my leaderboard. Very, very important. And I'm going to click my share screen button here. We're going to share. Let me move this over to here. Bink. Okay, I'm going to share this screen. And now my screen is now live. And I can move over to here. Is this cool? Isn't that cool? Yeah, now I'm going to blow this up over here. And we're going to go like this. So, folks, here's a lineup of what we have coming for you over the next 10 hours. We're going to be talking about, it's crazy, right? We're going to be having David Lemon helping us with GroovePages. He's going to show you how to create sites, funnels, pages, templates, blocks, how to edit pages, what the right hand sidebar options are, adding elements, mobile responsiveness, which is mobile first indexing as well, pages, adding, renaming, cloning, page import feature, funnel organization features, pop-ups, and publishing. Then something that doesn't get enough love because GroovePages is so damn good, it takes easily 3 hours to do a full demo of GroovePages. And when we do webinars, we can only give it 45 minutes. And then after that, it's like, folks, I don't even have time to show you GrooveSell or GrooveMail, but today we will. So we're going to show you how you can create products, add different pricing plans, modify the checkout page. Order bumps just went live, and I'm going to be telling you a secret new thing that was going to be coming in about 10 days with order bumps. If you've ever been to Amazon, I don't know, has anybody ever been to Amazon? Of course, right? When you go to Amazon and you click to buy something, there's two different things that are happening a lot now, right? A side shelf just pops out and goes, would you like to buy this extended warranty plan or these different things? And then they have another one where when you click buy, a little pop-up shows up and offers you the same thing. So I really don't know what these are because they haven't taken your credit card yet because you haven't checked out. But they're not there right at the price where they do have things like, would you like to add this? And you could tick a box. So I've been calling these things profit maximizers because they're not order bumps. And in the traditional sense, they're not an upsell because they didn't take your credit card. But what we're going to be doing is actually taking your credit card and then sliding in the shelf or putting in a pop-up, because there are some things that you might want to be able to get from people that is like a bump, but you don't want the distraction. Let's just get them to order first. But it's really a bump. You don't need a full page and a VSL. So now you're going to be able to have something that's just a little pop-up that says, hey, would you like to get two? Would you like to also get the PDF version? And then if they say yes or no, then they're going to go to your full upsell for your $497 profit product. Nobody in the world has that. Where did we see that? We saw it from Amazon. No other shopping cart in the world does that. We're going to be doing that. Can't demo that for you today. We're going to show you the order bumps. But in about, I've asked for this to be ready 2 weeks from Friday that just passed. So that's going to be coming. On top of that, you're going to learn about setting up upsells, your affiliate program, the proof widgets, payment gateways. I'm excited to talk about that. What is GroovePay, PayPal, Stripe? How should you use them? How can you mitigate risk? We're going to talk about GrooveSell payments. So somebody's dog is outside trying to come in there. It's adorable. Oh, okay. I thought it was a little fox. I was like, we got a fox. I tried to get it. It's Mike Long's little gorgeous dog. Coupons, exporting leads, and then we'll go down through more of this later. But right now, I'm just going to do the colorful headline. We're going to talk about Groove Affiliate. We're going to talk about GrooveMail, how to set up your broadcast, your sequences, automations, which just went live a few days ago. We just added more automations now for GrooveSell. We're adding the automations into GrooveMember. It's absolutely awesome. Forums. And later today, we'll be doing a demo of GrooveMember. And Donna, you can just give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Did that awesome talk between Raghu and Tomas actually make it into the interface? Not sure. Okay, so we have a major update in Groove Member the way it looks. And I saw a video, and I remember Tomas saying that's exactly how it's supposed to look, and it looked gorgeous. Hopefully that made that live, but we'll find out when we see it. We're going to do a demo on Groove Video, and then a massive, massive demo on Groove Cart. Maybe John will be here for that one. That one's going to be really exciting, dude. I don't know if you've actually logged in to Groove Cart with the new templates that Debarshi has made. No. It is ridiculous. I'm starting to get more excited about Groove Cart than I am anything else right now, because I know that what we originally set out to do, go after Shopify, now that this is free, it's going to be nuts. We're going to be talking about print on demand. We're going to be talking about GroovePages for Groove Cart, our SDK and the future marketplace, GroovePay, Groove Ads, Groove Solos. We've got enough to keep us going for, I think, another 11 hours, which is what we need. So now, ladies and gentlemen, just before we bring on, I believe Donna, is it David Fernandez is coming before David Lemon. Okay, David Fernandez, who, and a shout out to Coach Ryan, who just built his first page with GroovePages yesterday, and then you stopped it so I can't read what you had there.
And published it.
And published it. All right, very, very good. We got a lot of coordination going on here, folks. So we've got lots to come. Now, normally we do a pre-roll and we do a video, but we're just going to keep it going live here today with the pitch. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have signed up now over 275,000 users into Groove. I don't know the exact number.
Can we get that?
But we are approaching. We have cracked 25,000 paid users into the program, which is absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, when you do the math on that, that's over $25 million have been raised in this project, which means you have helped us make this project ready so that we could take it to the world at $2.99 a month. So what that means is we are going to be ending this current offer for the lifetime. I can pretty much tell you the lifetime is going to be going to at least till December, because we want to give our affiliates a lot of time. I don't want to panic any of them, but we've raised the prices once. We'll be raising them again and again and again. There are some incredible bonuses that you're getting now as well. And when you upgrade as a free member, when you're free, you're instantly an affiliate. I'm going to try to be doing a demonstration today on what butterfly marketing is and how you can use it, because since automations went live, you can do what we do now. When somebody does this, make them an instant affiliate. That is now available. We're going to try to do a demonstration later today on that. And we use that, meaning when you sign up for free, you're an instant affiliate and you get 20% commission. But all those 25,000 people that upgraded, and the many that upgraded today, the people that are upgrading at the rate of 1 per minute, 60 people per hour are upgrading. Those people are also not only getting GroovePages, GrooveSell, all these different products with more for life, and they will never pay us another penny ever again, ever, period. Ever. Not only that, ever, period, but they will also be getting double affiliate commissions. Folks, look, here's the deal.
What was that?
Who's that? Look, here's the deal.
What,
right.
Joe? What, Joe?
All right, some of you guys got that. Look, here's the deal. When you get this for life, you can make one payment for $1,397. If you were to get all these other products with ClickFunnels and Samcart and Kajabi and so on, and Webinar Jam and EverWebinar and all these different things, it would cost you $1,500 a month to run your business. And I keep saying that's not a bad thing. That's less than rent for brick and mortar. No. So for $1,500 with the other guys, you could run your business every single month and then have to log into 15 different dashboards and then use Zapier to get all these different things together. Screw it. You got to go out and pay somebody $5,000 a month to be your IT guy. Or you could use GrooveFunnels, one dashboard, everything logs in. You could wait till later and only pay $299 a month to us instead of the other guy's $1,400. Or you could take advantage right now and buy it for a one-time price of just $1,397. That is actually less than what it would cost for you to use all of the other products, and you would never make another payment to us ever again, ever, period. All right? Now, if you want there's 3 other ways that you could pay for it. Okay. You can pay nothing today. And then we have a payment plan for just a few payments of $497. We also have a 6-part payment plan, and we also have a 12-part payment plan. All you need to do is simply log in and click on the pink upgrade button that you'll see inside of the members area. That'll take you to the page, and you can pay nothing today and just a few payments of $497, or 6 payments, or 12 payments. That is entirely up to you. But announcing today, because we just cut an awesome deal with PayPal. If you went to pay, and we didn't take PayPal before, we are now taking PayPal. We're approved to do up to $10 million a month. They want all of our business.
They won't shut us down.
Won't shut us down. Approved for the lifetime. Everything right here for the end of the launch. And that means, ladies and jelly beans, you can use PayPal credit. If you are a U.S. resident, all you need to do is click that upgrade button, click on Get Lifetime Access, and choose the Pay in Full option at $13.97. Then choose the PayPal option. And when you're at PayPal, when you're logged in, you're going to see Use My PayPal Balance or credit card, that little blue box at the bottom that says PayPal credit. Let me explain to you why this is so awesome.
You mean I could get the $13.97 price, but the benefits of paying it out over 12 months or something?
Not even. It's 0 interest. You pay 0 interest and 0 payments for 6 months. You don't even have to make a payment. You can get access today, and they will not bill you. You get no payments and no interest for 6 months, and you get instant access today. And we double your affiliate commissions to 40%, and we give you 10% on tier 2. So when you do the math, people go, no, that can't be right. If you get 100 free people to sign up, which a good percentage of them will upgrade, 100 people to sign up, we're gonna tell them the same thing we're telling you. We're gonna encourage them to get 100 people. 100 people times 100 people is actually 10,000 people.
Right.
Okay. Now, if you think, no, Mike, that's not right. Well, 100 people times 10 is 1,000. So 100 people times 100 is 10,000 people. Right. 10,000 people would be an army on your second tier, making you 10%. You'll make more money at 10% of 10,000 people than you will 40% of 100 people. 100 to 10,000. Yeah, like Mike Long just received how much, Mike? $46,000 on his second tier. On his second tier. I just paid him $46,000. We just paid him $46,000 today on his second tier. So I'm going to wrap this up with the PayPal credit. It's for U.S. residents only, unfortunately. But if you're not a U.S. resident, take our 12 pay plan. But for U.S. residents only with approved credit, you simply click the pink upgrade button that's inside the app when you log in. Then click Lifetime Access. You'll be at the order page. Choose your PayPal option. Choose the $13.97. And when you're at PayPal, instead of using your PayPal balance or a credit card or a debit card or link to your checking account, scroll to the bottom and choose PayPal credit. They will ask you for one thing, your social security number. In about 3 seconds, it'll say you're approved for $4,000, $6,000, $10,000. You could use it to buy other products in the future. For us, you will simply say PayPal credit, pay us, we'll receive the $13.97, and it won't cost you anything. And you'll have no payments and no interest for 6 months. That's absolutely awesome. You can get started today.
Price.
You get the one-time price. You'll never pay us anything ever again. And now you can go take your affiliate link and do what so many people are doing. John, I don't even know if I told you this week. Do you know we paid $347,000 in commissions this week and $240,000 last week? Right. We are now paying over $1 million per month in affiliate commissions. And so that means you can get your 40%. You can get the 10% on tier 2. It won't cost you anything. No interest, no payments for 6 months. No reason not to do that. Now, if you do that now and you pay with PayPal credit, let us know in the chat. Maybe we'll give you a gift certificate to the Groove Gear store. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to the show and let's bring on David Mata Fernandez, as he is now known in the company as David Fern. How you doing, David?
Hey, Mike. Hey, John. Doing good, and you guys?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. You look good. You got good lighting. Got some nice bokeh effects going on in the background. Looking good. And David, you're coming live from
Costa Rica, little country here.
Costa Rica. John knows Costa Rica very well. He has had some businesses there, in fact, didn't you?
Yeah, Panama too. Yeah, I've been going to San Jose since 1990.
Really? What was the last time you came here?
The last time I was there was probably 2015, maybe.
15, yeah, like 5 years ago, right?
Yeah, I go to Tabacon all the time.
Matt Serralta is in the house.
I was around Tabacon like months ago. I think it is closed now because of all this COVID thing, but yeah, it's a really cool place.
It's the most. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth.
Yeah, and it's close to the best volcano here in Costa Rica, so yeah, it's a really good place to visit.
It's wonderful. You know, it's a place called Tabacon. I was just talking to David about, and it's all of these waterfalls and pools and whatnot, and it's naturally heated from one of the only active volcanoes in the entire Western Hemisphere. And so you're sitting in these pools and the water is coming off at 104 and 105 degrees from the volcano. And they do massage outside with all the volcanic ash and whatnot. And all night you're just sitting, drinking, eating. They feed you. You're in all of these pools are all lit up, and it's the water running off the volcano coming down to hit you.
Costa Rica is absolutely gorgeous. I went there a couple of times on the marketer's cruise, and I remember the drive. And the driver, we were going through like plantations with bananas and everything like that. And the driver, thank you very, very much. The driver says to me and everybody there, so it's raining now. There are two seasons in Costa Rica. There's the rainy season and there's the very rainy season. so I'll never forget that. Is that the case there?
All these days has been raining, so yeah, it's pretty difficult to have a really sunny day here. But it's kind of cool as well, so it's really fresh.
So, folks, let me tell you about David, what he does for us. So originally, we were looking for our first designer, and we found somebody named Daniel Barboza, and Daniel had won one of the ClickFunnels Design Awards, and I said to him one of these questions: what do you think makes you a good designer? Is it that you know Photoshop, or is it that you know CSS and you like HTML and CSS, or you just know how to do PSD to HTML? Like, what is it? And so Daniel, who's friends with David, says to me, "No, Mike, none of the above. I happen to have an understanding of direct marketing and or direct response. So I know that you're not always looking for just a pretty site. Right. You're looking for what gets a call to action." My mind went, pfft, and we hired Daniel. Then our next designer was, I believe, I might get this wrong, but I believe it was Lucius, who also won the ClickFunnels Designer of the Year award. And Lucius used to work for me from 2007 to 2014. Then he went on his own to be a designer. And he was selling the #1 templates in the ClickFunnels marketplace. And Lucius was actually flown out to Idaho and did like a little thing for all the designers there.
You're the what?
What? Yeah. So then Lucius reached out to us and said, "Hey, man, I've seen Groove." And man, he fell in love with this platform, and Lucius became another designer. Then we see inside of our Facebook group a designer named a guy posting designs, and there was Damien and DeBarshi were just guys in our Facebook group. And then we were also looking to expand the team, and we said to Daniel, "Hey, do you know anybody good?" Right. And he led us to David Fernandez.
I was on that call.
Call with you. Yeah. And when we got David on, he came on originally as a designer for the templates. And John, if you remember, you and me were getting in trouble with Donna. We kept stealing. We were secretly going to our designers, and we were like, "Can you make us this? Can you make us this?" Right. And we said, "Well, why don't we just peel off one of the designers and make them work for the marketing department?" So David is no longer a template designer, although some of his designs did make it into the marketplace. He now works full-time designing everything that you see in terms of marketing. So the front page of GrooveFunnels.com, GrooveJV.com, and a lot more. David is responsible for creating our actual funnels. So David, talk about your experience working with Groove. What's that like working in a marketing department as opposed to just being a designer?
Well, definitely has been like the best experience ever. Actually, I remember when we first had like the first call, I remember it was actually like one day after my birthday. So it was like kind of my birthday gift. I had the call with you, John, and Donna. And yeah, it was like the best decision ever, like working with you guys. It's like kind of a really good environment. I mean, like we are always hustling and working, but also we are like making jokes, having fun, and we're all like a team. Like everybody has like, it's like piece of decision. It's not like this typical boss and all that stuff. Like working with Donna, Mike is like super funny, and we always make like really like amazing things for all the community of GrooveFunnels. So has been really good. Like it has been like my best experience. I don't see this like a job because I actually love it. So time flies when I'm working with Groove, and has been like super good, like creating all this amazing community with you. So yeah, has been like so far best experience ever, Mike.
Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying it, and we're grateful to have you, and grateful that you know, it's one butterfly effect from another. You know how we met. Yeah. How we met Daniel, and Daniel, we got you. We actually, you know how we got Daniel. Yeah. Matt, remember that weird thing that I bought that came with like resale rights or something, like some product that came with a sales page? And yeah, we had Adam on the team at that time, and Adam was kind of like our tech guy. And I said to Adam, "Can you help me put this website together?" And he's like, "This thing was like put together really, really weird. You're going to need a designer. I know a good guy." And that was David. Wow. I'm Daniel Barboza, and Daniel got us David. And David, just want to make sure here.
Yeah.
Are you on to do any demos or anything like that? Were you supposed to come on and like do what David Lemon is going to be doing, or we were just going to be talking with you about design and funnels and marketing? Just want to make sure that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be explaining a little bit like about like my favorite tools when it comes like to design, just
That's
like to make other people's future life, and then David Lemon will jump with a demonstration. So actually, let me just start sharing my screen so that.
So folks, David Fernandez is going to be sharing with you his favorite tools that he uses as a designer to either find art, find icons, create assets that can be used and make Groove Pages better. So Groove Pages does, you know, pretty much 90% of everything that you would need on a page. But sometimes you need images, you need Photoshop, you need icons from other places. And our team is always sharing these resources. So David is going to be putting together a list for you of his favorite ones. And then he's going to be doing a demo of how they go. And just before you come on, David, I just want to let everybody know, everybody's starting to arrive. So if we can go to a wide shot over here. Oh, that's okay. I got it. So, well, that camera should be showing the couch here because we have a camera for these guys already, right? Right. That's how I had set it up. It got moved. So we've got Matt Seralta here. We've got Joe Jablonski. We've got Tom Beal. And obviously sitting next to me is John Cornetta. And then over here, we've got Rich Sheffrin. And we've got Mike Long over here. So we'll all be participating throughout the night. I've already cracked my first beer. As we said, it's going to be a fun thing. We're going to be taking this all the way through midnight. Back to you, David, and let's talk about some of these awesome resources that make your job easier.
Nice. Perfect. So just to confirm, Mike, can you see my screen just to make sure that everybody can see it?
We can see your screen.
Awesome. Perfect. So yeah, I just make like a summary of my favorite tools that I start using when it comes to design. I have been just like putting it together like through my experience. So these are like some tools that, in my opinion, it really like saves a lot of time. It makes like look the landing pages way better. So there are like different categories. So for example, inspiration tools, illustration, icon, color palettes, images, editing tools, image optimization. So I will be going one by one so that you can take a look to how I use it, what's like the main use and all that stuff. So let's start with the inspiration tools. So basically, these tools are the ones that I use just like to get a little bit of inspiration when it comes like to design a new page from scratch, you know, because sometimes when you are just like starting out, maybe you are running out of ideas, or maybe after you have built a lot of funnels, you are just looking to make something different. So these are just like some tools that I use to get some ideas when it comes to design pages. So let's go with the first one. This one is called Lapa Ninja. This is like basically a website where a lot of people just start like uploading their designs, their illustrations. So for example, if you go here to landing pages, you are going to see like all the categories of landing pages: e-commerce, agency, apps, all this stuff, photography, finances. So let's say that we want to build something regarding technology, right? So we go here to landing pages, then we go to technology or whatever other category that you are looking for. And then you are going to start taking a look to a lot of examples that matches like the category that you are looking for, right? So for example, let's say that you like this style, right? So you can click here. You can click here and visit the website. And then we just wait for the page to load. And then you are going to be able to see the page, right? So you are going to get a little bit of inspiration when it comes to colors, when it comes to the layout of the page, when it comes a little bit on the images, maybe ideas for sections. Oh, look, I have here a demo video. So let's add a demo video section on our funnel, or testimonials. So let's add a testimonial section in our funnel. So there's a lot of like sites that you can use over here. So for example, this other one, let's take a look to this one. So I use this site basically to get the inspiration when it comes to the general idea of the funnel that I'm looking for, right? So for example, this one. So if you are looking to build something similar, you already got some ideas when it comes to the sections, right? So, okay, why my business? So you can put here like 3 reasons on why people should choose your business, featuring, contact us, a little bit of features. So all that stuff, like this page is going to help you just like to get some ideas, you know. Like I told you, sometimes you just feel like, okay, so what else should I put on my funnel, or where can I start by making my funnel, or ideas, or whatever, right? So this is like a really good site that I look for inspiration. And like I told you, there's a lot of categories over here. So let's say that you want to build one of agency. So you go here to agency. And again, there's a lot of examples that you are going to be taking a look at, right? So any example that you like. So let's say, for example, this one, you just click again on this one, you click on visit site, and you are going to be able to see all the content you see. So for example, this kind of testimonials, or the contact us or services, right? So as you can see, there's like a lot of ideas that you can get from here. So this is like one of my favorite when it comes to inspiration, right? So let's go to the other one. It's called Dribble. So this is similar to the one that I was showing you guys. So for example, this one is a little bit different. So here in the search bar, you will put your niche plus landing page, right? So let's say that you are like in the e-commerce niche, right? So you put here e-commerce landing page. Click on enter. And then you are going to be able to see a lot of e-commerce funnels or ideas, right? So for example, this one, you click here, and you are going to be able to see a lot of ideas. So you see now you can get an idea. Okay, so I can have my product here, then I can have my description here, I can have the features of my product in this type of design, and this type of layout, and all that stuff, right? So there's this one. Some of them you can go to the live site, but some of them they are just like images. So for example, this one doesn't have like any live site link, but you can still get the ideas from the images, right? And same thing for any other niche. So you see there's like a lot of ideas over here. Let's go to this other one. Let's wait for it to load. Okay, there we go. So you already got another kind of layout for your product, or for your offer, or for your service, right? So this is the other one that I use. So this one, like I told you, it has no categories like here in the menu, but it's easy to use. So you just need like to put here in the search bar your niche. So e-commerce, coach, or whatever that you are trying to look for, plus this keyword landing page, right? So for example, agency landing page. You click on enter, and now you are going to see a lot of ideas. You see, so it helps, like I told you, when it comes to the layout, section, colors. So you see, for example, let's say that your brand uses the color blue. So you already know that, for example, you can use orange for your call to action buttons so that it looks good with your colors. So like I told you, when it comes to layout, colors, sections, and also a little bit about the content, you see, because here we have like some copy. Of course, you cannot like just like copy it, but at least for you to get some ideas, right? So that's my second favorite site when it comes to illustration. Then the third one is called Muse Themes. So it's kind of similar use, right? So here you will be just like scrolling down and you will be able to see same thing, a lot of templates. So for example, let's say that you are working for a dentist, right? So you see like this template over there, you click on that orange button and then you hover over the picture and you click on live preview. So it will take you to the live preview, and now you can see again, same thing, content, colors, layout, ideas about the sections. You see, okay, we have an about us, so you can ask your client for an about us, or you already know that for your business, you should have an about us. Ideas for images, you see like colors, sections, okay, features. So you see there's like a lot of ideas that you can get from here, and a lot of like niches, you know. So you keep scrolling down and you keep seeing like unlimited ideas for your funnels, right? So we go to this one, same thing. We click on live preview. Let's say that you are making maybe like this tax related funnel. So you already know like maybe like the colors, kind of the content. Okay, here we have another about us, and then services, then testimonials. So you can get like the ideas that you can use for your funnel. So it will make your life easier. You will be able to build funnels faster because you won't need like to start thinking from scratch, like, okay, colors, sections, layout, if I need like to use 2 columns, 3 columns, 4 columns, whatever, you are going to be able to take a look to this. And I'm not saying that you can just like go ahead and copy exactly on how the site looks, because that's not the idea, but at least for you to get like basic ideas, you know. So that was like my third site. So for this one, just like to make a summary, this one has no categories as well. So you just like start scrolling down here, or you can type, for example, here, e-commerce, same thing. And you are going to be able to take a look to the results, you see? So you get ideas when it comes to your site. So that was the third one. And the last one that I also like to use is called One Page Love. So this one is, as the brand says, just one page websites, but it's also good to get ideas, you know? So you start scrolling down, and let's say that you like this layout over here. So you click on the layout, and then you start scrolling down here to see how the website looks, you know? So same thing. You can see the colors, you can see the sections, you can get idea when it comes to the content and all that stuff, right? So that's like the resources that I use when it comes to inspiration, because it really saved me a lot of time, and it gives me a lot of really good ideas that maybe if I didn't see it on any of the sites that I was looking at, maybe it would take me a long more to get that specific idea, you know? So those are like general inspiration tools that I use before I start building my funnel, right? So I go to these sites, and let's say that I already know that I need to make a testimonial section. So I go to any of these sites, I look for a nice testimonial section on how it looks, and then I make a similar section in my funnel, and so on with other sections in my funnel, right? So these are like the tools that I use for inspiration. And also I created this site so that you can have access to all these resources. So they will be available at groovefunnels.com/resources. So don't worry of taking note of the links. You will have everything here. So that was for the inspiration, right? Now you need content, right? So a lot of time I really like to use illustrations when it comes to the content, because it makes the funnel look better, like more friendly, you know, more eye-catching. So these are like some tools that I use to get illustrations, right? So let's say that you are not like the best designer ever, or whatever, right? So you don't need like to actually be a designer to get like really good illustrations, right? So this is one of my favorite tools So it's called freepik.com. So let's say that you are looking for an illustration related to graphic design, right? So you click here on graphic design, you click on enter, and it is going to start showing you a lot of results regarding this keyword that you put here, right? So if you start scrolling down, you are going to start like finding some illustrations. So like this one, right? So let's say that you like this illustration and that you would like to use it in your funnel. Now you already have an illustration, right? And you just click here on download after you have created your account, and then you will be able to use this illustration in your funnel. You can change colors, you can remove like any specific elements. But for example, you see that this illustration, it really looks good, right? So if you, for example, have a 2-column section in your funnel, you can put your illustration, for example, over here, and then all the text here, you know. So this illustration helps a lot to put some more content and also to make your site looks better, right? So there's a lot of illustrations right there. So for example, take a look to this one, and there's a lot of pages, look like over 2,000 results, right? You can go all the day looking for illustrations, and this is literally just for graphic design, right? But you can just like look for anything that you need over here, right? So let's say that you want something for reviews, right? So you click here on reviews, you click on enter, and now you see different illustrations for reviews, right? So take a look at this one. Looks really cool, right? So you can just download this one and use it in your funnel. So you don't, like I told you, you don't need like to be a designer. You just need like to learn how to do clicks. You just literally make click on download and you can just use it on your site, right? So this is like the first tool when it comes to illustrations that I really love. Then there's called OnePNG3, which is kind of similar. So for example, same thing. Let's put reviews here. So you see, you start getting a lot of illustrations that you can use, right? So you see this one over here, this one's over here. So same thing, you just click on there and you click here on download. And then here you will be able to see a lot of related illustrations to this one, right? So let's say that you like this one, but then you come here and you say, oh, I really like this one more. So you can just go ahead and download this one. So you are going to have always here like some related results when it comes to this keyword that you are looking for, right? So this one is really good. I really like it as well. It's called PNG3 and it's super simple to use. So in the search bar, you just put whatever you need. So testimonials. Let's say that you are looking for an illustration of testimonials. Well, it's kind of similar to the reviews, but let's go back to graphic design. So you see, for example, this one over here, or if you need like some icons, you can use this one. So this one is a really good tool when it comes to illustrations as well. And this will really make your funnel like look more friendly. People will really pay more attention to it. You can have like more content, you know? So these are pretty cool tools that has saved me a lot of time and have improved a lot like on how the funnel looks, right? Then we go to Undraw. This is another tool. This one is kind of cool because actually you can edit the colors here like directly on the site. So let's say that your brand is using the color red, right? So you see like you just click the color and all the illustrations are going to change the color. So this will help a lot to match like your brand colors. So let's say that you are using blue, right? So you just click on the color of your brand and you see it already changed it again. Or if you are using green, or if you are using yellow, whatever color that you are using, you can just change it here directly on the site. And let's say that you are looking for something, I don't know, like options, right? Maybe you have like a menu or something. So you see options, so like options. And for example, let's say that you like this one over here. You just go ahead, click on the illustration and you can download it as a PNG or as a vector file, right? So this one is pretty cool because like I show you, you can adapt like your illustration colors to match your brand colors directly on the site. So you don't need like to have Illustrator or Photoshop in order to be able to change the color. So this one It's pretty easy to use, and it has a lot of illustrations. Those are the ones that I put, because I put like the search bar. But if we go to the, let's go again here. If we go to the home page, you just start scrolling, and you will be able to see a lot of different illustrations for different uses, you know. So if you're in the photography niche, you can use, for example, this one, right? Or if you are building something regarding, I don't know, like your marketing, and you want to show your stats, you can have like on the side something similar to this kind of illustration, you know, that will make your funnel looks good, and it's super easy to use, right? So this is my third tool that I use when it comes to get illustrations. And then there's another one called Icons 8. So let's go to that site. Same thing. Most of them, they have like the search bar. So for example, this one, here you can have like the category. So if you're looking for business illustration, here you have web elements, COVID, super famous now. So you can have like different illustrations, technologies, nature. So for example, let's say that you want to use web elements. So you click on the category name, and then you have all these illustrations over here to use on your funnel or on your site, right? So let's say that you like this one, you just click there, and then you can download it here. So this one has tons of illustrations as well. So here you have categories as well. So for example, if you are building a 404 page, right, and you want to have an illustration like this one, right? So you can go ahead and just like use it, right? So this one, this one is funny. But yeah, you can have like all these kind of illustrations with all these categories over here. So you just go to this one. You can use the categories here at the sidebar or the search bar as well. But the point here is that you can use like all these illustrations on your funnel, right? So as you can see, like all the styles of illustrations from all the sites that I have been showing you are different, you know. So this one is kind of more like cartoons, you know. So it depends on really like the type of funnel that you are looking for. So that's why even if they are similar, I wanted to show all of them so that you can see like which one is better for you depending on the funnel that you are building in that time, you know. So there's another one called Many Pixels. It's kind of similar to the one that I told you that you can change the color. So for example, you see this one. So let's say that you are taking payments. So you can use like this illustration over here or this one over here. And this one is cool as well because you can also change the color on the side. So same thing. You don't need like a third-party software to be able to edit the colors of the illustrations or whatever. So same thing. Let's say that you are using a blue brand. So you can use this one, or a red one. You can use this one, or yellow. You can use this one. So you can change the color of all the illustrations over here. And you can just like start scrolling down. Same thing. You will be able to see tons of illustrations that you can see, that you can use. You see like over 24 pages. So there's a lot that you can use, right? So this one is really good as well because like I told you, for the ones of you that maybe you don't know how to use Photoshop or you don't know how to use Illustrator or whatever, and you want to change the color, you can change the color directly here on the page, right? So this is a pretty good one that I use as well to get illustrations for my funnels. And the last one that I use for illustrations is called Logo Ipsum. This one is not like illustrations, it's just like logo placeholders, you know. So when it comes to building your funnel, and instead of like maybe you are just like doing the design, and instead of just like writing a logo, you can just go ahead and download one of these logos just for you to see how the draft will look, you know. So this one, sometimes I just use it when I'm building like something from scratch, just like to have like something in the top that I know that I need to replace that for my actual logo. But here you can use these logos placeholders for your funnels, right? So these are like some of my favorite tools when it comes to illustrations, right? So as you can see, it will save you a lot of time. You don't like to go to Fiverr, hire someone to make an illustration, or just like trying to learn Illustrator or Photoshop. There's a lot of tools that you can just like take leverage of that and use it for yourself, right? So here you will have like all these tools for illustrations, right? Then another really important one is icons, right? So sometimes you are going to be trying to look for icons to use in your funnels. Maybe you are having like a featured sections, so you want to use a different icon for its feature. So here are the 3 sites that I use to get icons, right? So the first one is called Icon Finder, right? So this one is super simple to use. So let's say that you are looking an icon of a computer, right? So we put here computer. This is a freemium site. So if you want to be able to see just like free icons, you here have the filter, right? So you click here on free, and all those here are gonna be free to use, right? So let's say that you like this one, right? So or this one looks better. So you have 2 options here, right? If you like the colors, you can just click here on download, and you can choose the size of the icon here. Or let's say that you like this icon, but you want to use it like with a red background or something like that, right? Because that's like your brand color. So you click here, you see where it says open in icon editor. So you click there, and then you are going to be able to edit a little bit the icon here directly on the site. So same thing, right? Let's say that you want to use a red background. So you can just click there and edit your colors, right? So once you are done like editing your icon, you can click here on download. You will be prompted with all the options of sizes that you have, and you just select the one that you have. But this is a cool one because like you see, it's super easy to modify colors. So for example, you can just like change that one or probably this one. So you see, you can just easily edit the colors of these icons directly on the site. So same thing, you don't need like any third-party software or just like being a tech guy to edit this. So you see, it's super simple. So you just go ahead, look for the icon that you will like. So for example, this one, if you want to use it like as it is, you just click here on download icon in PNG, or if you want to change a color, you click here, open in editor. So you click on the element that you want. So for example, just this arrow, you want to have it, let's say red. You click there, and now you're good to go, and you just download it, right? So this is one of my favorite ones when it comes to icons, because first, it has a lot of variety, a lot of icons, and second, you will be able to do basic editing directly on the site, you know? So this one is one of my favorite ones when it comes to icons. Then we have this one, flat icon. It's kind of similar to that one. So let's say, again, computer, right? You're looking for a computer icon. You type computer, you hit an enter, and then you are going to be able to see all the icons related to the keyword that you put here, right? So let's say that you like this one, you just click here on PNG, right? And it will be downloaded. This one, you cannot like edit icon. Let's see. Well, maybe if you are like a premium user, you will be able to. Oh yeah, because look at the colors here. So yeah, if you are a premium user, you will be able to edit these icons on the site as well. I'm really used to use like the first one that I show you, Icon Finder, but I just noticed that this one allows you to edit the icon here on the site as well. So this is a pretty cool one because same thing, you have tons of options when it comes to icons, and you can edit the icon directly on the site, right? So that was my second tool when it comes to icons, right? And the last one when it comes to icons is Icon Tool, right? So this one, you click here where it says Start Now. And this one, you will see same thing, tons of icons. And this one will allow you to change the color of your icon directly on the site, right? So here where it says change icon colors, you can click there and just like select any color that you like, right? So let's say that you are looking for a green one. You can see the preview here. So you see, as you change it, you can see the live preview, or you can type directly your X code here, right? So let's say that I like this green color. You just click on OK and then apply. And all your icons will have that color. And then this one has a pretty cool feature as well that you can change a little bit the style. So you see, these are just like flat icons, but maybe you can just add like a shadow to the icon, or a background color, or a background with a shadow, or maybe just a border to the icon. So you see, you can change a little bit the style. So you see, this one looks like a sticker. So depending on where you are going to be using it, can look really good, or this one as well. So this one is really good because you can change not just the color, but also the style of the icons. So you see borders. So actually it has a lot of styles, you know, like this one over here. You can just like continue scrolling down to see like all the different styles that you can apply to the icons, right? So you see this one, that one looks pretty good. This one over here. So all those, you can use it on your site. So you just go ahead here and you click here on download. So it's pretty easy to use. This one has an extra feature, which is a style that you can change it depending on what you are trying to look. Because sometimes, I don't know if you have noticed it, but maybe you see a really good icon, but then you find another one which is not the same style, you know? So you can just like fix that by just making sure that you are using the exact same style for every icon, right? So this is a really good one that I really like as well. So those are my 3 favorite tools when it comes to icon tools, right? So as you can see, like how all the tools that we have seen so far, they are pretty easy to use and they can help you a lot to save time and also to make better funnels, right? Then color palettes, right? So you can get the idea of color palettes on these ones over here on the inspiration tools. But if you are just looking specifically for color palettes, I have like 4 tools that sometimes I use, right? So the first one is called Adobe Color. So if you go to that one, you are going to have a lot of ideas over here, right? So if you are trying to use like blue colors or purple colors, or these ones over here, you see. So let's say that you like, let's look for a good one. Okay, let's say that you like this one. So if you click on that one, you are going to get the exact Xcode of that color palette, right? So you can just like print this or take a screenshot or whatever, and you are going to have like all these exact colors ready for use. So, oh, I close it. So as you can see, you have like tons of different options. So you just need like to start scrolling down and just like look for a color palette that you like. So for example, this one, let's say that you are using red colors. So you can use this like red color for the headlines, this one for the body text. So maybe like this one for the call to actions. So this gives you like really good ideas when it comes to the combination of colors, when maybe you have no idea, okay, so which one might look good with a red, with a dark red. Okay, so you can get all the ideas from here. And the cool thing is that you can get the exact Xcode. So you just click on copy, you go to GrooveFunnels, you click on the color icon, and then you can just like paste the exact Xcode. So this is a really good one, just to get ideas when it comes to the color palette, right? So that was the first one. Then we have another one called Color Hunt. So same thing, this one will give you all different ideas that you can use when it comes to combination of colors, right? So let's say that you like this one. So you see, if you hover over the colors, you are gonna get the Xcodes. And actually, if you click on it, you are going to be able to go to that one. And then you can just go ahead and click here and you are going to copy the Xcode, right? So this one is really good as well because you have literally like thousands of like color palettes ready to use. So you just need like to see which one matches your brand or your project or your service or idea. And you just like choose whatever you want here. So for example, this one, you like this one and you have all the colors over here, right? So you can just click on there and you can go here and download this as an image, right? So you can keep it for the future. You can send this to the client to see if they like the colors or whatever it is that you want to give to this, right? So that's like the second tool that I use for color palettes, right? Then there's a third one, it's called Colors, double O. And this one, you can either click here on Start Generator or explore trending palettes. So if you click here on the Explore one, you are going to get a similar as the last site that we were taking a look at, right? So they are going to give you ideas on the trending color palettes that you have. So you just start scrolling down and same thing, right? So you can get the exact X code over here. You just click and you can copy it. Click, copy, right? Or if you go to the other one, they are going to give you like this one. And if you just like click on the space bar, you are going to be getting different color palettes, right? So let's say that, okay, so you like this one. Or let's say that you like this color over here, but you don't like these colors. So you can just block this one and they are going to be changing this one. And now you find this one. Oh, okay, I really like this one as well, but I don't like the other one. So you block that one, you click, you continue clicking on the space bar, and you are going to get different ideas. Oh, okay, I like this one. So I already got my 3 main colors. So this is a really cool, really good one, because you can block some colors that you like and continue getting ideas from the side, right? So you can just like unlock this one, unlock that one, just keep this one, and you see, okay, let's block this one. So it's a really cool tool to get ideas. And also the difference between the other ones is that you can actually block some of the colors that you like, continue getting ideas until you finally get like all the colors that you like, right? So like that. So that's another one. It's called colors. That one is from here, start the generator. Or the other one, if you want to get like all the list, is explore trending palettes. And the last one, when it comes to color palettes, is called colors inspo. They are really similar. You see, like all of them, what basically do is to give you a lot of ideas of already like pre-made color palettes. But it's really good just for you to get an idea, maybe when you don't know like what colors to use or whatever. So same thing, let's say that you like this one, you can just like copy, 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 and copy, right? So this is going to copy the X code. So again, you just go to GrooveFunnels and you paste the X code, right? And those are the ones that I use for color palette, right? So we have 3 more categories to go. Now images, right? A lot of, well, basically like 100% of the times you're going to be using images, right? So sometimes when you don't have like, maybe let's say like high quality images, or maybe you say like, okay, so how I am going to take like cool images for my client or for myself or whatever. So these 3 sites are, well, 4 sites are pretty good to get really high quality images that you can use on your sites, right? So the first one is called Pixabay. So let's say that you are building a funnel for traveling, right? And you want to use a picture of a beach. So you click here of beach, and then you are going to see like all these images here, right? This is kind of similar to Costa Rica. So let's say that you like this one, right? With a cocktail. So you just click here and you click on free download. You are going to get asked for the size. Most of the times I use this one. This one is super big if you are using it on your funnel or on your site. Maybe you can use this one, but on social media or something like that. But if you are using this on your funnel, I always recommend using either the second one or the first one, right? Because look at the size compared to the other ones, right? This is huge for the site, which is going to cause your site to load a little bit slower, right? So if you're planning to use this on your funnel, just make sure to use either this one, the first one, or the second one. Or if you are trying to just use it on your social media or whatever, you can just like use any of the other ones, right? But this one is pretty cool because as you can see, you get tons and tons and tons of different images that you can use, right? So let's say that you want to use one, let's say that you have an agency and you are looking to like for a cool image, right? Maybe for the hero image or for any of the sections, right? So you have this one over here, this one over here. So you just start scrolling down and you will have tons of different images. So let's say this one, that you like this one. So same thing, you just open it. You're going to get some related images here at the sidebar so that you can take a look at different ideas. But let's say that you like this one. So same thing, you just click here You click, for example, on this one, and you just click on download, right? You are going to get asked for the CAPTCHA, but you just complete it, and you are going to be good to go. So this has like literally like millions of pictures that you can use. And also this one has like illustrations, vector files, and videos, right? So for example, videos, those are like different videos that you can use, right? So you see, it's really cool, like with animations and all that stuff. So you have like different options here. You can search for images, you can search for videos, or you can search like for illustrations or vector files, right? So this one is pretty cool for videos or images, right? If you have like no content or whatever, this is a pretty cool site that you can use. Now, another one super similar to that one is called Unsplash. So same thing. Let's say that you're looking for something regarding social media, right? So you just type your keyword there, social media. You're going to get a lot of like images over here, right? So landscape images, portrait images. Here you can filter by the orientation you see. So if you need like square images, you can literally just like filter square images or landscape or portrait. So this one is really good as well to get content for your site or for your social media or for whatever that you are just like doing, right? So same thing, you just click here on the image and then you click here on download free. This one won't ask you for the size. So you see this one is really big. So in a bit, I'm gonna show you how you can optimize those images, right? Because of course you cannot just like go ahead and upload this image to your funnel. I mean, you can do it, but it's not like a good practice because it's going to take a lot to load, right? So this one doesn't allow you to choose the size that you want, but I will be showing you how to fix that in a bit. So that was like the second one. And the third one is called pixels. Same thing. So let's say that you are looking for something like regarding lawyer, right? So you just put here lawyer, and you are going to get a lot of images. And also this one allows you to get some videos as well. So actually, if you click here on videos, you are going to be able to see videos. If you are looking for videos regarding marketing, right? So you click there and you see like all these videos over here or the pictures, right? Like over 3,000 results. I think that's enough. So if you want to download this one, let's say, for example, this one. So you click here on free download, or you can click here first in this little arrow over here. And this one will allow you to choose the size, right? So like I told you, I always recommend either medium or smaller, right? So you click here, for example, on medium, and you click on download, and that will be download to your computer and you can use it, right? And then the last one, this is not for images like the ones that we were taking a look at, but maybe sometimes when you are like designing or something like that and you want to use like testimonials, but you want to use also like pictures for those testimonials. Let's say that you want to call this guy Ryan and you want to make a testimonial from Ryan to use it on your site. These are like free like AI generated photos of pictures that you can use and use it for testimonials. So for example, let's say that you like this one, you can just go ahead here and click on download, right? So this one is just like basically for images, for example, for testimonials. So let's say that you like this one over here. So you just click here on download. Well, you need to create an account, but you just go ahead and create an account and you click on download. So this one is pretty cool when it comes just like if you need like anything of like a person and you don't want to take the risk to, I don't know, like to just use it without permission or something like that, you can just go to this side and you have like millions of faces over here, right? And you have a sidebar here that you can use to filter. So if you are looking just for female, you click here, apply, and then you are going to be able to see all that, right? Age, eye color, hair color, like literally like everything, right? For example, yeah, just like happy people, right? So this one is pretty cool. Like I told you, if you are trying to make some testimonials, you can use like these pictures over here. So that's for images. And then these two categories are for image optimization. So you saw that this one that didn't allow you to choose the size was way too big, right? So there are like different like editing tools that you can use online. So if you don't have like Photoshop, or if you don't have like Illustrator or any of those Adobe softwares to edit pictures, you can use BeFunky. This one is a really good one and super easy to use. So for example, the one that we downloaded. So open, and you have like tons of options that you can use. So you can just like, let's say that you want to crop it a little bit to make more focus on the, just like on the font. So you can just like crop it there. You can resize it. You can just like rotate it, right? You see, it's premium. So if you want to change the background and all that stuff, you would need like to create like the account itself, but the free options are more than enough. So for example, you want to edit a little bit like the picture, right? So you want to put a little bit more of brightness, a little bit more of contrast, highlights, and a little bit less of shadows. There we go. You just click on apply, right? So you can use that to edit like a little bit on how it looks, but also, like I told you, for example, that one that was super big, you can just click here on resize, and instead of like having like this huge image, let's say that you just needed like 700 pixels, right? So you just put that, and then the image will be resized. So if now we go ahead and we save it, you see now this is just like almost like 300, right? But the original file, let me just like open it. The original file was 2.7 megabytes, right? So you can see like the huge difference, that you can reduce the size without losing the quality of the photo and without needing to use any other software, right? So you just click on save, and now you just have it there, right? And before explaining the other editing tool, I want to explain this one, right? So if you are trying to optimize the image even a little bit more, I have like this site that I always use it as well. So you can like compress any images. So for example, this one is JPY, right? So you need to click here, depending on the extension of the image, you just drag and drop it. Then you just wait for it to be uploaded. You wait for it to be compressed, and you click on download, right? So let's go and see the difference, right? So this was the original image, and now after compressing the image, this is the final size. You see, so we went from 2.7 megas to 70, I don't know how to say this one, but it's like way smaller. So if you just open the image, you see that it is still like almost the same, right? So you see. So this is like this one BeFunky. You can use it to reduce first the size of the image, and then if you wanna like compress the image even more, you can use this other side over here. So this is one editor that you can use online for images, and then the second one is this one. So same thing. You click on open image. You go ahead and you select the image that you want to use, and you see like you get the recommendation here. So if you are trying to use this for a web, you click here on web and you click apply. And then you are going to be loaded with the image. So same thing, you can use this to crop the image a little bit, right? You can use it to change a little bit like the colors, just like to edit it a little bit. You see like vibrance, saturation, like anything that you want to use, right? In case that you want to use, or if you are just looking like to crop a little bit the picture and make it a little bit smaller. But if you are also trying to edit the picture, you can just like use this software over here. You go to this option here, the adjust option, and you will have like all these different options over here. If you want to add any text over there, you can do it. So as you can see, like you don't need like Photoshop, Illustrator, or whatever those softwares to make like basic editing, right? You can use like this one or this one, and then you can compress images using this one, right? So that's a little bit on my favorite tools, right? So As you can see, like most of them can save you tons of time. It will help a lot to create better funnels without just like wasting like time at creating like illustrations from scratch, or just like trying to get like cool images, or editing like basic things on Photoshop or whatever. Or if you are running out of ideas and you are looking for some inspiration, you can have like all these tools over here. So those are like some of my favorite tools that I really use like when I start like building any kind of website, any kind of funnel, and that saved me a lot of time, give me a lot of new ideas, and also makes the funnel or website look way better. So hope that helps a lot for a lot of you just getting started, and maybe that you didn't know about any of these tools, or probably a couple of them or whatever. So just like go ahead to this link. You can start playing around with all these tools, and yeah, just let us know if that helps, and hopefully that will be useful for you.
Hey, David, you were awesome. Everybody give David a big round of applause. It was a huge. I just want to say publicly, David, David and I have been working together for a few months now, and I am often accused of hoarding him away and not letting anyone else work with him. And that's because we have just worked so well together. You're starting to read my mind. You're such a valued team member. I wanted to let you know that publicly, and also thank you for the value that you brought to our members as well. I just love you.
As well. Thank
David,
you.
you are a rock star. We echo exactly what Donna just said there. You know, man, I've had to do much of the stuff that you're doing in many of the companies that I've run, and at some point we grow and we have to hand it off to some people. But as Donna just said, we've never been more in tune. I think it's a blessing that we have GroovePages as well to be able to get stuff together. We used to rely on some other technology, and now so it's just a blessing. So David, we want to thank you very, very much for taking us through that last hour. And are you going to be sticking around tonight and watching?
Yeah, for sure. Always. Yeah, nice. Last hour.
All right, David, I want to keep you on for just a minute. I want to give away. We said that we were going to be giving away gear that we use to put this stream together. So normally we're giving away things like $50 gift certificate to Groove Gear and things like that. So we're gonna do it a little bit different today. So hello. Let's see, what are we gonna give away? We can give away the Stream Deck. And is that around, Deb? Can we bring the Stream Deck over here? Because I don't think we're using it. I'm gonna put that on, and I believe this is the Stream Deck 24. And so, David, we're going to help you. Right? We're going to have you help us. Yeah, the price is right. So, the Stream Deck is basically a macro. These hotkeys, you can drag little icons using software onto here, and you could pre-roll YouTube videos, lower thirds, call to actions. This is our support. Shut the lights off into studio, mute microphones, switch cameras, all of these different things. Now, we didn't need this because between the Rodecaster and the ATEM Mini Pro ISO and StreamYard, we were able to do all of those different things. But this is a great thing to use when you're doing something on a webinar, and instead of having to keep going back to a slide, you can just put your call to action right here, put your support right here, your 3 payment plan right here. All those different things. You can pre-roll a video, all that different type of stuff.
That's your mini production team.
I believe this goes for about $289. But so here's what we're going to do. David, where did he go? All right. Here. So David, we're going to have you ask a question and do us a favor in the Grooveathon group. Type the answer. What was something in your presentation today that if somebody was paying attention, they would remember? So what question would you have for our folks?
All right, so let me just go back.
It looks like it's going to be a tough one.
So, what was like the name?
Oh, wait, one second. I want to give the rules here because I know they changed and I haven't been in here for a few days. Deb, are we still doing the first person or one of the first 6 people and then we roll a dice? Okay. So, okay. All right. So let's go. Let's go with that question.
Perfect. So from when I was explaining the icon resources, which was like the only icon that you can edit, not just the color, but also the styles directly on the site. What was the name of the tool?
Okay. Repeat the question again one more time, David, and then put the answer in for the Grooveathon so our team can spot it. And they'll let us know what the answer was. One more time.
Perfect. So from the icon tools, what was the only tool that you can edit not just the color of the icons, but also the style? So I showed 3 of them, but just one of them were able to change the style.
All right. We're going to close this down now in 7 seconds because I believe we have the answer. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now our team is going to randomly scroll and click on one of those correct answers. And we're going to find out who is going to win the Stream Deck 24. It's
there we go.
What's that? I'm sure because yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, David, what's the correct answer?
Iconfu. I think that it is already there. iSmartWeb is the guy.
iSmartWeb, got it. So iSmartWeb, you've won yourself a Stream Deck. What is it called? Just it's an Elgato Stream Deck 24. That's the best one they make. And all you need to do to claim that prize is email prizes@groovedigital.com. Let them know the date, the time, the question, and the answer, and your name. And we will get you a gift certificate. We'll probably PayPal you the money. If you don't have the PayPal, we'll figure it out. All right. So we're going to be giving away prizes throughout the night, every single hour. Some of the things we're going to be giving away is the Sony A6400 camera that we're using. Let's go to Rich and Tom over here. Camera 2. This camera.
How can I win this?
Sony A6400. We're going to be giving away a Heil PR40 microphone that Tom and Rich are using.
Very nice.
Later, we're going to be giving away one of these back on us over here, me and Matt and I. This microphone here is known as the Joe Rogan microphone.
Yes,
it's the Shure something or other, or is it other or something? I always forget the way it is on Amazon. We're going to be giving this away. We're also going to be giving away a Rodecaster Pro. A Rodecaster is basically a multi-input to do podcasting. We're going to be giving away an ATEM Mini Pro. That is the switcher that we're using to switch cameras over here. And we'll be giving away some other things.
The whole studio.
Like a lighting kit. And there might be one or two other things. Yeah. So that's pretty much what we're using in here to put this all together. So we'll be giving that away. Plus, we'll be giving away gear to the Groove Gear store, where you could get gear like this. And John Garcia just was in here before with gear. John Cornetta had his Groove gear on. We've got pillows, we've got hats, all mugs, coffee mugs, all these different types of things we're going to be giving away. But now we want to let you know that when we spoke about PayPal credit before, Matt said he walked in here and he said, "What happened? We just had a sale of 12 PayPals came in within 5 minutes." So apparently everybody loved that. So we're going to be bringing on David Lemon in just a minute to be talking. We're going to be doing a full demo. And David Fernandez, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for helping us. You got it, buddy. So, folks, what is GrooveFunnels? GrooveFunnels is a software platform that has over 18 different apps. Why did we only list 16 on the front of groovefunnels.com? Well, putting 2 more made the icons look out of order. We went 4 by 4 and putting 2 more, so we left out some. Some of the questions was, Does GrooveFunnels let me do e-commerce like Shopify? Yes, for free. That is GrooveCart. GroovePages. In fact, if we give me a second, I believe. Let me get my
In fact, it does it better than Shopify. You can design your own page, drag and
all
drop.
the stuff that we have. Let's get this up here. Nope, actually don't have it. So I can show you on. I'm going to share my page in just a minute, folks. I'm just typing something here. And not only do you get GroovePages, let's drag this over here like this. Okay, we're going to click share my screen in just a minute. Okay, there we go. Let's talk about what GrooveFunnels is. All right, so GrooveFunnels is a list, is a suite of applications. So as you see on the left, you're seeing ClickFunnels. ClickFunnels is a landing page and marketing funnel builder. It costs $99 a month for what we give you for free, and most people pay $299 a month because they want the education, which we also give you for free. So anyone that signs up for free can get free access to Groove Digital Academy. You get free access to GrooveFunnels Academy, and you get free access to GrooveCart Academy, where we teach everything from personal development, which we could put a camera 2 on. That's Tom Beal every single Wednesday does personal development
Tuesday.
Because if you can't get mentally fit, you're not going to be able to stay focused and do what needs to be done. On top of that, we give you digital marketing training at GrooveFunnels Academy, and we give you e-commerce training at GrooveCart Academy. So next, you need to be able to sell digital products. Well, that's GrooveSell and Groove Affiliate. Now, with the competition, you got to use things like SamCart, ThriveCart, One Shopping Cart, Infusionsoft, which comes with a whole bunch of other products, which means it's much more expensive. Kartra, all these different things. This is free with GrooveFunnels. Groove Affiliate is also free. And then those products that we just mentioned, GroovePage, GrooveSell, and Groove Affiliate, those are what we call our top tier hero products. We give you pretty much GrooveSell and Groove Affiliate, 100% of the product is included without anything being held back. Now, GroovePages, we give you pretty much 100% of the product. We give you about 20% of the templates in the library, and I don't know what that is, but that number is probably a good 25 templates out of our library of over 100 templates. And we give you not just 1, not 2, but 3 actual websites where you can use your own domain name with unlimited pages, unlimited hosting, unlimited bandwidth, unlimited royalty-free images. You can run unlimited funnels, unlimited pages, all that different stuff on GroovePages. The competition, ClickFunnels alone, you'll pay $299 for that. Now, everything else you see on the right is also free. These products are limited a little bit. It's what we would call the Entrepreneur Starter Pack. So for instance, GrooveMail, you get free access to every single feature that it does. We don't hold anything back, but you're limited for free members to 500 people. And that's enough because if you got 500 people, you could be making about $500 or more with that. So that's your opt-ins, your customers, and your affiliates. You get up to 500. Then you have Groove Member, where instead of being able to create multiple membership sites, you can create one. And there's Groove Video and GrooveCart. And GrooveCart, we actually give you unlimited stores that you could use with GrooveCart. Now with GrooveCart, you pay us, you use our merchant processing, and you still get paid, right after you make the sale. But we process for you at 4.85. And Pro members, you can bring your own merchant account, your own Stripe, your own PayPal, or whatever you want. The free customers, you can you use our merchant account at 4.85. And so what's the difference between 4.85% processing compared to something like 2.85? Well, if you were to do $5,000 a month, that would only cost you $100. So even there, that's a deal. But when the upgraded members pay no additional fees and can bring their own merchant account. Now, at the bottom there, you also see Groove Proof. Groove Proof is something like Use Proof and Use FOMO. At GrooveFunnels.com, when you see something that says, Jim from Australia signed up 3 minutes ago, that increases conversions by as high as 15%. And it's worth paying the other guys like UseProof, Provely, or UseFOMO. And they pay by impressions. So 10,000 impressions is $39 a month. 25,000 impressions would be $59. Folks like us, we'd be paying over $399 a month just with them, just to have a little snippet
sticker.
of code. Isn't that just insane? For free with GrooveFunnels. It's not, you don't even have to upgrade for that. That's just absolutely free. And coming later this year is all of the other products that you see there. Groove Webinars Live is to do live webinars. Groove Webinars Automated. And Groove Webinars Live is something like Webinar Jam or GoToWebinar. Groove Webinars Automated is like something like EverWebinar, which costs $497 a year. Groove Webinar Streaming is like what we're using here with StreamYard. We're going to have GrooveStream. And then you can get away with from something like Help Desk or Zendesk, where you're going to need a help desk to run your business because you have to do support. You don't want people emailing you. You want a ticket system. The one that we're using costs about $49 per person, and we're spending over $1,000 a month.
Well over $1,000.
Yeah, well over $1,000 a month just to have a support desk. You'll be getting that for free as well. At one level, but if you want multiple desks for multiple funnels, then you have to upgrade, etc. And you can see it. It's Groove Calendar, Groove Survey, Groove Quiz, and one that's not even on there is Groove Blog. So the last thing you want to do is have to deal with WordPress, and we have a new blogging platform that's coming out. So now, what you see on the left side, those are all the competitors. It would cost you $17,500 per year to have all of these things that you do need to run an online business and e-commerce business. Now, when you break that down monthly, that's not that much money. It's about $1,450. Now, to run a business, years ago, if I was on stage, I would tell somebody it costs you about $1,500 to run a business. That's even less than you would pay just for rent for a brick and mortar store. So I always thought that was great. And with us, well, we're running a lifetime special right now where instead of having to pay the other guys for inferior software, $1,400 each and every month in perpetuity.
Would be the minimum package too.
Yeah,
not even the
exactly. And if something like COVID happened and things got bad and you couldn't make a payment, well, I don't want to tell you there was a famous line from Goodfellas, but it was, I'll say it. It was, you don't have the money, bless you, pay me, right? I think you can infer, right? If you've got all of your data and everything like that, and God forbid something happens, you could lose your entire company if you have a bad spell, and these things do happen. With us, we have one dashboard, superior software, works better, a wonderful user interface, and we're going to be selling GrooveFunnels for $299 a month for what you're seeing. So it would cost you $3,600 per year compared to $17,500 per year. But today, right now, and going through midnight tonight, you can get lifetime access to Groove and never have to pay us another penny ever again, ever, period. Ever. That means you'll be able to run your entire online business, everything, pages, email, the whole 9 yards, do your webinars, everything. The full unlocked power of GrooveFunnels for one-time price of $1,397. Now, if you weren't ready to pay today, but you're like, well, what's going to happen when this hits midnight? The offer goes away. That means we're taking away the bonuses. And you can expect that, like we've done in the past, we've raised the price on pricing plans. We will do it a second time, a third time, and then eventually, very, very soon, later this year, we're going to be closing down any ability to buy the product. And it's going to be just free for about 30 or 60 days. And then we're going to reopen at $299 a month. So good news for you. Today, you could get started for $13.97. And as I said, if you don't have that money today and you weren't ready to make that purchase, no problem. We've got 3 additional options for you. Number one, we have an option where you could pay us nothing today and then just a few payments of $497. You want to lower that $497 a little bit more? No problem. We can do a 6-pay plan and even a 12-pay plan. But we have one even better that everybody's going crazy about.
Yeah.
We've just added not only PayPal to the checkout, but we've added PayPal credit. And so let me explain how exciting PayPal credit is. Now, caveat, it is for US residents only with approved credit. And if you do want a payment plan and you're not in the US or your credit didn't qualify, just take the 12 payment plan. It's very, very affordable.
Right.
And then once you're done paying, you don't have to pay us anything ever again once you're done payment your installment plan. A lot of people always ask, if I take the $497 plan or the 6-pay plan or the 12-pay plan, do I get all of the bonuses? Yes. We don't care how you pay. You're a customer instantly, and we unlock everything and all of the bonuses for you. Now, how does PayPal credit work? It works just like this. In the top right corner, when you log into GrooveFunnels, there's a pink button that says upgrade. You simply click that button. It'll bring you to a page with a video that explains everything. But hurry, this offer is expiring tonight at midnight. So you'll scroll down, you'll click the button, yellow button on the page that says get lifetime access. It'll bring you to the checkout page. You'll choose the $1,397 option and then choose PayPal and click continue. When you get to PayPal, you're going to see an option to use your PayPal balance, your checking account, a credit card, and down at the bottom, you'll see PayPal credit. Here's how PayPal credit works. You click on that, they'll ask you for your social security number. You'll see something spin for about 3 seconds, and then they'll tell you that you're approved for $2,500, $5,000, $10,000. It's kind of like an instant application for a credit card. And you can use that not only for GrooveFunnels, but for anything, anytime you want now in the future or years to come. It's basically credit from PayPal. But here's the beautiful thing. They'll let you use that credit. Let's say they approve you for $3,000. You would pay us $1,397 from that credit, and it wouldn't cost you anything. And PayPal won't charge you any payments or any interest for 6 months. That's right. There's 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months, and you get instant access to GrooveFunnels today at the platinum upgraded account. That also entitles you to double your commission. So you go from 20% commissions to 40% commissions. And we pay you on tier 2, which means you get 10% on tier 2. And Matt, when you have 100 people on tier 1 and you have 100 people on tier 2, how many people do you have on tier 2?
1,000.
See, I tell you, your mind says no. 10,000 doesn't seem right. Yep. But if you had 100 people on tier 1 and only 10 people on tier 2, that'd be 100 times 10 is 1,000. So 100 times 100, you'd have 10,000 people
just like that. Absolutely.
On tier 2. Just we're going to encourage you to get 100. We encourage everybody to get 100. That means you'll have an army of people for eternity going out there making money for you. You'll make more money at 10% of 10,000 than you will at 40% of 100 people. In fact, today we paid Michael Long $46,000 in tier 2 commissions. Last week we paid out $357,000 in commissions, and the week before that we paid out $240,000 in commissions, which means we are now paying over $1 million a month in commissions. So to tie this up, if any plan you take, pay today at $1,397, the few payments of $497, 6-pay plan, 12-pay plan, or if you take the PayPal credit option where you pay nothing today, no interest, and no payments for 6 months, you get access to the lifetime payment, and you can become an affiliate, and you can start promoting. And here's the beautiful thing. Doesn't matter if it takes you a day, a week, a month, 6 months, or a year. After you make 3 referrals, it'll cover the cost of your lifetime. And then now you have your business paid for, and any sales you make after that is yours to keep. Later today, we're going to be demoing GroovePages right after this, then GrooveSell, and then Groove Affiliate, and then Groove Cart, and then Groove Mail, and Groove Video, and Groove Member. We're going to be demoing the entire software platform for you tonight. Let me get one question out of the way. Will it do X, Y, or Z? It'll do A through Z, 1 through infinity. It will do everything. There's nothing the software won't do. We do it better than anybody. We're going to put our money where our mouth is, and we're going to show you this, and we're going to light the world on fire. So what you need to do is simply log into your GrooveFunnels account, click on the pink button that says upgrade, and then choose if you want to get it over with, like I like to do, and say, I'm all in, $1,397. Choose one of the PayPal plans, payment plans, or choose PayPal credit if you're in the United States. Why not just take advantage of 0 payments and 0 interest for 6 months, double your affiliate commissions, and unlock the tier 2. All right, that's the pitch there. And now we're going to bring in the awesome superstar, most loved person in the company, David Lemon. Let's hear it for David Lemon.
Hey guys, I don't know about the most loved person in the company or the world, but thank you very much for this one.
I think you are, David. I think other than the ladies, that was my Hamilton song. If any of you guys know Hamilton, David Lemon, by far, you are the most loved person because you engage with the community as our community manager and training. People absolutely love you. So, David, what are we going to be showing people today? We've got a nice list over here. Let me actually, if we can just bring my screen back up here. We'll show my screen. I think, David, this is the outline. What am I showing? My wrong screen?
Yeah, I can share my screen if that's okay.
Oh, there we are. Maybe we're showing somebody else's screen. Okay, there we go. We're going to be covering GroovePages, how to create sites, funnels, pages, templates, animations, blocks, editing pages, everything that you see there on your screen. I'll zoom that in a little bit more because I'm sure it's a little tougher to see. This is everything we're going to be covering for you today. And do we have questions there? We'd like to. Okay, so all right, David, I'm going to let go of my screen right there. I'm going to let you bring in your screen, and I'm going to be staying on with you this time and saying, "Ooh, David, can we show this? Can we show this? Can we show that?" That type of stuff.
Absolutely. So, guys, everybody that doesn't know me, my name is David Lemon. I'm the community manager and the person responsible for training all of you lovely peeps. So my job today is to show you everything from A to Z, from 0 to infinity, as Mike Filsaime just said. And at this moment, this is what we have. If you have a look at this one, it is not a lot, but let me just show you what I'm going to be mentioning. Bam. So we'll be going through a lot of things over here, and I don't want to overwhelm you. All of these things will be very, very short and very, very digestible. So whatever you see here is everything that you already have. So if you sign up for a GrooveFunnels account, free or paid account, you already have all of this. But I just want to show you what you actually have, because a lot of people don't know what they get, and a lot of people don't know what everything is worth. So it is worth a lot of money. Each of these things, other companies and Bleep Funnels and every type of other company, they charge you for a lot of these things separately. And what we just created a software that we wanted to use ourselves, and we will give you access so you can use it as well. So let me just go slowly, and then let's close all of these, and let's just go one by one. Okay, so let's just start with GroovePages. But I would like to say, everybody, I really, really appreciate all your lovely comments, and thank you very much for being here. It is just amazing opportunity what you have now. So if you are here and watching us, please type in the chat in case you are a free user. Okay, if you're a free user, just please type in a chat, "I am." Okay, I just want to see how many we have, how many free users we have on here, and give away maybe some prizes at a later point. But I just want to see who is a free user, who is a paid user. But if you are a free user, just please put in "I am." Okay, perfect. I don't want to point out anybody in here, and I will not show any comments on here. I just want to see an approximate number so that I know how to actually word my presentation. Free members or free users may not know all of these intricacies and all the lingo that many of the paid users are using. So I just want to adjust myself accordingly so I speak in the words that everybody can understand. So I'm seeing approximately 10, 15 people at this moment. Yeah, so Ron is saying, "Oh my God, it's 2 o'clock in the night. I'm going to sleep or not going to sleep at the question." Yeah, I completely understand. It is also 2 a.m. here where I am. So we are going to be running this through. Perfect. So there's a lot of people that are on the free account, so that is making me happy, and it should make you happy, because I will show you what you are getting in case you decide to go on the next level. And I cannot say how much I do recommend going to the next level. This can get you started on the free account, but in case you want to bring your business to the next level, you want to create abundance in your life, you will need some software, you will need a tool that is created for creating abundance in your life. And this, what I'm going to be showing you and what you already have access to, can do it for you, but there is another level to it. So let me just show you what we are going to be doing. So GroovePages. GroovePages, if you don't know, this is the app where you create your pages and funnels and websites and all kinds of things. There are other platforms that do this, and there are other platforms that do this maybe nicer. They have a nicer dashboard. Maybe there are other platforms that do it quicker. Maybe there are platforms that do it automatic way. I've seen also there's a website builder that you actually speak the words to, and it creates a website that doesn't look good, but anyway, it does it. But what we have here is a really all-in-one solution, what you need and what you will ever need for creating websites, funnels, pages, and basically that's it. Even if you created something on other page builders previously, you'll be able to use it in our software, and I will show you this one. So let's just see. We can create sites, funnels, and pages. We'll just go through that one. Then we'll do templates and blocks and page editing and right-hand side options and things like this. So you can see here on my screen, we'll be mentioning all this. So in case you haven't yet dove in into the platform, you'll be able to learn hand in hand. And I just want to mention that I was one of the people that was doing the training on one of the top affiliates webinars, and it may or may not brought her up to the second place at this moment. She was jumping up and down the first and second place the whole day. So the same presentation that I created for her lovely people, you will be able to see over here as well. So in case you follow what I'm doing, in case you create the presentation for yourself on your stream, on your live webinar, on your platform, you can create what I'm going to show you here, and then you can follow and sell, even promote this software, maybe even better than me. Okay, so let's just dive into GrooveFunnels. Everybody has access to it, and in case you got your basically you set up your username and password, you just need to go to app.groovefunnels.com, and then you arrive here. This is the GrooveFunnels dashboard. Inside your GrooveFunnels dashboard, you have all the apps that are available at this moment on this left-hand side. If you zoom in over here, you can see there is GroovePages, GrooveSell, GrooveAffiliate, GrooveMail, GrooveMember, GrooveVideo, GrooveCart. We'll go and mention every one of those at the point today, but I just want to start with the GroovePages, the #1 app over here. Okay, so let's click on it, and let's just create something. In case you're starting out, or in case you already did some things, you will have maybe some sites over here, or in case you just logged in and registered, you will have an empty page over here. What you need to do is create a new site. So you click on this pink button, new site. Here is where the magic happens. You get access to a lot of templates, and we have one of the best, not one of the best, we have a team of the best template designers in the world that actually work in there day and night to create all these templates for you. Now, this is the distinction between free members and paid members. Free members will have a couple of options over here, but this is one of the big benefits that you can get as a paid member. In case you upgrade, you'll have access to the whole, and I mean the whole library that is just right now here visible on the page, and also the library that is still going to be updated year after year and after year. So if you look back at certain point, maybe if you're an upgraded member, if you're a hopefully lifetime member, after a couple of years, there'll be hundreds and thousands of templates in here, which doesn't sound very good in case you are not planning to use them. But let's just imagine you are an agency owner and you will probably want to create a lot of websites for your own clients. This template library that is growing Every week, every Friday is a template day, by the way, just so that you know, in case you're new here. We are adding on templates after templates after templates from the best marketers, from the best designers in the world that are responsible for giving you their sales techniques. And let me just open one template over here. So let me just show you how deep we go in designing the templates. So let's just go over here and have a look, for example, at this course template over here, membership course. Okay, so let's just click the preview button. You can select and preview it. Let's just preview one of these templates. The templates are created so that you can go in there and you know what you need to put in there. Okay, so right here, why they should take these courses. Okay, so you can put in these 3 reasons. Then you can put the call to action. Then this is a testimonial, blah, blah, blah. You can put in a testimonial of yours. Here, anyone can learn, or why choose our courses. Like you can mention why choose the courses. You can put different things on here. You can write down the little bit of description for why the courses should be chosen. Here, as you can see, describe in a few words what the course is about, who is the course for, and how is this course going to help your audience. So basically, it's explained in depth on most of our templates what you need to put in. Let's just go on here a little bit further. Write a short description of your training. This is a testimonial, as you can see. Here is about the teacher. You need to put details about the teacher. So it's really, really super easy to start out, even if you are just starting out. So let me just go up here and then show you some filtration system. When you scroll down to these templates, you see a lot of things that you may not need, but you want to know exactly. If you're in finance, you can click on finance and see all the templates, and even more are coming in the future, that are related to finance. Let's just go out from finance. Let's go back to agency. So you have an agency template over here. Great. Let's just click out from agency marketing. There's a digital product, as you can see here. If you want to go to virtual events, there are different templates. If you need thank you pages, there are thank you page templates, and so on. But now we're just in the single pages. So these are in case you want to go page by page by page. We have complete sites, and they are being delivered day in and day out. So let's just have a look. There's a real estate website that was added recently. There's a digital agency website. We cannot preview this because these are a couple of pages, and I'll show it. So let's just decide this, add a new site name, Grooveathon demo. Okay, start building. So now I chose an agency website, and this is amazing. Like, it is now processing, and it is putting in all the pages that we need for a complete website. Have a look at this, guys. Now, inside our builder, what we can see is a couple of pages over here that were constructed, and they are here. So home, about us, services, contacts, case studies, even a blog page template. In case you decide to create a blog immediately on your website, and this is in GroovePages. This is for creating website. You can create your blog over here using this template. We'll have our own blogging platform at a later date that will do much, much more. But in case you want to just get started, we have templates for this already available, already constructed inside your builder. So literally there is no waiting. There is bleep funnels. There's all kinds of different page builders that they do certain things, and they have templates, but they don't do this. They don't construct a website inside your page, inside your builder, and then allow you to have a separate categorization of different funnels. In case you start to sell something, you can create a book a call funnel that you lead the people through the whole funnel to book in, maybe by upsells, downsells, and things like this. We have that option in here. So I haven't myself seen a lot of page builders that do this, that allow you to go that deep into creating these hybrid website / funnel combinations. So this is big, and you have it for free. If you go on and update and upgrade, you'll have unlimited funnels, unlimited sites, unlimited templates, and all the updates that we will be pushing out, you'll have that. So there's another reason why it is good to update. Which template has a blog? So this is the agency template that I just chose on here. So yeah, wow. Annie's saying wow. And this absolutely is the word I wanted to use. So now we know how to create funnels pages. We know we just need to click on that one button, and it is super simple. We know what kind of templates we have, how to choose the templates, how it imports the website, how it can import a funnel and things like that. Let's just go on and see what blocks are. Okay, so if we go into the home page of this website, we can see that there are different parts to a website. So we're here. If we hover over it, you can see there is a red outline around the whole section over here. This we call in our page builder a block. A block is like basically a block it's like a brick that you use to build a house from. Okay, so brick by brick, and the house comes together. And this is also the building blocks of the website. So you have these blocks which you use to create your website with. Let's just say that you want to do something else with it. You have also sections of pages. So you have different blocks that you can put into your website by just clicking on the left-hand side, first option on the top of the page. Just click on blocks. You have design blocks and you have wireframe blocks. So the difference is that the first one, these ones are design. This one has colors and images and icons, and as you can see, basically it is designed. It is designed to work well. It is designed by the professional designers that I mentioned previously. And you can just, if you like any, for example, our mission, you click on it, you drag it out on your page, you release your mouse cursor, and now you have another section that was pulled in from the block. It was not here before, but now it is. Now you have a video, now you have a button over here, and some little description on that one. If you don't like the templates, you don't have to use templates necessarily. The templates are just pre-designed blocks constructed together that work in a nice flow. They have all the same colors, all the same fonts, nice looking images, but you don't have to do that. You can just go in, create a new page or create a site that is completely empty, and you can assemble your page using only the blocks. So let's just go in and let's just say this is something I want to create. I want to have this part, and then I want to just have one testimonial, and then maybe a footer at the bottom. So you scroll down and find a footer. There is a lot of blocks, as you can see here. So let's just click on the footer alone, and then it will show up the footer options. Maybe just pull in this one. And there we go. We created now a website that we can click in, we can modify, and it was created super simply by just using blocks. Now, this is the design blocks. As you can see, they have pre-designed. They are designed with images over here. They have already colors in buttons, and they all have already pre-designed font colors and fonts, basically for the text. But if you don't want to have something like that, you can also come into blocks and choose wireframes. If you go into all blocks, you can see how the wireframes look like. So these are gray, white, and black blocks that basically have the same elements on it. So here, if you have a look, this is an image, text, image, text, text, a form, and a button. So all kinds of different layouts can be found in the wireframe blocks as well. So there are forms over here, there are smaller fonts, there are images with headlines and buttons and all kinds of things, and it is the same technology. Basically click and drag it into your builder. So now that we have something already to work with, let's just go back to our home page. We want to edit it. How can I edit it? I want to just rename this, increase your online sales. So it's just simple as clicking on it and then start typing in it. In case you want to select your text, you can select it like in Word. In case you just want to add something on, so you just click in here. Maybe we can rename increase to explode. Explode your online sales today using GrooveFunnels. It's so simple. Now you modified your website. Even if you're not a super techie person, you can choose a template, you can choose a block, you can click inside and start typing. It is that simple. There is literally no knowledge needed to modify a template. If you want to change this color on a button, like you click on it and most probably you will see this one. This is the easy mode for editing. When you click on some things and you see this one, you have certain options over here that you can modify. You can put text in different styling. You can do I don't know, resize the text and things like that. But in case you need more, we have also this expert mode. You can turn on the expert mode and then you can go into much more options. You can do delays, you can do animations, you can do all kinds of different things, which is super easy to do. So let's just modify the background of this button. In case you come in, you click on the background, you
Hey
click
there,
on the color,
David.
and you change the color. Tell me, Mike.
Hey, David, if you can just speak just a little bit louder. It's yeah, we just need you just a little bit louder. Other than that, this is great. And by the way, I love this template. I didn't even know we had this. This thing is awesome.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
So
or there you go, closer to the mic. I think that's all we needed. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit louder. I just didn't want to speak so loud to not wake up my whole family. It is in the middle of the night here, but
Deb
yeah,
doesn't
no
want
worries.
to I think he's
Oh,
talking
you
because
called it, Mike.
he doesn't want to
You
wake up
called
his
it.
baby. Yeah. I think you just got to kiss the little microphone like that. That's all.
Let's kiss.
There you
Okay,
go. All
so
right.
this is basically what you need to do in order to modify templates. It's super simple. Everybody can do that, and yeah, there's not much to it. So if you have a look how a page is constructed, it's by blocks. You now know what blocks are, how to pull them in, how to modify it. But if you, for example, here we have an image. As you can see, when we click on it, in the upper right hand side corner, it says image. Okay, if you don't want an image here, but you want just a video on there, you can go into the elements and just change this image for a video. So let's just do that together. I will show you how simple it is. So we click on the elements tab over here, and you can see that we have different parts that we can change. So here, this is text. This is a text that is a little bit bigger. This is a paragraph text that is a little bit smaller. And then this is a button. So all of these are elements that are found in the elements tab over here. So our designers went in there and they created pages and blocks using these elements. So you don't have to, okay? But in case you want to change things like, for example, this one little image over here, you can just click on for example, a YouTube video. Let's just click on the YouTube video and pull it out here just above the image. Okay, now it loads in, and we can just click on this image over here. Click the trash can icon. Are you sure? Yes, absolutely. There we go. Now we have a video that was put in the place of that actual image. So let's just see. This video is a little bit higher than the text. So let's just click on the video, and we can just move it down with a drag handle. So it's super simple. Drag and drop. Move things around on the canvas in the builder, and that's basically it. Now, if we have a look, this template didn't change at all. We just put in one element that is different. It is still mobile responsive. It is still super nice. Let's just see close the menu over here. You have the video instead of the actual image that was in there, and you can start using it immediately. The job was done, so you don't have to. Okay, and this is how we want to work. We want to simplify everything so you can just really get in there and start making money for your business, start helping out everybody else. Let me just see. Are you able to change the text within a book a free call? Absolutely. In case you want to change anything, you click in there and you have more options. So you can see we are here in the design. So we can actually change the text, fonts, and the colors, and the background, and the borders, and things like that. But if you don't want to do the design, if you want to set up the functionality of certain elements, sometimes we have another button that shows up, and it's called a configure. So in case you click in the configure, you have certain options to change the text. So for example, this is Jennifer's button. Okay, let's just update, and now we have the Jennifer's button is right here. We typed in the text, we click clicked the update button, and now this is updated on our canvas. It is super simple. Okay, so if you want to also put a link to a button, we choose if you want to link to a page. We have a couple of pages over here, so we can choose from these. Let's just link it to a page number 7. Okay, so in case somebody clicks this button, we can link it to a page number 7. Okay, we can open it in a new tab, so it opens like this. Okay, it doesn't close the previous page, it just opens in a new tab. So if we are happy with this one, this is Jennifer's button, and it will open the page 7. We can click update, and basically that's it. We renamed the button, we changed the button text, and we linked it to a page. If you don't want to link it to a page, you can link it to a block. Like I explained previously what the blocks are. These are the like the bricks of the website that construct the actual website, different sections of the website. So we can link to different blocks. So if we count, this is the block number 1, block number 2, block number 3, block number 4, and so on. So let's just say we want to link to block number 5. And this is basically the block number 5. So we can just open this one and then link to block number 5. You can also link to a URL in case you want to send people, if they click, for example, this is Jennifer's button. If they click on here, we can send them to the actual Facebook group. Okay, so this is the Groove Digital Facebook group. We can send them over there. We can open it in a new tab, and then once this is done, we can just click the update. And now, if somebody on the actual website clicks this is Jennifer's button, they will go to the Facebook group from Groove Digital. This is super simple to do. Changing over images, changing over text, changing over like videos and things like that, you now already know how to set up. Let's just see what is the next thing over here. So editing the pages, I was showing you the right hand sidebar options, and this is the right hand sidebar. If you click on different things, as I mentioned, there is a design element and there is a configure element to configure some things further. Sometimes on the text images, there will be not a lot of options. As you can see, there will be a couple of different options on a button to configure, but some of the elements will not have all these configurations. So this is something that you'll need to click in and see what you can actually change. A lot of things can be changed over here, but in case you don't want to go into that depth, you can just turn off expert mode and feel safer just using these. Let's just say you want to resize something or actually move this away from the whole from the image on the top. You can do it with the drag handles. We have drag handles. You can click and then move things around on the canvas, or you can also do it using the spacing options over here. So let me just open this expert mode. We can have the spacing options nicely displayed here on the page. You can just set the outer margin and then just make sure that it is coming up or down or anywhere on the page. You can see it is pretty great and easy to modify. So approximately that is what I wanted to mention. In case you are a developer and you know code, you can put different elements of code and you can customize it differently. You can put in elements like CSS code, and you can name those element attributes, give them class attributes and things like this to each and every element. Okay, you can also look into the whole code of the block, which is awesome, in case you are an advanced user and you want to do that. But what if you created something yourself? What if you created something your own and you want to save it for future use? For example, let's just say that I created this, like I want to put it this one and a bit of bigger color, a bit bigger font, and now I want to save this. Now this is my creation. I'm super happy that I created this and I want to use this at a later point. We also have saved block. So you save your blocks into a different category that you want, and then you can later on choose those blocks. As you can see, I have if I open all the blocks, these are all saved blocks from my previous sites that I plan to use again and again in the future. So it is super simple to save the blocks. Until here, there is a line, and then from here, these are the system blocks that are designed by the developers and the designers. So that is something I wanted to show you. Now we went through blocks, elements, and we clicked a couple of times on these pages, but you see these are the pages that make our website. If you go into these three buttons, if you click in these three buttons, you have different settings. You can add a page name, you can add page title and description. This is for SEO. And if you came from WordPress, you probably know about Yoast SEO. We have all this built in already. So you don't have to purchase plugins. You don't have to add on anything. Everything is already inbuilt for you. If you want to change all the fonts on the page at the same time that are not predefined. So let me just show you. You can just decide you want a different font. Once you click this check mark, all the fonts will be changing on the page. Because I am already using blocks that have their fonts predefined, we cannot change it now. But let's just say that you find that you create your own pages from elements, then you can just say, yeah, on this page I want this this exact page font. Okay, so there are other options, like you can clone the page. You don't have to redo it from scratch. You can just simply click clone, and now you have two copies. Let me just show you. So we have about and about copy that look identical, so you don't have to redo everything from scratch. There are systems put in place that we use to make our jobs easier, and this is something that you can use as well. Now you see, when we created this page 7 and about copy, they will be showing up here in the navigation bar. We have a dynamic navigation. You can edit. In case you click on this page 7 and you drag it out to the hidden pages, okay, you don't see this page 7 anymore. You see here about copy. If you click on this 6-pack, I call it a 6-pack. If you click on this 6-pack and you click and drag it down to the hidden pages, you don't see that anymore. So this navigation is dynamic, and this changes on all the pages on your site, because you had some pages here, but they're not showing anymore because we hidden them. And this is hiding them from the primary navigation. Okay, so we don't have them anymore here, which is great. Also, in case you have a navigation on the footer, it will be hiding them from the footer as well. At this moment, we don't have that, but these are some of the options that we have. If you want, you can also create navigation that is a drop-down menu. So in case you have a lot of pages, for example, I want to put about to open below services, for example, this way. I will put it this way and then indent it a little bit. Now you can see the services has a little arrow that goes down to create a drop-down menu, which is a nested page. So if somebody comes to services, they have also an option to click on the about, and this will be showing on each of these pages, because the navigation was created once and it is modified on all the pages. So you don't have to go in there and then do the work again and again. Everything is dynamic. In case you set it up correctly at the first time, it is modified by itself. So let's see. These are some of the options for the navigation. You can rename, you can as I mentioned, do different settings in here. You can do custom CSS. You can put your tracking links and Google Analytics and all kinds of things inside here, which is very accessible in, I don't know, Shopify or WordPress. You actually need to download plugins and then go into the code and dive in to actually put in just a simple snippet of code on your page. Well, that's not something that we liked, and we said there is an easier option, and this is the easier option. Open Graph, this is what I showed the other day. If you were watching the Grooveathon, OG graph or OG image and OG title, which is called for Open Graph. This is something that will display your page nicely when you share it on Facebook or Pinterest or Twitter. Sometimes it on some sites it gives a nice preview of the page and a nice title, but sometimes it just displays whatever. So you can control that on each of your pages. But not only that, you can control all this, what I just showed you with the code, with the tracking links, with everything. It's not only available for your page, it's available also for the whole site. So you can do it on the whole site. You can do custom CSS. You can add on different code snippets. You can also control the OG image title and everything that you need for the whole site. So in case your mydomain.com is shared, it will also have all these settings in there, which is awesome. And flexibility like this is not very often done in page builders. I don't know why, but developers just like to make it hard for users. Let's just see some of the comments. Awesome. Not hard, much easier. Absolutely. So simple. Nice menu function. Absolutely. And if this is making you happy, I just didn't even touch on the 1% of what this software can do. We can do pages for, let's say, a website, and we can do also separate funnels. So you can create your funnel, and let's just do and create a funnel from the templates. Let's just choose, for example, this Groove book template, okay, as a funnel page. It is now loading it in. Okay, now this Groove book funnel can have an upsell, a downsell, and all kinds of different things. So let's just add on a simple upsell on this one. And there are some upsell pages on here. For example, high converting lead magnet upsell. Okay, so you just choose an upsell. So now your funnel has two pages. It has the front page, or the main page, and it has a page 2, which is the upsell. You can as simply go in and rename it using the settings. You can rename it to the page title, code, everything that I showed you previously, and also you can do it for the upsell page. Now, if you go out, you can see that there is one funnel, but you can create multiple funnels. So this was only one funnel that you created on your website. You can go into funnel templates and you can choose another template as well, and you now have two funnels on that website. So it's a hybrid website funnel relationship, which makes modern businesses work. We know that funnels are the way to go for selling, but we know that our business needs a website as well. So now you have a system to do it. Even on the free account, you have access to everything that I'm showing you here. Now on my website, I have my normal pages for home and services and contact and pricing and so on. But I also have a funnel which I can connect with a call to action. If somebody clicks the Jennifer's button, they can go into one of these funnels and really go into depth by knowing what they're purchasing. They can also purchase upsells, downsells, order bumps, and things like this. We'll get into that more in depth at a later point. But we have this funnel organization feature, which is just the bare bones what is coming. We'll have split testing and different analytics, and you will see visually how many people came into each step of your funnel. So for example, if you come into this funnel, you will see how many people came into the front page, how many people came onto the upsell page, and things like this. It's just what we have now is if it is already making you happy, you'll be super duper happy if you actually join our lifetime deal and you become a platinum customer. I'm 100% sure this is going to be one of the best things you can do at this moment. So this is just one of the buttons. We can also do pop-ups. There are companies that sell pop-ups, and they describe this as a best opt-in solution on the market at this moment. Yeah, good for them. We have it inbuilt. We don't need that purchased separately, because we know that this is the best way to collect opt-ins, and that's why we gave it to you. So we created a solution here where you can just select a template. For example, let's just use this one. As simply as editing your website, as simply as editing the content of your page, you click inside, you change the colors, change the buttons, and basically you created your opt-ins, or you created your pop-ups, or whatever you would like to create. You also have elements and different things that you put in. For example, let's just put a video. I would never put a video on a opt-in pop-up, but let's just do it for the training purposes. You see, it is as simple as constructing a page, so everybody can do it. And this is what makes GroovePages unique, the simplicity. If you want, you can save it. I will not save it now, but you can create unlimited number of pop-ups. There is really no limits. If we save this, you will see that it comes up as a pop-up 1 because I didn't name it. If you create a pop-up, you can choose a standard pop-up, an entry pop-up, which will activate when somebody just opens your page. When you go here, you can actually show the pop-up in like 5 seconds from somebody entering your page, or you can show it immediately if you type in 0. You can show it on every visit, on every first visit. Okay. You can also do exit pop-ups, which people brag about online, like just make sure you don't let people leave your site before opting in. This is something you really want to do, but you don't want to pay for that solution because you have it here, you have it inbuilt, and there's literally no need for giving extra money for that. There you go. You have exit pop-ups done with in a jiffy. So basically you just choose a template, add on things like this is an image, you upload your image, you put in your things here, you connect your form to your autoresponder or GrooveMail, and then you're done. That's it. There's really not much to do. So we can save and exit. But all these things that I just showed you would not work well if it is not visible on mobile. And I just showed you previously, we have these options to modify things on mobile. When you use templates from our designers, they already look beautiful. They already look amazing. So there's not much that you need to do on mobiles, on vertical tablets, horizontal tablets, laptops, and desktops. This is one of the first page builders that is when Google came out with their first page, mobile first indexing, a rule, or like a, basically it was a rule online which said, like, if your page, if your website is not optimized for mobile, you'll be pushed down in the rankings on the search engines. And our platform is one of these platforms that you can really dive into each device separately and create your pages as you really want them to look like. So there's literally nothing that you cannot do with this software. I've seen people create their directories. I created my blog. I created membership using this software because it is so powerful. But with power doesn't come also complexity. So it is a simple tool that everybody can do powerful things with. And yeah, so I really don't know how I can describe it better than it's just magic. It is really magic. Let me just show you something that is truly magic. If you come into pages and you click the add a new page, we do have another option which is called a URL importer. So let's say you're coming from a different page builder, or you're coming from just normal HTML pages. You can click the URL importer and just import your page to our system, which is like, so at this moment the URL importer is in early stages, but it works quite well. I've seen people use it importing their pages from GrooveFunnels and all kinds of different platforms. But let me just go on and then show you something that is even more amazing. When we add on a little bit more stability to this page importer, and it is a page importer, just to keep in mind, this is not a site importer, so you cannot import a whole site yet at this point. But if you go into like theme forest or something like that, you can come into theme forest and then see a template that you like. For example, I like to use this as an example in my demos, because it is a very nice template that if you just remove the frame, you can take the code from it, or just the address from the address bar, you paste it in, and you can import only the layout. So even if this page is not yours, you can import the layout, which is the structure of the page. So there is there's an image, there is text, there is buttons, there is this. As I said, we are still developing it for stability and to recognize different page builders have different backend code, and our page importer will understand that backend code of different page builders. But at this moment, as you can see, it is working really nicely already with certain pages. So this is how you can do it. Import pages that are that you like the layout of, and you can just simply go in like hello Bello, and it's done. Hello Bello. We just typed it out. If you want to change this image, like go on, change the image. If you want to change this button, you can go into design and change the background color to, for example, green. If you want to like move things around, for example, this way, why not? if you want to this, for example, and then move these things up, why not? Everything can be done. It is just in early stages, but as you can see, it is working perfectly. Have a look at this, guys. So our page importer already recognized that here on this element, there's a border. Not only that the border is blue, but that the border is dashed, not dotted, not a solid border, but actually dashed. And this is visible over here. If you have a look, it is a dashed border, and it will go into this type of depth. The recognizing all types of things like that. So it is super unique. As I mentioned, it is still being developed, but I can see a huge future for this one. So yeah, let's just say now you're finished with designing your page and you want to make it, you want to share it with the world, you want to share it with your clients. For example, you're a design agency, you want to share with your clients. You can just click here in the upper right hand side corner, click share, add a share link, and bada bim bada boom, you have a share link that you can share out to people. If, for example, I open an incognito window, if somebody puts in the link, they will be sent to the login page. In case they are not members of GrooveFunnels yet, they will be asked to sign up. If they sign up, they are connected to your affiliate account, which is super exciting. You can not only create and share your awesome page creations and sites and funnels and all kinds of different things. You can actually earn some affiliate commissions in case they decide to upgrade. So when somebody clicks on that share funnel, it takes a little bit of time to actually process that, to process and get the share funnels up, share funnel or share site up and running, as you can see now in a couple of moments. But this itself allows you to create sites in the back and create templates as well. If you're a design agency or some kind of agency, creative agency, let's say, and allows you to get people to sign up. And once they sign up, they will sign up under your link. And I just wanted to share this with you. If we scroll down, I can see a referrer over here. So this referrer is who will be getting that actual sign up, which is amazing. So there we go. This is some of the things that our page importer and GroovePages can do. Let's just go on and see if we missed something. Yes, so publishing, page import feature, pages, adding, renaming. Okay, I believe I managed to mention everything, but last thing is publishing. People, when they are using WordPress and other platforms, they sometimes are required to purchase hosting. So hosting is something that is like a storage, let's just say a hard drive in some no-name land, which has your files. So in case you upload an image and you want to have your website have an image, that image will be uploaded to that hard drive somewhere. And you have to buy that hard drive normally in the world, but not with us, because what we created is we created an online platform, which is a cloud-based platform that offers you hosting. So if you decide to just go out there and publish it, we have a subdomain that you can create, one subdomain, and then host your pages with that. Like, for example, I created lemon.groovepages.com, and if I decide to publish my page with that, I can just say Grooveathon 1, and publish my page so easily. I don't have to connect any hosting. I don't have to go and mess with that, all kinds of different hosting and cPanel and all these things. There are benefits and drawbacks to that one, but in case you want to go out there and then develop for your business, develop for speed, this is the fastest, easiest solution. Now I have my website up and running with my pop-ups, as you can see. And if I click Jennifer's button, I'm headed over to Groove Digital official page. If I want, I can play the video that we put in together. If I decide, I can go to the different pages that we created together, and I can preview everything that I want, even the video that we pulled in the block. Everything is online, everything is published, and this is a secure connection. Okay, but that's not all. I'm doing the advertising man speech, but wait, there's more. If you actually sign up sign up for a free GrooveFunnels account, and I'm talking to you, people that are on the free account. You have option to create subdomain and host 3 of your sites with a subdomain on here. But in case you do want to bring in your custom domain, which is, for example, mydomain.com or yourdomain.net or org or something like that, that you purchase, let's say from GoDaddy or Namecheap or NameSilo or any other domain name registrar, you can connect it as well. It is free and it is available to you immediately. There's no need to go through all the hassle for calling and connecting, all kinds of things. You actually go to your domain name registrar, you connect it to Cloudflare, which is super simple, can be done in 5 minutes, and then from Cloudflare to here. This way, you get faster pages, you get secure sites, which is that lock in the address bar when you open it. Let me just show you this lock over here that says connection is secure, and it is super fast connected over here. But let's just say if you want to have like mydomain.com, mydomain.net, mydomain.org, you own all 3 and you want the same site to open on all 3. Why not connect all 3? Like you can just add a new domain and you can type in mydomain.org. Okay. mydomain.net and mydomain.com. You can click publish and publish it on all 3 at the same time without any hassle or complications whatsoever. This is GroovePages, ladies and jelly beans, as Mr. Mike Filsaime said. That's the power of something that is created. And I didn't even go into all of the things that we can create. This is just some of the things. So if you don't think that this is awesome, I don't know if you used a page builder yet. I have, and I can tell you it is absolutely amazing. So let us know in the comment section, what do you think about this? Yes. Okay, perfect. Question: David, can set up 3 sites. Are sites funnels or are they domain names? So one site is, let me just show you over here. If you go out, this is one site, this is another site, this is another site. So 3 of these you can create. Inside each of these, you can have as many pages as you want. If you want more information on that one, you can come into groovefunnels.com. You can also come into community. We have in-depth tables that explain what you get, and you can look into that one. But one site has multiple pages. You can have funnels on that one, you can have pop-ups on that one, and this is one site. This is another site, this is another site, and so on. So let's just see if Mike, do you have something that I forgot that you think is super sexy and worth mentioning? Or
hello, David. They're bringing me in right here. No,
for something sexy.
What's that?
Something sexy worth mentioning, Mike.
Oh yeah, yeah. What I'd like to do, David, is I'm gonna take over the screen because I have a little rhythm about the way that I do this, and if I just tell you now do this, now do this, now do this, but for the rest of the presentations, what Donna and I are going to do for like GrooveSell and GrooveMail, and Matt next to me, we're gonna, when we move through, let's say like order bumps, we're gonna say, now here's what an order bump is. Here's why you want to do it. Here's what makes a good order bump. And David, can you show us how an order bump works? With GroovePages, just let David Lemon go. That is a nice, delicious looking user interface. And, you know, we didn't want to be popping in there and saying, here's why you want to use a countdown timer and all that stuff. I think what people really wanted was good old fashioned lemonade and that presentation that you did right there. So I'm gonna take over the screen here. And I'm hoping later today, when we get to automations, this is all gonna come together. After we do GrooveSell, then I'd like to skip Groove Affiliate and then go to GrooveMail, because once we can do GrooveSell and then we can do GrooveMail and automations, I'm going to do an incredible presentation on butterfly marketing. That is, this is not a recap in history. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the first time in history since butterfly marketing retired essentially in 2008 that anybody can do butterfly marketing now. And the reason is butterfly marketing was ahead of its time, but it was a little bit ahead of its time. It was clunky. Like you had to build a site in Microsoft Front Page and take your HTML and paste it into a page. And then this thing, WordPress came out. And you had to decide, do I want the viral stuff that I can do in butterfly marketing or everything that WordPress gave? And I'm talking like when building a site with butterfly marketing was like using MS-DOS, right? But we had one-click upsells, we had dynamic websites, dynamic fulfillment, and all these different things. But it was like how sites looked in 2003. But it worked, but it no longer looked good. It no longer represented your brand. And then once that left, there was nothing else that can do that. Nothing else in the world is going to be able to do what we're going to do. So, folks, that's probably going to be in about 2 hours. You're not going to want to miss that. But
I'm going to need a round of applause. Butterfly
butterfly marketing is going to be
nice.
exciting. So I'm going to share my Scrizzle. Oh wow!
With you peoples.
I wonder if that was my Corona kicking in. I'm saying. Because I'm trying to do a little Snoop Dogg stuff here. All right. So we should be seeing our screen now. So what I'm going to do, folks, is I'm going to talk about something about our app that, as far as I'm aware of, there's not a leading landing page builder that does what I'm about to show you, and it's called mobile first indexing. And for those of us in the UK, mobile first indexing. And chuckle, we got a giggle from the chuckle, the Peter Gallery. All right, so remember we said we started with an idea to do GroovePages in April of 2019. I can't believe it's only been a year and a half. And when we had the idea to do it, we started with the quote unquote Kickstarter, and then we had somebody in the Facebook group saying, because we had GrooveCart, right? So we had a community of people saying, "Hey, will it have mobile first indexing?" And I have to tell you, me and Matt Nouse kept just seeing mobile responsiveness. Will it be mobile? Will it be able to look different on mobile and all that? And I think I told this guy like 3 times, it will do this. And he sent me a personal email that wasn't nasty or anything like that. It was, with all due respect, Mike, I don't think you and Matt are understanding what I'm talking about. This is not a technology. This is Google saying that they are going to index mobile pages first. And I said, oh, okay, so this has nothing to do with something called like mobile responsiveness or something like that. So what I'm going to do here,
but it is tied to the technology, right?
It's a set of practices.
Absolutely.
It's a set of practices. So I'm going to zoom my screen in a little bit bigger over here. And I'm going to click right here. And I'm right at the point where either my glasses don't work and my eyes don't work. And we're going to type in mobile first indexing. And then I'm going to zoom this up so that we could all see it. And right here, developers.google.com. This is what our user had sent to us. Now, this was pretty new at the time, new enough that any other page technology builder didn't have this. This is essentially, let's just make it even bigger over here. This is essentially a guide of exactly how a page needs to be built for their new best practices that came out called mobile first indexing. And they said, starting July 1st, 2019, mobile first indexing is enabled by default for all new websites unknown to Google. And then it later goes on to say that you have about 6 months to go back and make your other sites ready. Okay. And I think, as you know, about like as we were talking about before, why does Google want your sites perfect for mobile? Well, a couple of things. Number one, mobile devices are not always on Wi-Fi. And if you're like me, and I live out here in the sticks in Wellington, Florida, sometimes I have one bar and it's not working very well. Okay. So Google makes money by having you load Google and going back to Google and searching. So on a desktop, that's all well and good. But as we said before, a couple of hours ago, over 72% of web traffic is now coming from mobile, which means over 72% of Google's money is happening on mobile devices. So when you're using a page and it's in the search engines, and Google liked you before, but now you're looking at it more and more on this, and you click on it, and your images aren't optimized. Your headline is so big and fat. The order form doesn't optimize, and you know what you do?
Yeah.
You go like this. You know what? I'll just do it when I get home. And Google just lost money. And so Google is basically telling you that we're going to index your site based on how it was designed for mobile. And if it's not, you're going to be in trouble. And they want sites that people are happy with so that they continue to stay on the device and go back to Google and check out different search results and see more ads and more impressions. And so what happens is Google is going to push up the sites that they're happy with, GroovePages, and they are going to push down and shun completely, like hide you, because they don't want to serve up pages that give users a bad experience. The same thing's going to happen with Google sponsored ads. If you're paying for a click and somebody clicks and your site looks terrible on a mobile device, and then you're like, forget about it. Google wants people going back, clicking the other ad. And if your page is loading slow, they're done with you. All right. So this is mobile first indexing. And so we went back, looked at everything they were telling us to do about page structure, limiting the use of JavaScript and frameworks. And basically they wanted traditional HTML, CSS, lazy loading, next generation images, SVGs, all of these types of things. And they gave us a blueprint on how to design a site. So now let's do the demo. I'm going to go over to GroovePages here, and let me leave this at 100%. All right. And I'm going to open up a site that demos this very, very well. Folks, I do about 5 demos a day, and this goes back to our beta sites here. And as we scroll and scroll and scroll, more and more of these demos come up. So I'm just going to click New Site. And I'm going to pick this template right here. And there's a reason why I'm picking this template you're going to see in just a minute. We're going to call this the GAT last day. We're going to click Start Building, and we're going to load this template. All right. So if you're lucky enough to have another builder be able to change for mobile or other devices, usually all they do is they say show on mobile or hide on mobile. Right. Okay. So what I've just done here is I've taken this text and I'm going to, for the sake of this argument and this demo, permission to make a Frankenstein page here because I want to demo something for you. So let's say I wanted this headline like really, really big, right? Well, now let's see how it looks on mobile. Okay, and let's close our little burger menu there. That actually doesn't look good, right? We're pushing down the call to action button. That's no good. Google, so then what we're going to do is we're going to bring this down more like this, okay? And let me make it a little bit bigger, and we're going to put it like that. So now we're going to go back to our desktop, and well, now that looks absolutely ridiculous, right? So what most of the time, what you've always had to do is you've had to say, let's pick the happy medium and do something like this. And sometimes you'll do something like this here. And then you go over to mobile and you see it's on 3 lines, and then you have to go back a little bit smaller here. Okay, that's, folks, that's pretty much everybody else. All right. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to the desktop. I'm going to make this huge for a reason. That's what she said, Michael Scott. Ooh. All right. I guess it's the Corona. All right. So I'm going to make this yellow. Okay. Now I want to show you something here. I'm going to go to mobile, and we see it's very, very big and yellow, just like we made it. I want you to now notice right here. I think David Lemon might have spoken about this. This is simply a preview when I click on these icons. This is the desktop. This is a laptop. This is a horizontal iPad, a vertical iPad or tablet, and a mobile device, okay? But if you notice, they're all pink. What that means is anytime I edit something, I'm designing for all devices. Here comes the magic of GroovePages. This is a demonstration of mobile first indexing. Watch this right here. If I want to isolate the mobile device, what would you think you would do intuitively if you wanted to just isolate the mobile device? Well, you would click here and look what happened. Everything here that was pink has just shut off. Now I'm designing only for the mobile. So now what I can do is I can, for demonstration purposes, I'm going to make this like a green. Okay. I would never design like this. I'm doing a demo that's I'm going to show you later. All right. And notice, since it's so small on a laptop, I want to, on a mobile device, I want to keep it centered. So we're going to keep our text centered, but we're going to bring it down to a normal size. And for this particular demo, I'm going to make it extremely small because I want to show you something in a little while. Now, you'll notice when I go to the vertical tablet, we're going to see the yellow. Why? Wow. Because I isolated the mobile device and everything else stays the same. So now let's design this just for this right here. I'm going to change this color to like a red, and I'm going to make the font a little bit bigger than the other one. Okay, just a little bit bigger. All right, and notice we still don't have the person that was in the big header because there's not enough room for them. So we've removed it, and that's why we want to keep the text centered. Let's now go to a horizontal tablet. They actually turn the tablet sideways. Well, when we do that, I can now design this. And again, for purposes I'm going to show you in a little bit, we're going to change this color to pink, and I'm going to make that a little bit bigger yet. Okay. And now we're going to go to a laptop. Okay. And now the laptop, oh, look at that. We're starting to get the man here, Peter, right? Peter G. Sanders. We're starting to get Peter over here. So we want to start giving a little bit of love to the background image, because this is why we load a background image. On larger laptops, we want to show the car or the real estate office. But on a mobile device, if it's a real estate office, we're not really going to sell the home. We got to sell the text. So what we're going to do is we're noticing now that this text is left, right? But on this device, it's centered. So I can actually start literally designing separate pages for separate device user experiences. Nobody else that we're aware of that's a leading brand can do this. And then I'm going to show you what. It
wasn't just design; it's also how Google's going to read it,
right,
as an experience your user have. It's all the package.
So
together.
Let's make this one blue, just for the point of this example, or I can actually even keep this one white, right? But again, this is the very large text. We're going to make this a little bit smaller here. And now we're going to leave the desktop big like this just for this example. So watch what happens here, folks. I'm going to click on the preview icon here, okay? And now we can see we have the big yellow text that we designed because we're watching this at the size of a desktop. Now watch what happens as I slowly start to approach a laptop size. If we remember, the laptop, right, a little bit smaller and white, in about 3 seconds, it's going to go right to that. 1, 2, 3. Look at that. It has just detected that we are in the browser size for a laptop. Your laptop wouldn't be able to expand this. You couldn't go that much bigger on a laptop. So therefore, you're going to have the proper font, the left justification, still seeing the person over here. Now, we're going to go to a horizontal iPad. Not quite as big as a laptop. So what happens is we're probably going to lose this person here. So let's do that. 3, 2, 1. See, we no longer have the person. There's not enough room. So we're focusing here. So having the text centered without your eyes catching this person here, we need to focus on the messaging, and we now go to the next size. Again, the reason why I made the font red is otherwise you may not see just the difference in the size. So that's a horizontal iPad. The next one was a vertical iPad. Watch this. Ready? I believe it was blue. We'll see. I forget. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, it was another red. But you see, it got smaller, right? And then we've got one more, and I think it was green, I believe. And we're going to go to a mobile device right here. Okay, there you go. That is called mobile first indexing. So what that means is after you create your site, you can go down and you can look at everything and see, like, how does this look on the, let's select for all. How does this look on a mobile device? Well, I may like this to be only on 2 lines for my mobile device, right? And you see if I'm actually on the text here. And on this device here, let's see. No, that's a little too much. Let's see on this device here. You see now the padding, the way it went, got a little bit smaller. I'm going to dial it back. I'm actually going a smaller font on here. On the laptop, let's see. Instead of going backwards, let's go bigger. And I believe I can just drag this out a little bit more, or that's this one here. And I can make that a little bit bigger at this point because I got more room. So we can do something like that. And let's see how it looks if I go even bigger. Nope, we're going to probably keep it like that. My point here, folks, is you can, once your page is designed for the desktop, now you can go back and see if you have overflow text and certain different things, and you can make it pixel perfect.
Can you do that with the call to action button? Like add to cart, join my mailing list, anything like that?
Yeah, you might have a button for whatever reason that is full screen for whatever reason under a big video, but it's just not going to look right on a mobile device, and then you might just want to shrink it down. You could literally do that. I'll show you, for example,
help you sell more,
right here. I'm going to change this button for everybody, right? To what's known as the Belcher button. It's a yellow button, and let's raise that text a little bit. Let's make it a little bit bigger, make it look a little bit nicer here. And let's make it, it's normally supposed to be blue, but I actually like the way the black looks a little bit better, right? But for whatever reason, if on the mobile device, I wanted that button, I got to isolate it. This device only, again, we don't know what the use case may be, but let's just say in this device, because we don't have a man here or a yellow car that made this button look better. And now since there's not a yellow Ferrari, I want to basically maybe just have like a red call to action button here. Right. Oops, I'm in text, folks. So if red, I'm probably going to want white text. So let's make that white and go out of text and go to the background and make that red. Okay, just like that. Now, when we go back over here, Matt, we'll see that my button is yellow. Nice. All right, so we can literally design for different devices. Okay, that's one thing. Let's take a look over here. And I want to show you a site called fitnessfoodfun.com. This is Michelle's site. You saw Michelle last night with there were 7 ladies on. And take a look at this site. And I believe that's, let me just see here. Where are we? Right there. Okay, so I'm just going to drag these so I can tab back and forth easily. So if you look at this site right here, let's just make this font look like Michelle's, just so we can make it a little smaller so they look the same. Okay, so basically all Michelle did is she went in to here like this, and she just typed in, the same thing, fitness, food, fun. Okay, and then she went over to here, this picture, and it says Peter is a successful. And then Michelle went down to here. She clicked here, changed the photo. How would we do that? David just showed us. This is how we style. This is how we configure. Choose image, load it from your desktop or from your phone or something like that. And it's important. I said phone for a reason, right? And what does it say? Peter's a successful. And Michelle said, Michelle is a successful licensed Zoom instructor. And she just basically went down the line. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do a test. Oh, let me show you this little thing. So how did we change the background? David showed us. Well, if we want to change the background, what would we do, right? Just basically click on the background. And then we go to the background and we're going to search. We're going to look up an image in our free stock gallery here. And we're going to type in something like dance, fitness. All right. And let's pick this one right here, right? Now, it's uploading. It takes about 5 seconds to upload. And then once it's uploaded, you're going to see it pop up right here on your screen like that. And then we hit select. And then look at that. We have a nice background. And then we center it here and we put cover. Matt, you see a problem there?
It's maybe overwhelming, no? A little bit the background.
It's a little bit hard to read because it's popping, right? So what do? Well, we simply click on a color for this background. Which is right here, right? Background color. And since Michelle's site is like a bluish purple theme, this site, what we're going to do is here's like a purple right here. Actually, even this is a purple. I'm going to click on that. Now watch what happens. Okay. Ooh. So what do we got to choose? Either the image or this background? Well, no, actually not. What you can do is you can take that color and you can drag the opacity. Watch the magic happen here, folks. This is the magic that happens here. You can go full opacity where you can't read it, or where you can't see the background, or you find that happy medium. What I've also found is like doing a black with opacity just looks, oh my God, that just looks awesome. Gorgeous, right? Yeah. Look at how that's popping. You're saying this is dance, and here's the headline. Okay, so now going back to Michelle's site, this was the picture that she took, and she put an opacity there. Now, what I want to show you is I want to do a speed test. We're going to do 2 different companies, right? We're going to do Google page speed. Now, anybody can do this. I put out a bounty. If anybody can show me a page built by ClickFunnels, Lead Pages, Demi, any page builder out there, any of them, that's been around, it doesn't say coming soon, but it's an actual working page that's made from a template, right? And if they can show me how it can outperform our pages, 94, 96, 98%, then we're going to give them a $1,000 gift certificate to use at groovegear.com. I've done about 30 websites like this. Nobody has ever gone to our help desk and showed us another page. And obviously, I'm going to look at archive.org to see if they changed it yesterday, right? It's got to be a page that's been existing. And when I showed what I'm about to show to you yesterday, an SEO expert called Mark Ling said he wasn't aware about the mobile first indexing and the website that Google is now ranking you on desktop and mobile. And he said, Mike, would you mind putting in my site? And I put it in, and he showed up at a 64, and he was mortified. He wasn't aware that his site did so well on desktop, and on mobile it was scored so poorly. So absolutely. What we're going to do is we're going to put in Google page speed. Why do we want to use Google page speed? There's lots of different places out there. Indexes you. Right. They're the ones that index you. If I'm going to be at a cooking contest and the judge is going to be Gordon Ramsay, well, I'm going to read his recipe book on how he wants to cook, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to type in ClickFunnels, okay? And we're going to rank how their page is. And we're going to now do same thing again, Google page speed. And let's take Michelle's site, okay? Now, by doing this here, we drop in her URL, and we're going to analyze, and we're going to sit here and wait. Now, I want to tell you that Michelle's going to score very, very good and very, very average, all right? Why average? Let's see ClickFunnels if they broke the internet. This thing takes like 10 minutes. I got to keep coming back to it. It's only at like 89%. It's screaming. Google is saying, please, why would you make me index a page that I hate so much? 92, 93. We could probably close the launch and come back and see when that's ready. Okay. So now Michelle's site loads at a 74 on mobile. And I leave it like this because it's a perfect example that I can show you. Look at the desktop version. Well, look at that. Google absolutely loves her website at 97. There's no flaws. They're basically saying, yes, GroovePages. Oh my God. First time we've ever given a score like this. This is incredible. How did you do it? But why do we have a 74
Maybe we
on
can
mobile?
find out.
Well, here's why. They're telling us right here. She's serving images that are not next generation format, and they're not properly sized. So if we go back to Michelle's site, did we break ClickFunnels yet? Okay, there we go. All right. So we're going to come back to this in just a minute. All right. So here we go. What happened with Michelle is she took this image from her iPhone, which is a 16 megapixel camera, and she uploaded it. And in the past, folks, this was fine. Remember what we said? Google doesn't want these quote unquote 4K images on devices that are not even 1080p. Yeah, they're basically saying we don't need to serve this on a mobile device. And then she did the same thing over here. She got her picture with Beto, right? Just because he's the owner of Zumba. Just because our template has a small picture like this, that doesn't mean that it's not a large image on her computer.
Yeah, right? You're just killing the bandwidth.
Exactly. Yeah. So we've got 2 of these massive images here. All right. And we just had a hashtag John Cornetta sighting. 2 of these massive images here. And here's what's happening. We go back to the score, and Google is saying, hey, we've already told you, we don't like these 16 megapixel pictures in PNGs and JPEGs. We want you to go to Google. You can do this, and you can search convert PNG, JPEG, GIF to next generation image. You upload your photo, and then you bring it down. These photos will actually serve almost like dynamic images. They'll serve, it's one image, they'll serve the larger image when it's needed, and they'll degrade it just a little bit for
smaller amounts of bytes.
Exactly.
Yep.
And so they're basically saying, we like your site. We absolutely love your site, right? At a 97, but do us a favor. Can you optimize these images? Now, I'll have you know that GroovePages is going to be automatically converting to SVG images for you now. That's going to be coming December 1st. So in the meantime, you have to go to one of those free services where you could upload it and download it. If I do that, I can't demo this, right?
It's worth mentioning that SVG is brand new, right?
Yeah.
So we're just adapting as the technology is advancing. I did been 6 months ago. We had no way of knowing.
Yeah, well, yeah, it comes from that mobile first indexing best practices. They had told us in there this is exactly what they want from our website. So now, we got a 74. We can fix that by fixing the images, and then we could get that to a 97, like we are on a desktop, right? And like I said, we'll pay $1,000 to anybody in Groove Gear certificates if they can show us a site that performs better than this that they've built with any other page builder. Speaking of other page builders. We're looking at the screen there. Let's take a look. Remember Will Ferrell doing Celebrity Jeopardy? Let's take a look at the board. All right, let's take a look at ClickFunnels. Well, ClickFunnels, who builds ClickFunnels, is a 9. But we're being unfair to them, right? That's mobile first. Let's look at the desktop. Let's not be mean. And let's look at the desktop and see how they score a 98 just like us. Just kidding. 39. All right, so folks, you could pay them $99 a month to get what we give you for free, or you could pay them $299 a month to get what we give you for free because we give you free education, and you could build pages that Google is going to shun. So here's what they tell you at their events. We don't care about SEO. If we want SEO, we're going to do WordPress. We build funnels. And I could care less if Google knows about my funnels because all my funnels come from Facebook traffic that I'm going to show you and from my JV partners. Why do you say that? You say that because you don't have a benefit to tell people about SEO. I can tell you right now that the SEO community is coming to us in droves, People like Mark Ling, who is an SEO expert, when he actually said, Mike, do me a favor, put my website in on his WordPress site with all of these Yoast and plugins and all these different things. That's old school. We know Google changes the rules all the time. They don't want these pages. On top of that, they don't want dynamic pages like the competitors do. They actually want a cached page. So we're going to go back to Michelle's site.
But even if you take Google as a picture, who wants to wait 10 seconds before they see the website they want to load, right?
Right, exactly. So that's why we have cached pages here. So if you notice this page here, the About page, when I type in .html, it's still a page. What that means is when you call this page, it doesn't go to GrooveFunnels and ask to render the page. What it's doing is we publish this page. When you look here, we have a save button and a publish button. Save means save your work. The competition doesn't have this. Publish means actually put an actual HTML page that actually exists, even quote unquote as a joke, right? If GrooveFunnels went down or if GrooveFunnels went out of business, not that it would, but I'm making a point. It's not relying on our servers to serve the page. We load the pages up to Google. We wrap them around with Cloudflare. We give you free SSL technology that you could use with us. And you have this page on the cloud all over, close to people all over the world. These pages actually exist. Here's the way the competitors do it. The competitors are a dynamic page. So when you type in that URL and you hit submit, it's basically going,
what image do I need? What text do I need? Let me get a text.
It goes, right, bleep funnels, user 1432, funnel 17, page 11, layout, 2-column grid, this input, and it goes, and it spits it into the browser.
Just like that.
The user hits refresh,
and he calculates again.
The page exists. There it goes, bleep funnels, user 1472, funnel 11, page this, 2 columns, red button color, and it compiles the HTML, and then it spits it out. Let me show you an example of that. This is what's happening right here when I click preview. We're doing a compile. Watch this white screen that happens here. Watch when I click preview. You're gonna see it turn white in the new tab, right? Did you see that?
There you go.
Right. That's
one.
what the competitors do. And then when it's prime time Netflix time, and everybody is using all of the servers, right? And people are hitting bleep funnels like crazy, and their servers are running slow. It takes a longer time to connect to their socket, and then you say to yourself, why are my pages running so slow? What's going on? I don't understand. And let me tell you, if you start going over 0.75 or 3/4 of a second or a second or 1.5 and sometimes 2 seconds, like the other guys, Google doesn't like that. And they are going to penalize you for your Facebook ads and your pay-per-click ads if your pages load slow.
So there is something else, right? The fact that the page is pre-built means we send it to hundreds of servers throughout the world, even throughout the United States. And therefore, it's just getting the page from the local server.
That means if I'm here in Wellington, it finds the local one in Fort Lauderdale, and
it's going to bring the info from there. It doesn't have to go to our
go
servers and calculate
exactly
and travel, throughout the entire.
So we're gonna bring David back on if he's there. So folks, that's what I wanted to show you, the power of mobile first indexing.
I love it.
Why Google loves our pages. And I'm not here to basically talk about the others, but how can you have a page that's ranking, at a 32, right? And because it's a cool page builder, but it doesn't build cool pages. Ooh, I like that one. It's like a Reese's peanut butter cup just came out. It's a cool page builder, but it doesn't build cool pages. All right. So, okay.
It's more than cool pages. It's page that will make you, succeed in your business. That's
all right. Hashtag cancel bleep funnels, or just cancel bleep funnels. Hashtag cancel culture. Go GrooveZilla. We just proved why GroovePages is so good for free. Donna, David, what did you think of that demonstration?
I love it. And I really just wanted to add that, like, if you're thinking about SEO, this is definitely the way to go. But it's not just SEO. Like, your page speed impacts very directly your advertising costs for Google ads and Facebook ads. So, sorry, I'm going to mute myself.
Donna's dog likes page speed. Sorry, Donna.
Every time you do an ad on Google.
Well, let me just hear her thought. We were laughing and it didn't come through. All right. Well, she's gone. All right. Well, thank you, Donna, very, very much. What were you saying, Matt?
Yeah. Every time you create an ad on Google and Facebook, it gives it a rank, kind of like a grade, right? And one of the major factors, how fast your page loads and how relevant it is, right? So if you get a good score, then your advertising cost is so much cheaper. And say you reduce your advertising cost by 2, you're making 4 times more profit. So that's how important.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So there you go. Google Ramsey, right? If you're going to make a dish for Google Ramsey, for Gordon Ramsay, you're going to look at his recipe book and make it the way that he wants. Google is telling us that they like our pages and they score it a 98%. That has to be great for you guys to be able to know. Now you can build pages that are going to outrank your competition. Let's get the camera over to here. Oh, Tom Beal just stepped away. I was like, wow, Joe, you look like Tom. Let's get the camera over to John and Joe. And, oh, you're leaving. All right, jump in. We're going to give Tom Beal some of his time. And there's, so they put right up there. They said, oh, no, here comes the crew. Dex William, Mike is the only person I know who can get me so excited about Groove and you just scrolled away. There it is.
Jody.
There it is. That I went to buy, I want to buy platinum again. Hashtag talk Groove to me. Tom, John, what did you guys think about that?
Ooh. We cannot hear the mic. We cannot hear Tom.
Oh, yep.
Okay.
You'll have to repeat that greatness again.
All right. So, and this greatness came from Donna. She said something along the lines, if you're thinking of SEO, Groove is the way to go. I kind of went a little different than what she said, but you get it.
Hey, Deb, do we have the losing trombone sound on the board? No, I'm just teasing Tom.
Hey.
We absolutely. So Tom, you got to go. soon, very, very soon. We want to get
And John's leaving soon too. So.
Yeah, exactly. So I said before that you do your training every Wednesday night. It's actually every Tuesday night.
Tuesday at 6 p.m.
At 6 p.m. And David Lemon is there behind
Answering
the glass
tech.
helping you with the Q&A.
Yes, correct. Yeah, and the feedback has been tremendous. So if you haven't been yet, make sure you're there. Tuesday, 6 to 7:30, generally it runs. Sometimes we'll go a little bit longer. And the feedback has been game-changing. I mean, these are the strategies, Mike, that you and I implemented from 2006 to 2011, produced tens of millions of dollars of results together, and then working with Rich Sheffrin for those years, and similarly impacting huge amounts of lives. That's what we're talking about every Tuesday evening. And as Mike mentioned, we also get into the mental aspect. What's it take? And the cool part about all this is, look, you hear all these testimonials and these big numbers. There's people that are producing $500 extra a month, $1,000 extra a month, $2,000, $3,000, $10,000 a month. That's life-changing revenue for people. And this platform and all these tools give you all.
Dude, I
need.
just paid you a commission the other day. I saw it.
Pretty good.
It was a pretty good commission.
Pretty
You know how I know it was a good commission?
It's nice.
Because you were near the top. Right? No, I swear, right? Like it sorts it in order. And
you have a couple thousand show up here and there. It doesn't, it's like, oh, wow, cool.
Especially when it's weekly, right? It's
Correct, right.
Because like you never know when it's going to hit your PayPal. Right? So all of a sudden you log in, you're like, oh.
It's a nice surprise.
Honey, we're going shopping.
Well, no, don't tell Wanda. Don't tell Wanda.
Or you could do the Conor Gregor expression, but I won't do it. Honey, red panty night. Rich Sheffrin will love that. Any Conor McGregor fan will love that when you get to fight Conor McGregor. Never mind. Anyway. UFC, big fan.
So so using the actual GroovePages, GrooveSell, you can actually create your own business, right? Which produces revenue. But then as an affiliate, like everybody that signs up for free and or gets the upgrade, you are an affiliate. But when you upgrade, you get a higher percentage, right? So you get out there, you just share this amazing, powerful tool, and people access it for free. And when they upgrade, you earn commissions. I mean, it's a win-win. And then when you get into actually any new software is going to have a small learning curve, right? But when you get in here, you recognize that it's very simple once you roll your sleeves up and dig in. And you have people like David Lemon, you have people like me and others that come on and do some trainings to help simplify this for you and get the ball rolling as someone who's building the pages for yourself and or as an affiliate. So either way, it's a total win. It's been an absolute pleasure working with and seeing all that's going on behind the scenes, because all of you, the founders, are putting in everything you can so that the people that are the members succeed. Literally from A to Z, everything is covered. You bring the wisdom in, you bring the knowledge, the guidance, you have the technical expertise.
Put nodding Mike Filsaime closer to your Tom and just shake his head, because he seems to agree with
he's agreeing. He's pretty much
you're saying.
Agreeing all that I said.
What do you think, Mike? Yeah, you agree? Yeah.
Groove Digital Academy, all this stuff.
It's quite funny. Groove Digital Academy, right?
All this, it's all there for you. And for the one payment, instead of multiple hundreds per month and multiple thousands for the whole suite of products, it's actually one of the best things I've ever seen in the digital marketing arena. So,
guys, we're going to give away a prize in just a minute. John, I want to talk about what it was like when we didn't have Groove. I would get a text from you like every single week, like, "Hey, my sister just told me our site looks like shit on mobile." I mean, remember, like we could never, with the other builders, we could never ever get our site to look good on mobile. Remember, it would like slide and the fonts would look good, and we were like
getting one but not the other.
Yeah, we just couldn't get it to work on mobile, and it used to drive you crazy because you knew about page speed and page performance, from your Shopify days. That was the things that you were always like, page speed, and talk about, John, what you know in terms of what kind of effect it can have just in e-commerce, because you seem to
forget it. Yeah. So, e-com is slightly different than digital marketing, and digital marketers looking around, they're going to read things and check things. Usually a buyer is coming to buy.
Yeah. And John, you want to be right there on this.
Yeah. So a buyer is coming to buy. So in e-commerce, if something doesn't load, and it doesn't load really, really fast, you're out of there. And the difference in just a few seconds can be the difference in a sale and not a sale. And then you're right. That's something that I always looked at. And then I can hear right now Frank Salinas is watching this and he's chirping the same thing. Yeah, page speed. Yeah. It's got to load 2 seconds, like 1 second faster half a second, I know people that will move their pages.
Yeah, exactly.
For half a second.
And that's why our pages are cached as well. The GrooveCart pages, we actually publish actual pages that will pull dynamic information in. They're actually published pages. They're not dynamic, and that's the key there. So, John, Tom, we'd like to help you you guys help us give some stuff away to users. We're going to give two things away. We're going to give now $100 gift certificate to or coupon that can be used at the groovegear.com store. So they could get cool gear like this and what John Cornetta is wearing over here with his G. And look at that. Hiding there it is. Look at that. And what Matt Serralta has over here with a pillow, and you turn it on the other side and it says, turn it around. It says something else. And we've got mugs and hats and all these different things at the Groove Gear store. So what we're going to do first is we're going to give away a $100 coupon that can be used at groovegear.com with a question that, Tom, you're going to come up with. And then you'll whisper over to Deb what the correct answer is. And then after that, we're going to give away another product from here. And we just gave away a Stream Deck before. And I think since it's prime time,
Sony. You're going to go for the Sony.
The Sony camera or the Rodecaster or the A10.
So if I can ask the question, I have the answer. So I win?
Yes.
Not if you're in a GroovePlex.
Well, John's going to be that.
And what are the questions on?
Yeah, right.
Something that we just covered.
Oh my God.
Or something that they should know that we just covered.
Groove related.
Something that might have been just while they're watching. We like to reward them from what they're watching. Maybe something that I just did there in the demo, or something that you just said, or that or Tom said. Even though you didn't talk a lot, but and if you need
I have one. It's easy.
All right, so Tom first, because first is the gift certificate, and then we're gonna give a big prize for your question. So Tom,
mine's really easy though. It's a really easy question.
Go ahead. Make it hard.
All right, so then should we?
Yours hard?
I don't have one yet. So
all right, so then we'll be the gift certificate.
Okay, so and Deb, you'll know this. So
okay, so
this is easy.
Easy.
Get ready. What day of the week and what time is Tom's training?
Oh, there you go. That's perfect.
That's a nice one.
What
I know that. I know the answer to that. I know the answer.
He just said it.
I win the camera.
What day of the week
and time
is Tom Beal's training?
That's a good one.
All right. Now there's a little. So we have.
We got some winners.
We got a right answer already. We got a right answer, but what we do is we wait for a few to come in because Robo Reply, we really thought he was an AI machine, was winning everything. So we're going to close down the questions. You've got to get it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Hands down. Hands down. All right. Ready? The correct answer was Tuesday at 6 p.m. Tuesday at 6 p.m. So
Eastern time, yeah.
Yep. Well, most people didn't put anything like that, so I think that's okay. All right, Deb, you want to?
I think that's
up
it.
And down and pick a random winner there.
No, I think that was the first one, right, Deb?
No, we stopped doing the first one.
Oh,
yeah, because we let the answers come in, and then we scroll to randomly to one of the right answers. All right,
we got a winner,
Carolyn Holland.
All right,
you win a $100 gift certificate or coupon to be used at groovegear.com. How do you claim that? You go to prizes at groovedigital.com. Email us at prizes@groovedigital.com. Let us know the date, the time, the question, and the answer, and we will give you a $100 coupon that you can use at groovegear.com. All right.
I have a question.
Okay.
Congratulations,
now,
Caroline.
I got a tougher one.
Yeah, we're going to go. We're going to be giving a leaderboard update in just a minute. Beep, 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 beep. We have an update. Stay tuned to the leaderboard. It's going to be very, very exciting. What I'm seeing is blowing me away. Now, Tom, we're going to be giving away your choice. Are we going to give away a Sony A6400 camera that we're using here, the Rodecaster Pro, which is a podcasting podcasting hardware that brings all of your your audio sources in, and you could hear, and you can have little buttons to do the laugh, like Deb was doing all the laugh tracks and everything like that.
I'd say that one, and then build up. I think that camera is slick. Like, I want to be home when I can win that.
You want to do some clapping.
All right, Tom. Well, we have a little surprise for you.
Okay.
On your way out.
Okay.
As well. So go ahead and ask your question.
This question is for the people who paid close attention to what Matt and Mike were talking about. And it was I'm
going to make this interesting. This is going to be interesting. Ready? Yep. So that you don't want to type it in too fast, or maybe you do, or you wait and then you hit. We're going to give it to the 5th person that gets the answer correct. The 5th person that puts the correct answer in.
Sounds like a radio show.
Go.
Yes. the new image format that is soon coming available into Groove, that Mike said if anyone else can find this image format, he'd pay $1,000 in Groove, something like that. So I think it's a 3-letter, right? 3 letters.
Yes.
It's 3 letters.
Yes.
That new image format that Mike and Matt were talking about.
That's correct. Okay, here we go. Somebody put mobile first. Okay,
we got a couple.
We got the right answer.
We got it
right. Do we have 5?
We're missing one more. We need one more.
Yeah, we got 5.
We got 5.
Wow. The answer is
way more now.
SVG. SVG. Next
Good
generation
job.
images.
They were paying
Somebody
close
put
attention.
mobile first indexing. Very good. You're paying attention. We really appreciate that. So, Deb, who is the 5th person to type in SVG?
We got to scroll way
and
back
they're going
up.
to be winning a Rodecaster. And I'm going to pull this bad boy up.
Deb has been
on my
scrolling up
screen
forever. Here we go. Here's the first one.
Wow.
Woohoo.
Scott.
Congratulations. You're a fast typer.
All right. So who is it? Scott Bowling wins this gorgeous piece of hardware right here that we're all seeing on our screen, called the Rodecaster Pro Integrated Podcast Production Studio. It can be used for audio and video, but it can run your entire podcast because it's the audio tool for podcasters. We actually use it to collect all of the microphones and mute and all this different stuff. So, Scott Bowling, you will email us at prizes@groovedigital.com, prizes@groovedigital.com. Prove who you are, because this is a big prize, obviously, and let us know the date, the time, the question, and the answer, and we will give you a gift certificate or PayPal you this dollar amount that you see on screen here right now. This is a lot of fun. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mike, stop screaming in my ears. We have a note from Donna that we're reading, and it's saying we have an update on the leaderboard. I'm going to see if this is holding true, because it is literally, it's go on me, we can get off my screen. It is literally changing like this. We can get rid of my screen there, Deb. All right. So every single time we look at the leaderboard, it is changing like this. And I got to tell you, I was not prepared for what I just saw. And we don't do in batches. So this person must be doing something pretty interesting right here. So I'm going to hit the refresh button on our screen here. And you can actually see this over at groovejv.com as well. In fact, I'm going to put, let's go back to my screen there, and I'm going to actually reveal it. GrooveJV, is that loading? Because I can't see Groove.
You want your screen right now?
Yes.
Good.
All right. We're going over to groovejv.com, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to blow my screen up just a little bit because my picture's there, and that means you get to look at this handsome Groove gear right here. Let's go down and let's see promotion tools.
Who's going to be our car winner?
Are you ready to win? Check the dates. Here are the prizes. Who's in place to win the Corvette right now with time running out? Who has just dropped somebody to the Ford Mustang, which I wouldn't care. Third place gets the Bronco. Here's the rest of the stuff, and then we should be able to see the leaderboard right here. Ready? Leaderboard. Oh my goodness. Alicia Little has just come into first place, but she's holding off Barry Plaskow by, wow, it says 3, but I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna refresh because it's still 3 sales. 3 sales is the difference between Alicia Little and Barry Plaskow. Now, Barry, dude, I love you, man.
3 sales.
I absolutely love you. We've made a lot of money together, and we're going to continue to make a lot of money together. But man, to see a lady on the leaderboard, and I don't feel bad for you, Barry, if you're going to win a Ford Mustang Mach-E. I've got to start rooting for the ladies. Hashtag rooting for the ladies, grooving for the ladies. Just kidding, Barry. We really, really appreciate the support. But when I see you pass Alicia, and I thought, okay, it was game over, and you're out there as Walt Clyde Frazier used to say with the New York Knicks, moving and grooving, wishing and dishing, putting yourself into first place there. Whatever happens, this is exciting. And then let's not forget Erwin Mayer holding third place. He's been in first place up until about 6 hours ago, the entire launch. And spoiler alert, didn't send one email. Erwin is the one that does the pay-per-click advertising, and he is spending a fortune. He hasn't sent an email, and he is doing the best he can to just to ward everybody off. And I got to tell you, let me see if he's in contention.
Everything can still change.
Here's what happens. Here's what happens. The people that are sending emails, they do peaks because they send emails, and they also have to say, I got to protect my list and all these different things. Erwin is spending money when Groove is in everybody. I got to go to GrooveFunnels. There he is. Oh, the quicker link to buy. And so he's not having a peak. So he's literally that slow and steady turtle versus the hare type of thing going on. This is going to be a very, very interesting race. Let's read the top 10. Alicia Little, Barry Plaskow, Erwin Mayer, out of the blue, Davin Michaels, who let's see, he is climbing. Davin, you're 19 sales more than you were 5 hours ago when we spoke. If you're watching, he is climbing fast. Davin is guaranteeing to make the top 3. We shall see. Our number 1 affiliate in all of our launches is in 5th place, Jeremy from Promote Labs and Simon. What are they saying? Are they, Joe? He's pushing hard.
10 minutes ago, he's like, I got to catch up to these people.
Can we go to a wide and get Joe in on that shot? Yeah. All right. So what's he saying?
He's going to push hard. He's doubling up.
All right. Look, I love all of our affiliates. For me, it's exciting. Joe, you text me all the time. I'm rooting for this one. It's bittersweet if they don't. And then we see moves up there. It's very, very exciting. All I can tell you is we have to say thank you to all of them. Then, of course, the lovely Gloria McDonald is a rock star at number 6. Paul O. Mahoney at number 7. Finn Warnke at number 8. And Simon Slade at 9. And David, Tom, as we like to call him.
Kavanaugh?
Yeah.
David Kavanaugh.
We also Kavanaugh.
We love David. David's awesome.
You know,
who? Paul Mahoney?
I actually
Barry, Paul, Michael. What? Oh, man, dude, I did 5. Oh, don't say that. It was Markling and Markling.
How about them Dodgers?
All right.
I actually won one.
It wasn't the best weapon.
I won one of your launches once without emailing.
How? Solo ads?
No, but at that age, because it was $1,000 product. It was your mastermind back then.
Yes.
And my Skype rooms at the time were hopping so bad I could go in and go, you all need to buy this. Yeah. I'd kill that one, remember?
Yeah, you kept saying, like, how many more do I need? Because we were doing this.
Remember that one, Joe? I never mailed. I'm just going to go in my Skype room because I'm going to tell you, you got to get this.
Skype marketing, that's new to me.
Let's talk about that. Alicia and Donna are texting like every hour. Girls Club, Donna's, I'm sure, rooting for her and all that type of stuff. And Donna and I were just talking about why does it matter to Alicia right now? I don't think she really cares about the commissions, right? Getting second place will be cool. Even third place is going to be cool. There's something about hitting that number 1 and representing.
Oh yeah.
And
perfect. Uh-oh. Yep.
Oh,
Let me tell
Which
you
is
the
great.
beautiful thing about GrooveSell is widgets don't lie, right? So what's beautiful about real-time scoreboards like this, and there's not another thing in the world that does this, lets you put a widget like this, real time. It almost like you don't even need to do the trash talk emails at night. You know the winner is the winner, right? With like you, Tom, you remember what happened with
the
me?
GTR?
The Nissan
One sale.
GTR?
One sale.
Yeah, they tried to play games with me.
Yep.
And I was like,
no,
I want to see your shopping cart. They made me wait 3 weeks, and then they called up one day and said, yeah.
One by one sale.
Yeah. You know what? They even apologized. They said, I don't know why we were finding, well, let's go by sales. Let's go by painfuls. Let's go by lease refund. And you want everyone. And we had to say to ourselves, why are we trying to find a way for him not to win? Because here's what happened. They told the other person, Sean Casey, dude, they were 108 sales away from me. And that I was up at 4 in the morning. I gave the bonuses. I gave away my firstborn type of thing, right? And then I was doing webinars, and I knew that their launch started that day. The first place people, their launch started that day, so they couldn't mail and defend. And they were told by the people.
Did you hear that language, folks? Did you hear that language though? It was they couldn't mail and defend. It's like chess, right?
Right, exactly.
It's a chess game.
Yeah, exactly.
Chess game.
They couldn't mail, they couldn't defend, and they were told,
"You can't be beat.
Dude,
you can't be beat.
You've got this. Yeah. You've got this." And I just decided I want a GTR, and I want to be on that leaderboard as number one. And so I calculated they're going to get a little bit of spillover. Let's be aggressive on the spillover, and they're not mailing. That means I need this many sales, and then I did that number by like 25, and so I was texting like every day. How could you not know who won? Oh, so ladies and gentlemen, in the Groove chat, start singing, please. Happy birthday to you, camera on Deb. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Deb. Happy birthday to you. Well, we knew this was coming. Deb didn't know this was coming. We've got about 30 people here. It's like a New Year's Eve show here. And Michelle, why don't
Hey, rules are rules. Rules are rules.
Yeah, come on over here. Here, put the cake right here.
What's the chest thing?
Someone needs to actually talk into a microphone.
Let's go on the camera one. Come on. Right, let's get someone from like that. Yeah, you know what? Make it nice.
Here, I'll do a Corona safe blowout. Right? Yeah. Corona safe.
Corona safe blowout.
25 forever!
Happy birthday. Happy Groove birthday.
Happy Groove Day. Oh, happy birthday. Happy Goose Day! Happy Goose Day!
And I'm handing it to you. Hey, folks, we'll be right back. I'm going to pop in right here. We're good. All right. Sam, do you want to be on TV? Michelle, let's go to camera one. Matt Serralta's son, Sam, here on TV with us. You're live. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. And it's Deb Cole's birthday. Deb Cole has been the girl behind the glass doing most of the switching and producing. And she's been staying here at our house. She got out of the car once with us to actually go to the restaurant. And come here. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, so folks, we've given away stuff. We've gotten a leaderboard update. And now It is 9:38. What we're going to do now is we're going to make our transition over to David Lemon, and Donna and I are going to be the play-by-play and color commentary, and we're going to be going over GrooveSell and how to set up your products, your funnels, your upsells, your downsells, your cross-sells, your order bumps, your fulfillment, your setting up your payment gateways, and setting up your affiliate program. So we're going to be back in about 4 minutes after this word from Mike Filsaime from the past. Hold on. Hi, my name is Mike Filsaime, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels, and we hope you're enjoying this Grooveathon. And now would be a great time to learn more about GrooveFunnels and the GrooveFunnels upgrade. So first of all, if you're watching this on something like Twitch or Facebook Live or YouTube Live and you're wondering what's going on, you want to check out Groove